Greetings, survivors and friends, FFXI here, and sometimes you get what you asked for, sometimes you don't get what you asked for, and sometimes you get what nobody asked for, and you know this because you polled the entire community before making that assertion, but Rust keeps on giving regardless, and so it was that the industrial update was bestowed upon the players, and the age of automation resulteth. If you weren't aware of all this, then first of all, where have you been hiding? I'd like to know because it sounds like a nice place, but secondly, don't worry, because here's an overview along with everything else that's new this month, including some rather interesting Rust stats. The industrial update aims to make crafting and storage more efficient while simultaneously giving you even more things to sort out, build and keep track of. It's very simple though when you break it down. First, anything you want to connect to the system must have a storage adapter glued to it. And items that this can be done to at the moment are tool cupboards, large and small boxes, all the furnaces, refineries, lockers, fridges, drop boxes and vending machines, but not mixing tables, which is a very sad state of affairs if you ask me, and means I can't rig one up to a solar panel to create a teas made for that essential morning brew. Next in line are conveyors, which require power and can shift any items they find from their input to output, or be programmed only to shift certain ones and under certain conditions. Crafters can be attached to workbenches to automate crafting, although not any faster than you would. These also require power and can make stuff for you on demand, as long as the workbench is the right tier for it. Splitters and combiners do exactly what you'd expect them to, and that's about it. And you've got a nice new pipe tool, which you can't smack anyone with, sadly, but which lets you hook all of these things together in a choice of 4 sexy pipe flavours. You're also getting an electric furnace this month, which doesn't make charcoal because it's electric, duh, but it does smelt a little bit faster. That's the overview, and for more details I'd recommend looking through the blog, as I've kind of gone into detail on this stuff a number of times over the last few weeks. However, there are a couple of things to note about all of this. Due to certain things that would have been too much fun otherwise, pipes can't go through walls or vending machines, and you can only run them through doorways, windows, hatches and deployables, such as doors, which incidentally you can place on top of pipes. This reminds me so much of the central heating system in my house. I'm forever tripping over those blasted things. Then that's the real world for you, I guess. As performance is always #1 priority, to maintain server performance, there are some limits in place to stop things from getting silly, such as a hard-coded 16 container input/output limit for each container. This means that a conveyor will only be able to see the first 16 containers it encounters in its network, but I'm sure that'll be plenty for most. There are also some limitations on how many items a conveyor can move in a single tick, and several convars, which you can see here, that can be used to control the speed and efficiency of industrial systems on your server. Of course, adding a system like this is one thing, letting players use and try to abuse it as much as possible is another thing entirely, and so ultimately it's all very much subject to change, depending on how well you do, but let me know in the comments if you think this is all a good addition, please. In other changes applied this week, code locks will now present you with different default options depending on the situation, and so when you first place one you'll get change code to let you quickly set one. If you're authed on the TC but not on the lock, it'll say enter code, and if you're authed on the lock but the door's currently unlocked, then the first option will be to lock door. What a time to be alive. More variation in train wagon loot has arrived. Crates inside will have different loot layouts with varying qualities of contents, but overall the loot in these should be better now. Actually, joking aside, there is plenty of stuff happening to improve overall performance, and to summarise what was in this month's blog, water catchers and associated networks were congealing server performance somewhat, especially when they were in big operations, so a number of tweaks were made to their behaviour to mitigate this. You can read all the juicy details here if you like. Unity was upgraded to 2021.3 for clients. Servers are lagging behind pending further testing, but this should open up the potential for some performance and visual improvements, hopefully. Sadly though, as a downside, you'll notice that borderless full screen mode has now been ripped out due to a bug that caused some pretty bad performance issues. Oh well, sorry if that's something you used. Multi-threaded networking for clients and servers is being tested too, and this will begin on selected official servers this month, although you can try it out now, just be warned. Pause the screen here to see the explanation of how, and some new client performance metrics are being pulled off internally to help the team see where improvements can be made, such as with the above-mentioned borderless full-screen mode. It's also interesting to see what sort of frames people are getting on average and what the best-performing hardware is, which has been shared with us this month. It seems that Rust is definitely CPU bottlenecked right now, with the caveat being not to go out and buy a new one expecting better performance, as it's all subject to change. But here are the results for you to see, along with the same for GPUs. Feel free to pause here to analyze. There are also some fascinating pie charts which are enlightening. For instance, 75% of you peasants are running 16 gig or less of RAM. 73% of you are playing at 1080 and only 2.5% of 4K. And here is a breakdown of the most popular hardware being used. Not only but also, apparently, 30% of you numpties are using motion blur, with hardly anyone using VSync and only 5% of players using SMAA. Again, some interesting stats here. And as for operating systems, Mac players continue to be special, making up a whopping 0.3% of the player base, and there are still 624 retro gamers using Windows 8. You legends! If the scale of this intimate knowledge Facepunch has on you wasn't enough, this analysis will be expanded to better see how you're playing the game, such as what the most popular weapon is on each day of a wipe, the win ratio of different weapon matchups, deaths per size of team, hourly loot per monument, and least used items, etc., etc., which will then be used to presumably improve your enjoyment. Oh yes, and Happis has gone bye-bye now, at least the official version. I know the community are not ready to let it go yet, and I'll be bringing you some news about this fairly soon, I hope. Also, there is going to be another custom map competition, so there will be such things as static maps still. The main reason for the decision to retire Happis officially was the amount of work needed to keep it up to date and on a par with procedural maps, which is the main focus after all. But of course, some of you will be in mourning, so you have my condolences. In works in progress, I know there's a lot going on, but as for exactly what we can expect next, we'll have to wait and see. Possibly, one of the next things will be a new attack heli for players. Think an upgraded minicopter with guns, and by the look of commits, it'll have a gun cam screen, so exactly what it'll look like and be able to do will be interesting to see. There's also a redesign of the outpost being made, along with a new nuclear missile silo monument and ferry terminal for the Nexus system, pets, building skins, remote-controlled drones and turrets, and all sorts of wonders that I'll keep you abreast of as they pop their heads out of the woodwork. Until then, those are the headlines. Please like and sub and follow me on my socials for notifications and streams, etc., etc. All links below. Thank you to my supporters for all they do to help me keep going, and I shall of course catch you very soon. In the meantime, keep calm and stay rusty. Cheerio. You legends!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. British channel on the internet that refuses to do things the normal way. Today I'm going to teach you the art of infinite money laundering. Okay, it's not actually money laundering. It's even better. Have you ever wanted more views on YouTube without actually improving yourself in any meaningful sense? Well, have I got the solution for you. So here's how we're going to do it, and here's how we're going to make a lot of money doing it. The logic of YouTube is a rather simple one. I make videos, Google and YouTube put ads on those videos, and I get paid for each ad viewed. Now, if I get more views, I get paid more. That logic is very simple. So if I want more money, all I need to do is make better videos that target broader audiences and maybe convince them to, I don't know, press the like button? However, we were deceived, for in the fires of Mount Doom, somewhere in California, another way was created. One way to get views that was more powerful than any other. Want more views? Just buy them from YouTube. That's right, using Google AdSense, we can directly pay YouTube for an ad space of our own videos, and those adverts will then be pushed to new viewers on YouTube. YouTube will of course be charging us somewhere between 1 and 5 pennies per view. Now logically, if I can say make 6p per view on a video, then I can infinitely give YouTube 5p's for views, enjoy infinitely viewed videos, and then also just get paid for the pleasure of getting famous. Now this was a loophole that I worked up many years ago, however until now it has never been tested, and that's for one reason. YouTube doesn't pay us creators 1 to 5p per view. In fact, CPMs or cost per miles, how much money we get paid per 1,000 views, can be as low as £2, meaning that I would only be paid 0.002 of a pound per view. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, no infinite money, no infinite fame, and no infinite views. Or so it seems! So the plan is simple. I pay YouTube for views and YouTube then pays me for those views. Now in order to pull this off, we need a video that has a really high CPM. So say hello to the Rimworld organ harvesting livestream that I did to celebrate my birthday. Because who doesn't like to celebrate their birthday by removing kidneys from unwilling work volunteers? Ah, truly a brilliant game. Now this is a 3.5-hour livestream VOD, which in the month of November alone made me £725 off of a mere 30,000 views. Now what do I do with the money? I spend it all on Yorkshire tea bags, and it's an addiction that I can't stop. So don't judge me, ladies and gentlemen, I need your money. But back to the topic. This gives the VOD an outstanding CPM of nearly £26, meaning for every 1,000 views I made £26. That's pretty good, and it means that for each view on the video I am making 2.6p. Now above I said YouTube charges somewhere between 1 and 5 pence per view, but in reality we'll be paying an average of 0.01p per view, thanks to some crafty shenanigans that I've created. So, let's begin, ladies and gentlemen, and set up our experiment, where we're going to see if I can pay YouTube money to advertise this Rimworld VOD, and then in turn be paid more money by YouTube for the views we get on this Rimworld video. So, let's begin. Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my channel's backend, something that you can normally only see on my OnlyFans page. Oh gosh, saucy. Now this is of course very exciting for some of you, I'm sure, and it is for me as well because I get to see all of my lovely videos. They're fantastic, but most importantly YouTube added this super cool feature recently whereby I can click these options buttons here and press promote. This immediately takes me to a page where I'm able to start a brand new advertising campaign for this video. So let's say pick my very fun previous YouTube exploit video and choose to promote it. This brings us to a lovely page where we can set up the ad campaign for our video, which is going to give us views. So that's how we do it for a normal video. Now how do we do it for a live stream, because CPMs are higher on live streams? Well, you simply go on over to the live section, find your lovely organ harvesting VOD that for some reason has been deemed safe for all advertisers, click this button and oh, you can't promote it. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Those evil people at YouTube don't want you pulling off this exploit, so they're not going to let you advertise live streams. I mean, it makes perfect sense. I completely understand why. It would be horrifically overpowered, so of course they're not going to let me advertise a live stream. However, they will, because what we're going to do is we're going to copy a link to this Rimworld live streaming page, go back to the page where we have how to exploit YouTube, simply delete that video and copy and paste in the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, it just works. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We can create an ad for our video here. We can name it a bunch of fun things and then move on to actually create the ad. Now in this section I need to select all of the lovely countries that we want to target. Some countries cost more to advertise to, but in turn the money I make from those views in those countries will be higher. For example, a viewer in Russia is not going to give me as much revenue as a viewer in the United States of America. However, I'm going to be advertising to this gigantic list of countries right here because I believe they'll probably be interested in a bit of Rimworld based organ harvesting. I mean, no offense Belgium, you just look like you'd be into it. Next up we need to pick which age groups we're targeting. Do we want to target parents or non-parents? Of course we're going to be targeting exclusively men. The reasoning here is that Rimworld as a game is an absolute sausage fest in terms of a community, and at the same time it actually costs more money to advertise to women. Generally speaking, women as consumers are targeted far more in our glorious capitalist society, which means that I would have to pay more to compete with the other advertisers already targeting them. So there we go, fantastic. Now we just need to work out which targeted groups we're going to be going for, and here's basically the giant list that I came up with. Now, of course, on this list, we've got some absolute bangers, like just all gamers, anyone who likes camera lenses, people who just want to buy a hatchback. Now, some of these are going to be pretty useless, but the key target groups that are very important are mobile phones. The reasoning is this targets more people who are using phones, and paying for adverts on phones is remarkably cheaper. So they're the demographic we're going to be going after the most. Otherwise, it's just general gubbins in SEO. Finally, we need to work out just how much money we want to spend. In my case, I'm going to be setting a budget of £120 per day, and I'm aiming to spend around about £800 on this project. The reasoning I'm hoping to spend £800 on this project is because the lovely boffins at Google have a giant discount for me. If you're using a brand new setup Google AdSense account, and you spend £400 advertising, you get £400 worth of free credit. So logically, if I spend £800, £400 of that is actually free, so I get £800 worth of views for the low cost of £400. So that's the plan. We're going to run this experiment for around about a week and see how well we do. YouTube is estimating we could be getting between 21 to maybe 63,000 views, which wouldn't be too bad. But hopefully we're going to be able to keep the cost down and make a hefty profit. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to set up this campaign and I'll get back to you as soon as we have some progress on it.
A few minutes later.
So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the page. It's live. This is what the page looks like when you're waiting for Google to actually review it and approve it. It's very cool. Now this kind of is a bit scary because YouTube might realize that I'm trying to advertise a live stream and they're going to be like, hang on a second, we didn't say you could advertise those bad boys. But hopefully it all gets approved.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
And bam, it was approved. It only took around about 4 hours to actually get approved, which was brilliant because then as soon as that happened, it began. What do I mean by it began? Well, we started getting views coming in for the live stream from YouTube advertising. Not that many in this screenshot. This is just from the first few minutes. We got maybe about 20 or so views within 10 minutes, which is, you know, acceptable. However, this only lasted for about 2 days because soon after, the page got taken down. You might wonder why. It's because I used capitals in the title of this advertising campaign. Yes, it turns out having brackets live, all caps brackets, is an egregious offense for YouTube. So I had to remove that and then it got reviewed really quickly and just sent straight back out again. Now I'm going to be back on December the 27th to see just how well we did.
1 week later.
Okay, now for the results. After running this experiment from December the 19th till December the 27th, I can reveal that we paid £900 for 83,000 views. Now, if we remember that we got £400 worth of free credit from Google, then that means we spent only £500 for 83,000.
What's up, Dave? How you doing today?
Views, which works out to a very nice 0.6 of a penny per view. So that means that if my CPM stayed the same, I'd be making 2p of profit per view on the video. So in this case, I will have made £1,660, meaning that even if we didn't have the YouTube discount, we would still be turning a profit of £1,260. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. We can just pump in the money that we made for more views and repeat the...
Doing pretty good. You know, it's the start of the month. Doing some stuff here around my job, you know, pretty good. Doing pretty good. Yourself?
Cycle infinitely is, of course, what I would like to say, but unfortunately, the video did not make £1,660. No, in the period of this advertising campaign, we made £110. Now, why on earth is this the case? Well, there are two main reasons, CPM and watch time, ladies and gentlemen. This video's average watch time went from over an hour and a half in the month of November.
Right on, man. That's pretty good. That's like what Crawler's Nest Basement. You know, that's pretty good. Getting there, get up there, Dave. I bet you get 75 pretty quick. You know, it slows down around 58, and that's when it gets really painful. I don't know if you recall, but it gets painful. There will be a money wall you're gonna hit there, where you're probably gonna want a scorpion harness, I bet. And God knows how much that is. You know, I don't even want to look. How much a scorpion harness? It's gonna be. I don't need a scorpion harness, but I am gonna need like a lot of other things. But yeah.
November, down to just 5.5 minutes in the experiment. Of course, I was not expecting the audience that we were advertising to enjoy the video as much as others, but still, this is just downright terrible. It means that only one advert would show for the audience, as the rest of the mid-rolls are all well after the 5-minute mark. At the same time, CPM fell. Oh boy, did it fall. It fell from 25 pounds.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, yeah.
£1.63. That decline is steeper than the blooming White Cliffs of Dover, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, it's safe to say that YouTube has got me. I've effectively spent £400 to get 83,000 views, and judging by how the VOD is performing after the fact, it has temporarily resulted in this VOD being dropped by the algorithm. But I'm a cunning British bastard, and I won't be stopped by YouTube, as we have found a way to effectively buy a view for less than 1p. Now I just need to find out who would pay more than 1p for that view. And if I can do that, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. So, who would be as foolish as to pay me more than YouTube for views? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Raid Shadow Legends! Okay, well, not just them, but literally any sponsor company on YouTube will come up to a creator and say, hey, I will pay you a CPM of X, and I expect you to get this many views, and when you do, I will then give you that amount of money. This means that if the video does well, the creator gets paid accordingly. Most sponsors will, unfortunately, of course, insist on a cap, meaning that they'll only pay you out for, say, the first million views on a video. That way, if you get 40 million views, they don't just spontaneously go bankrupt. So if we get paid a CPM of £25, that means that we're getting £25,000 if we hit 1 million views. So that means if we're paying YouTube for, say, all 1 million views at 1p per view, which is the average that we can very easily manage, then we're paying £10,000 to make £25,000, which is a very nice 15k profit. Now, I could fill the video with white noise and nonsense, because as far as the marketing company is concerned, if the video gets a lot of views, all of the targets were hit and the client will be happy. Now, not all CPM offered by sponsor companies is £25. I have many smaller creator friends and larger creator friends that are paid effectively criminal rates of £2 CPMs by dodgy brands, and others that are paid up to and in far excesses of £80 CPMs. But best of all, every once in a while, you'll find a sponsor with more money than sense that is willing to offer you in a legally binding contract an uncapped CPM, meaning as long as the views keep coming in, the sponsor will keep paying. The highest uncapped sponsor offer I've ever received was for a CPM of £40. Now, I did not actually end up going with the sponsor, but that's because I have very high standards for recommending things that only I myself use. But we can hypothetically run this experiment and calculate that for every 100,000 views we would be making £3,000 worth of profit, and that for every million views we'd be making £30,000 of profit. And for just £100,000 worth of spending on Google AdSense, you would get 10 million views and a tidy triple your money profit of £300,000. Now, that's very nice. I'm sure to some of you YouTubers out there watching, £300,000 is nothing to sniff at. For me personally, that's still quite a lot of money, and certainly the kind of thing that would allow me to give all of my employees a very lavish bonus package. This is of course using a few sweeping generalizations, but realistically in this setup you are going to be making profit provided YouTube is charging you no more than 4 pence per view on the video. So yes, it is possible for you to pay YouTube for views and still in turn make a profit. And best of all, we've not even touched in this video the fact that these views will lead to channel growth. Perhaps new subscribers will emerge and communities will suddenly become regular viewers. It's effectively a pay to win button that could allow anyone a very nice advantage on YouTube. Our experiment did actually net us a wonderful 280 new subscribers, which is very, very jazzy indeed. So perhaps in the future you'll see more and more creators advertising their own videos on the platform. But the most dangerous thing of all, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that there is no way to stop this. Anyone can pay to advertise your videos on the platform. When I click that simple promote video button and I get this lovely campaign page, I can get rid of the video and I can put in any video URL. I could, for example, put in my very close friend Artie Game's Best of Artie Game 2022 montage video. That's right, I can just pay to run this as an advert on the platform. Dan can't stop me from doing it. Dan won't even know who's doing it. Dan, I have been doing this for your channel. Your entire fame is mine. Okay, no, I'm joking. He's actually an incredible boy. But still, it's absolutely remarkable and silly that basically anyone can do this. Imagine a future where YouTubers, instead of asking their viewers to, I don't know, help them by liking the video or commenting, instead YouTubers could just ask their viewers to, I don't know, run an AdSense campaign for one of their videos. Now that's the kind of thing that I expect from all of my tier 5 spiff sims. You best be paying for my videos on AdSense, because daddy needs more T-Bags. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very silly video. This is hypothetically one way that you could succeed massively on YouTube, but at the same time, you're not going to get anywhere without the basics, which is why I'm going to mention my lovely boffins over at vidIQ. I don't have to, I just want to. vidIQ is a good tool, okay? If you want to start a YouTube channel this year and see how far you can go, then you can try out vidIQ using this link here for just $1. It's a tool that's a great dispenser for ideas for videos and will help you when your lazy bottom forgets to properly write a good optimized description and SEO. So go give it a try, and then when you're rich and famous, I of course expect you to come back and buy me a box of Yorkshire tea. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching today's video. It's a little bit different to what we would normally create, but I do sometimes love dabbling into real world exploits as and when I think they're fun to cover, and the sheer concept of paying to win on YouTube is very entertaining indeed. So yes, thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed today's video, then make sure to give it a like, and why not hop on down into the comment section and tell me if you think there'll be an actual future where you think people will be using Google AdSense to do this. I mean, I actually already know there's a future, because in the process of making this video, several of my content creator friends have done exactly that, and the results were all a success. So yep, I'm afraid this is the future now. I hope you enjoy it. Oh god. Anyway, thank you very much to all the patrons and YouTube channel members. Your continued financial support is incredibly wonderful at providing a lovely blanket of stability for all of us here. And hey, if you're sat there wondering what video to watch next, look no further than this one on screen now, hand chosen by myself to be perfect for you. Anyway, I'll see each and every one of you in the next one. Have a lovely day, and goodbye for now.
Check me out. Just hanging out with the boys. Mace Windu, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan. Nailed the intro. Guys, there's something we got to talk about. Some things we got to talk about. Because you have some questions, and I need to give you some answers. For real, though, the Twitch channel, I've been incredibly blessed this year, and I'm so grateful for all of you watching this, especially those of you who have gone over to the Twitch channel. For those of you who don't know, I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Link down in the description below. But like 99% of my viewers have come from this YouTube channel, and we've gone in a year from 5 to 10 viewers up to now often over 300 viewers. And so thank you for the support. And along with that, because so many of the viewers are over there, we get to spend a lot of time talking about gear, talking about social media, the things that like I think about all day. I get to discuss with people that are interested, and that's like my favorite thing in the world. But there are questions that I get asked most commonly every stream, multiple times a stream, that I don't mind answering. But when someone's there, when you get some dope OGs that are in the stream for 5 hours, and they have to hear the same question getting answered over and over and over again. Look, I need a place. I need a place where all the answers are. I'm going to give you all the answers. There are answers to every one of them. Let's just bang them out right here, right now. Great. Number one, can we start with the most common one that I feel like if you've watched any of my videos, it's probably the least justified in asking on the channel, but it gets asked anyway, and I don't want to discourage questions, so here's the answer right in the front of the video. I've actually, by the way, using the sampler, I have a recording recorded of answering this question. I hit a button, and it just plays the sound clip whenever someone answers it, so I don't have to say it. Content. How do I grow on Twitch? The key to growing on Twitch is to create content on more discoverable platforms like YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, these platforms that have an algorithm that help people search and find you, or browse and find you. I've known people to grow to 500,000 followers on TikTok in less than a month. If you want to grow on Twitch, grow a following elsewhere, bring that viewership over. Great. Number 2, should I use a green screen or should I use my room? This depends on your situation, but there's a very simple answer. If you've got a decent space, a place you can put some lights or some context, some decorations, use your room. Your viewers are there to hang out with you. You should give them some context. Let them feel like they're in the room with you. If you're sitting in front of a blank wall, green screen yourself. I'm actually really excited for the upcoming OBS update where they partnered with NVIDIA and created that green screen without a green screen I mentioned in a previous video. Link in the description below. I'm excited to be able to use both, to have this background, but then also when I want to, switch it to green screen mode and crop myself out. A lot of options for creativity there. But yes, if you can use your room, use it. If your room is crappy, you got a messy bed or a blank wall behind you, green screen yourself. What do I do if I'm streaming for 0 people? I have 2 answers for you. 1, if you're streaming for 0 people, you probably shouldn't be streaming very often. In fact, you're probably streaming more than you should. Keep in mind, Twitch is my full-time job, essentially, and I stream 3 days a week, anywhere from 4 hours to 8 hours. I stream rarely more than 16 hours a week, except for tomorrow. I guess I'm doing a 24-hour stream, but you get the point. If you're streaming for 0 people, it doesn't mean you're streaming wrong. It means you're not doing enough discoverability, like we mentioned in whatever question ago. For the first question, spend a little less time streaming, spend more time making content. Then you won't be streaming for 0 people. But sometimes it can be an inevitability until you start growing. I get that. Make sure you're not just sitting there silently playing video games. That's not content. That's you playing video games. Narrate what you're doing. Explain your gameplay. I use these 2 streamers a lot. An example here. 2 streamers that do a good job of narrating themselves are actually large streamers. Danukti, Wacky Jackie 101.
I'm not talking too much because I just recorded an 8-hour YouTube video yesterday and I'm about to do it again today. So I'm not too worried about providing content when you have an aggressive YouTube campaign, you know, mid YouTube campaign. So I'm trying to save my voice, and right now I'm just charging my headphones before I go back in for another, oh god, like 8 or 10 or 11-hour video. Last night was 8 hours. It ended naturally at 8, and I'm gonna see how long I can go before it ends naturally again. But yeah, yeah. So I'm quiet right now, and I'm just quiet, and I'm not gonna describe Final Fantasy fishing because I'm fairly sure anybody can figure out Final Fantasy fishing. I don't really need to talk too much, or I would.
They're both streamers with such large active chats that they can't follow it, and they might as well be streaming for 0 people. So they spend their entire game narrating what they're doing, and it's essentially the exact same type of content that anyone with 0 viewers could do. Number 4, is X microphone any good? And I say X because I get asked, this is probably one of the most common ones, I get asked probably 10 times a stream, is the AT2020 any good? Is some microphone I've never heard of, maybe an AKG microphone, any good? Look, I've said it in a couple videos before, and my answer is always the same. If a microphone, let's say specifically an XLR microphone, because there are some really bad USB microphones. If an XLR microphone is above $100, it's going to sound relatively the same quality on Twitch.
Your skill has increased.
A quality ceiling on Twitch because there are teammates making noise, there's gameplay making noise, there's music making noise. Your voice is a very small part of the broadcast, and it's being compressed down in order to be live streamed in real time. The difference on stream between a $100 microphone and a $200 microphone is literally next to nothing. If you're paying at least $100, it's almost always going to sound the same. Once you get above that $100 threshold, what matters more after that is the utilization, the tools that you have the microphone plugged into. And I use the Go XLR a lot as an example because it's really right now the only device designed for streamers. But being able to plug an XLR microphone into a device that has built-in EQ, compression, noise gate, de-esser, and fader control over all your inputs to really fine-tune them is going to be so much more valuable than the difference between a $100 mic and a $200 or $300 or even $400 mic. We actually tested this with dynamic mics in a video last week I'll link to that down below. We compared a $100 dynamic mic to a $400 Shure SM7B, and with a little bit of tweaking to EQ, I got them sounding almost exactly the same. So my advice is, if you're spending more than $100 on a mic, what you're spending is the look. If you have a $200 mic that looks cooler than a $100 mic and that's worth it for the look, if you're doing it for a sound quality upgrade, you're getting nothing out of your money. There, that answer was longer than I wanted. Let's move on to the next one. Pet peeve question. Paris, I did what you said and created a YouTube channel, but I didn't get any followers from it. I think you might be wrong. Okay, technically that's not a question, but it needs to be addressed. Making YouTube videos is not a checklist that once you've done a couple of them, you're done. It's like streaming. It's a constant thing. It needs to be a part of your content that never ends, as long as you want to keep streaming.
Yep, I'm going to record like 4 to 7 days a month and stream the other 23, something like that. I'm going to start a pretty aggressive recording career, and as new games come out, it'll be much easier to record, and that's where the real money is. Streaming's good if you're willing to beg for donations. Otherwise, it's just a way to solidify your career. The money from it is good if they're donating, but I mean, you got to be begging pretty much to even get that. And I'm not willing to do that. So here we are, you know. Here we are. Yeah. I took one of them off. I took one of the videos off. I got to put on like another 7, or I got it now. Like I've got to upload like 9 videos or something like that. And I'm going to do so over the next month and then put them all public, but I want to do this series first. I might even scrap those videos. I'm going to scrap those videos and I'm going to post them all, but keep them unlisted. But I did 105 hours of recording last month and they weren't too good. And so I'm going to keep those videos as like my first set of videos, right? My first set of videos, and I'll release them years later, I think. It'd be like, this was the first set of videos I ever recorded. You know, when I actually have some people willing to watch them, rather than putting them out right now and just getting hate comments forever, I'm gonna drop them later when it matters, you know. Oh well, thank you. Oh well, thank you. Yeah. Over the years, I used to cut songs for my best friend and stuff. We used to sing duets. That's gonna be some of the content going on my stream here. I'm gonna switch over to my headphones here, guys. I realize there's a bad feedback and I'm going to fix it. I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to keep the headphones off my head. I had to wear them yesterday for like 10 hours and come back here. Oh. So I'm going to mute it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so all set, I think. Yeah, there we go. I see some old friends here. It's good to see you. You know, and I hope this is a great Friday for you. I hope it's a day off, or at least some such. You know, hope it's a good day. You know, let's all get it. Let's get it. You know, sit on headphones here for a bit while I charge these, because it is a necessity for what it is I must do here. I gotta record a video and don't need the headphones for that, so I gotta full charge these, which means they're like gonna stream for about an hour and a half more here, which is good. And, you know, just keep some of my studies, you know, keep them interested, because I'm not trying to disappear. I'm just in a recording phase. Now, we'll go back to this.
You should also be making YouTube videos. Keep in mind, the Alpha Gaming YouTube channel, this channel,
Yeah, like, the eventual goal is to put out about 8 to 12-hour videos a month, maybe 7 at the most. Stream for 23, at least 8 a day, something like that, and just sheer brute force my way into my goal, which, by the way, like, I am not here to try to go earn a McMansion for my family. That's not why I'm here. If I get money, I'll go and try and change the governmental views on stuff like RMT and such. I don't, I'm not here for the profit. I am here because I wish to prove to the world that I did something with my life that I valued, I did what I wanted to do. I don't know why I can't fish here suddenly when I was doing fine a minute ago. Why are we doing this? Please fish. What's the hold up? Come on now. There you go. Excuse me. I'm doing this for my own edification. At the end of this campaign, and it will be a decades long campaign, 20, 30 years, I think, something like that. I wish to have I'm thinking long term. Like, I think some of these people think like, ooh, money right now for these 5 years. And I'm sure that's nice, and I hope to maybe see that one day myself. But but what I really want is at the end of like 30 years, if somebody were to say shoot me or something like that, and I go to the grave, I want my family and my friends to know that I was in the background somewhere doing something that I loved and that I was true to myself and that I have a record. Because I did some of this throughout my life. Like, I cut some albums, and I wrote some poetry, and I met some people, and I did some things, and I went some places. But none of it's very concrete. I didn't take pictures for most of it. I was not a photogenic person. Never have been. Some of those times I was a criminal. I was like, it's like I wasn't a very photogenic person most of my life. I never took warrior shots. I was never a selfie person. I hated cameras all my life. And I'm realizing now that I do have some pictures of the stuff that I did, but not all of it. And, and so to me that makes it kind of worthless. Like, without the proof, I can't back it up. I can't prove any things I say. So one of the things I do plan to do is make like a 10 or 20 or 30 year online zombie apocalypse library of like 20 years of my work, 8 hours a day for 10 or 20 or 30 years or some such. And I know it sounds fucking crazy, but it's what I want. Reminds me of, Braveheart, I think. There's this wonderful scene where they're all kind of signing up, and they're getting ready to fight the British, and this crazy, I believe that was what was that? That was a Scottish tale, but this crazy Irishman comes, and he's pissed off with the British too. And he's like, do I get to fight the British? You can tell he doesn't give a flying F about money or accolades or spoils of war or any land disputes or anything having to do with his fatherland or patriotism or anything. He just wants to fight the British, And that's kind of how that's the hill that I want to die on. I just want like a 30-year record of what I did spend most of my life working on the hardest. And if that record ends up, if that library of work ends up being successful, then so be it. But I do wish to chronicle my journeys, and that seems kind of weird to me. It's incredibly selfish. It's incredibly self-inflated to believe that your life's work is worthy of chronicle or to be hard-coded into reality in a way like a set of YouTube videos that never goes away. Something that my friends' families can look at one day and know that I was there. And I want something completely different out of this than a lot of what I think these kind of flash-in-the-pan streamers are looking at. They look at it like a get-rich-quick scheme, I think, with like a bunch of power and clout, and suddenly people have to listen to what you have to say. And I'm sure those things are nice. I've never had any of that. Short of like a tiny bit in the World of Warcraft community, I had a bit of sway. I was a guild leader, and a raid leader. Other than that, I've never really relished the what's the word? Like the exposed nature of leadership. Or I don't know, like living in the spotlight, I guess I would say. Living in the spotlight has its limits that sort of disturb me. So I'm in this for the personal chronicle, and that will be free. It'll take a lot of my work and time, and people can watch it, and it could be popular if it ever is. But I plan to live my life online, and I want to be known for that. I want to, like, live my life online, I would say. This has been my home. I never thought of, like, Colorado as my home past the age of, like, I would say 28 or something like that. I thought of, like, Azeroth and Vanadiel and, you know, Tranquility and places like that as my real home. And the real world was this place that I visited every once in a while when I was down, when I couldn't afford to keep gaming, you know? That's unfortunate, but I mean, that's what my reality kind of was. And I never said I was the best, and I can't step with the big boys, and no, I can't fight ninja. I'm not like that. I don't live by my skill, and this isn't some brag. I'm talking about like I want the personal accolades that I came for my own personal recognition. I think it would be akin to, like, you know, one of the things I've always thought was really cool is oftentimes good military men keep a journal. That's what I think of this as. It's like a war journal of the times I spent in other worlds, like pioneering other worlds and stuff. Not pioneering, you know, at all, but I'm saying like being a pioneer in my own version of my own story and going off to other worlds and trying to scratch livings out of the rock there if I had to. You know, make profit where I could get it, that kind of thing, and try to scratch lifestyles out of the rock, essentially. And so I want my own personal record of that. And now I'm kind of going in circles, so I'm going to let it go and move on to the subject content, I guess. I worry sometimes that, like, you know, that I think these people are in it for the wrong reason. And I look at them crunching the numbers and, you know, reading the stomping on the ground and the writing on the wall and, you know, the smoke signals in the sky, that is like their way of ascertaining what kind of career is possible or what kind of way they can forge their way, you know, fight their way, you know, dancing mad through the whole thing, and like, and try to carve some, like, you know, some kind of living out of it. And I can see many of them doing this from a very cold, calculated point of view on the front end, from the up front, seeing each barrier as they cross it and trying to master it and be good and deliver in a way that is, and eventually finding that niche where you can just dominate. And I get all that, and I do respect those sides of the job. But no matter what, I believe I will reach my goal. And that was where I was going with this. No matter what, I will reach my goal. And that might not be a house in the hills and people taking care of my mother or whatever the fuck. That might not be that, and that is not what I'm seeking here. I am seeking a personal record, and I believe I will succeed in doing that. And that is what matters to me. So, the stalker wastes his time. The people who attack me waste their time. I'm not living the same world as them. I don't have the same goals as them. I'm not playing the same game as them. I'm really not. I'm not playing the same games as them. I'm not playing them the same way as them. I don't, you know, like, it's sort of weird. And so, you know, I went to see a PTSD therapist yesterday. And she helped me with two things. She was like, one, this isn't about who tried to kill you recently, or who you put in jail, or who you're going to put in jail, or what trauma you've been through recently. This almost always, as most psychiatrists believe, almost always stems back to some sort of traumatic episode in your childhood. And that is what most therapists try to do, and most psychiatrists and psychoanalysts and psychologists try to do, is they try to see what the past trauma was that led to the current trauma. Help you get an understanding of what it is that went awry when you were young that kind of led you to be a certain neurotic way or whatever when you're older, and the subsequent problems that you had. And she was like, on top of it, not only an understanding that your childhood trauma may have caused other problems for you later in life, on top of it, you must understand that everybody else in humanity also has this issue as well. So you might think it's personal, or that it has something to do with you, but they're just acting out their own story and their own childhood trauma and they're trying to like get their way through life just the same as you, and no matter what their twisted response might be, those two things, your childhood trauma and their childhood trauma, and your results afterwards and their results afterwards, are never the same thing, and they're just things that sort of pass each other. And I sat there incredulously, and I was like, ships that pass in the night, you know? And she was like, yes. That is actually the best, she was like, that's like the best metaphor I've ever heard for it, technically. And I was like, ships that pass in the night. And she was like, yes, even a man who might try to kill you, it's essentially ships that pass in the night, because you weren't there when he took his trauma when he was young. He wasn't there when you took your trauma when you were young. The two things never really meet, except for when you met him or whatever. And the two things, you can't blame him for his, and he can't blame you for yours, and it sucks when you come up against each other, but they're still not the same thing, and they never will be, and you didn't cause it, and he didn't cause it, and this is why human interaction is so interesting. And I was like, okay, that I can be okay with. And so we did some self-analyzation on, you know, childhood trauma stuff, which I won't go into.
Your skill has increased.
It was very enlightening for me in the respect that, like, the ships that pass in the night thing, I had been internalizing other people's damage as my own, in my own community, from my own people, acting a certain way, and blaming myself for all of it somehow, like it was some kind of shortcoming of my own. Because I view them as my community. So if there's the weakest link in my community, that is my own fault. That is, I mean, it speaks to my man code, which is a man should be mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally available to his partner, his children, his community, and the children in his community. And so if there's somebody in your community suffering who has a problem, that's technically your problem, in my opinion. At least that's what sort of community sort of is. But in fear of sounding like a communist, I don't believe that the community rules us. I'm just saying that a good man looks at it like that, where like his own weaknesses are everybody else's, and everybody else's is his, sort of. It's like and so we have to fix these things, and I don't really have a solution to it. But I did go through the whole experience with like a more open mind than I had thought. More than I learned more than I would have thought. And it was helpful to understand that nothing I could have done could have ever swayed any of the problems that I did see in my life. I think I could have, oh, and thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me in my budding phase. I will never forget. Thank you so much. You know, I forge forward, and I look at, like, trying not to internalize other people's damage. And that's something that was very helpful yesterday. Helped me make a breakthrough about, you know, trauma and stuff. It's never that. And I learned that when I was young, I was, I would say, attacked by my father, but not in a bad way. He did not harm me. He just scared the living shit out of me. And when I was like 7, and this led to a distrust of pretty much the human race for the rest of my life. I've always sort of suspected I might be hamstrung by somebody sneaking up behind me all the time, and then it happens every once in a while, and I would say that's coincidence. I wouldn't say it's because of each other. They're not causalities of each other. And so when it happens, it makes it even harder for you to believe that it won't happen again. That kind of stuff sucks, but it was good to understand what the core root of the trauma was and how to unravel it. It's that ultimate distinction between what caused me to think this way when I was young that I never really, like, shed, that I never really dropped, you know, and then what caused me to think this way now. And it turns out, because I was young and I lost my trust for family and friends and life, and the ability to turn my back on people without them sticking a fucking knife in it, and then learning lyrics like, say, Marilyn Manson, where he's like, I'd love to sleep, but I can't lay on my back because there's a knife for every day that I've known you. And I came up on music like that, where, like, most of my heroes are dead, and it's hard, you know, it's a hard reality that where you're like, oh man, most of the people I took the most influence from are all dead. It's not good. Most of my family is dead, and when you look at kind of like a low activity world like that, where you don't have too many connections, you're like, oh, well, the connections that I do have matter more, and I try to make them strongly, and I try to make them last. And that's all I really have to say about this. I think that's all that's really necessary about it. But also been doing quite a lot of work in the background, trying to shed the endless anger that I've got, trying to assess the lack of critical thinking in the community itself around me, both on the large scale, like what's going on in my country, as well as the small scale about what's going on in my personal life. There is a severe lack of critical thinking that kind of bothers me a bit, and I realize now that's the causality that has me the most angry, that gets me to screaming. And that's all I have to say about this. This is enough cathartic, hippy-dippy fucking self-exploration on trauma and stuff like that. I just hope that it helps, you know, I hope that it helps, that, you know, like I tried to illustrate the struggle that I went through with the self-realization that no matter what, you can't really be blamed for other people's damage, and they are just your damage and their damage clashing against each other. It's just ships passing in the night. It is not your fault that they're the way you are the way they are, or that you are the way that you are, and they are the way that they are, etc. It doesn't matter that, you know, it doesn't matter all that. There are still ships that pass in the night. You didn't cause the trauma for him or she or it or whatever. They didn't cause it for you. You know, and so you kind of have to like look at it from that. Like I think we take more responsibility for things that we can't sway than we should, and I think we take less responsibility for things that we can sway and we can change, and that's that lack of critical thinking thing. We find ourselves like pushing for a state of denial, I think, a lot of the time about our biggest problems. I find myself doing that all the time. I'm like, did I pick the wrong path? Did I get on the wrong horse? Like, this reminds me of some comedy routine. I can't remember what show it is. I think it was Trailer Park Boys, and it's like, you ever think about life, man? It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You mean like, is my stick on the ice? And it's like, yeah, man. Did you ever think about whether you made the right choices in life or not? And it's like, nah, man, no, because I already made them.
Made videos on it, not super regularly, but I made videos on it for 2 years before anything happened on here. And after 30 to 40 videos on this channel, I finally found one that piqued people's interest, and it helped guide the rest of the content, and things started growing. I've also been making YouTube videos since 2006, and that was a long learning experience. Just because you made a couple videos doesn't mean you're going to start growing. Be patient, work with it, improve every single video. Enjoy the journey. Number 6. You know what? Sam's going to put the number underneath. I don't even know what number we're on anymore. Why should I not use Restream.io? That is a great question. I have vaguely answered it in videos. I've mentioned it, at least mentioned that you shouldn't do it in a bunch of them. Time you get a solid answer in a video. The reason you don't use Restream.io is for your branding. Very difficult to explain branding to people that are new to social media careers, but I'm going to try to do it very simply here. It's one of those things that in theory you can't really argue with. Mathematically it makes sense. Just like, for example, follow for follow. Follow for follow makes a lot of sense on the surface. I give you a follow, you give me a follow, we both benefit. What's the harm? The harm is that you've tweeted out, or you've let everybody know, I do follow for follow, devaluing your content, basically offering to bribe people to follow you, which is,
I've been worrying about stuff like this so bad.
Hey, I'm
what
not
signal
good
it sends
enough
when
to
I do
actually
things,
grow on my
you know?
own. Here, if you follow me, I'll give you this in return.
Your skill has
Like,
increased.
am I willing to thumb my nose at the music laws, the copyright laws? Am I willing to trade follow for follow? No. Am I willing to raid other streamers? No, because I don't really want to raid from them. I think it's like this weird nod that you aren't, that doesn't really have a lot to do with consent. I think it's kind of weird, and that's cool. You can be raided. That's fine. I'm just saying. I don't make it a practice of like pointing it out to people or trying to get a response out of them. I noticed that something that happened in the EVE Online community quite a bit was a lot of pilots stepped to me trying to get co-follows from me, and I never did reciprocate except for the ones who were there to actually see who I was. Like my good Ukrainian friend, haven't seen him in a while, Pronic, you know, he was a good example, and there's a few others who did try to teach me abyssals but got disgusted with my unwillingness to use the test server to gain an advantage in that situation. But I mean, I'm not willing to use the test server to gain an advantage in that situation.
Your skill has
I've never
increased.
been willing to do it. I've never been willing to do a test server to gain advantage in the live game. I don't know why they're allowed to do that either. I mean, I don't know. That's one of the reasons why I think EVE got so toxic. Is a lot of those guys, they definitely what's the word? They inflated the difference between the new player and the veterans even more than it already was. You know, so I suppose it would be more kind of easier for you guys to understand here. So here's the graph with my hand, right? There's the big difference between where you start in EVE Online and where the veterans end up, way up here where the chart goes upwards, right? So the vets are all up here. One of the ways that they continue an even vertical higher skill ceiling up above the graph is they go to the test server and they research every single fucking thing that they possibly can to get an advantage over the people on the normal server. It's always felt dirty to me. I made a stand with it. I lost some friends, and I definitely had some people look at me critically, and I don't care. To me, I don't know why. I think that's kind of a toxic thing that CCP ever enabled that in the first place. I don't know why. Now, I'm okay with them testing ships for like a week, but only that ship. I don't think like, for instance, one of the ways we know that they gain an advantage like this is it's extremely expensive to produce a Titan. It's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of real-life dollars. It's just crazy. It's thousands of real-life dollars. It's not cheap to create a Titan. So the inherent problem there is what if you put a noob behind, what if you put a new bro behind, not a new bro, but I'm talking about like somebody who couldn't possibly have the experience of flying the Titan behind the wheel. And then that's going to be most likely the person who put the most money into the Titan, right? The most thousands of dollars into the Titan. It's by right, their right to fly that ship. But the problem is, the guy might be a bunghole who may not, who may not know how to fly that $1,000 ship. And if he's never done it before, we can guarantee that he doesn't know how to fly that many. Oh, my inventory's full. I missed it. Who doesn't know how to fly that ship. And so how does he bridge that gap before his thousands of person strong corporation backs him flying that Titan for them that they themselves also put a bunch of materials and time or research into? And so where they reconcile is that guy goes on CC, the test server, and he sits on there for months on end, flying Titans in real combat situations against other Titans and other raids and stuff, trying to figure out how to fly a Titan without paying the cost of flying a Titan. That's a disconnect for me. I know it's not for them. It's a disconnect for me. I disagree that should be possible. It speaks dirty to me. You gain an advantage that you didn't earn. You didn't spend the money to go up there in the jet planes and learn how to not barrel roll out and crash a $1 billion plane on the ground in war game time or whatever. Trust me, the real jet pilots, they go up there, they put their lives at risk over and over and over and over again until they're jet mavericks like fucking Top Gun. That's how they earn the right to be called like a master ace pilot, right? Nobody goes on the test server they do. They go on VR all the time. But and we do use VR to train. But I'm not saying that should be possible in an MMO where essentially the knowledge of whatever the content in the MMO is that they are trying to introduce to the public it's like forbidden knowledge, and if they just go cheat on the test server to basically do what I would call data mine their way to expertise in a ship that they never flew and never would be able to fly without terrible repercussions. Not terrible, but I mean like high level repercussions, as in like if they undock with that ship, they could see a war out there just looking for them. Like an entire war of hundreds of people looking for just that Titan. And that's the responsibility that they should have. But instead they use the test server to gain this skill ceiling that they didn't already have, that they weren't going to earn without doing that. And I don't know why CCP ever did that. And when the E-pilots around me understood that I didn't condone it, we suddenly have what I would call, it's not like a dog whistle, but it's like a cat whistle, where they're dogs and I'm a cat. And I don't see it the way they do, and I follow my own path through this, and I'm the house cat. I don't follow the dog pack like they do, the bitch-ass meta that is their god. If you don't believe me, I can pull, the meta show, and listen to this crazy adherence to the fucking meta, if you don't believe me. We haven't watched the meta show here in a while. Let's take a look at the meta show, the Imperium News, right? Here we go, 11 days ago. Listen to the intro to this video and tell me they don't care about the meta. They absolutely do. The meta's their god. How they cheat to get that meta is the difference between them and I, though. I don't believe in gaining meta out of the fucking test environment. I don't think that's very fair. I never have. Now, and we see this in World of Warcraft. We see people like, for instance, I thought I was going to compete on the world level for Dragonflight because I can go 5-6 days without sleep if I have a mind to push this shit. No matter how old I am, I've got the expertise and the stuff to do it. I've done it before. I know how to stave off sleeping and all this other stuff and all this. I have the expertise to do it. I do. But I took a look at that and I was like, oh wait, right. The fucking test server gave them the meta knowledge and the ability to create a mod already that guides them exactly through every perfect little XP meta all the way to the end of the grind. And those guys capped in a day. They capped in like 7 hours. And no, I wasn't never going to be able to compete with those people. Now, what am I competing with? Am I competing with the douchebag who got that? Or am I competing with the test server? And I'll tell you what I'm competing with. It's the test server. And I don't like that. Never have. I don't think good games do it, etc. It's, you know, and that's where I fall on this, you know. And that's all I have to say about this. It's just sort of annoying. It's like, you know, yeah, just trying to provide content.
Believes in their own content is going to do that, and whether you recognize that consciously or it's a subconscious thing, we all know it. The same thing with adding a bazillion hashtags to a tweet.
Up to 40K, not bad. Go and buy me some Master Rings.
Discoverability to a tweet.
I don't even fucking want to step in a BCNM. If I do, it'll be trials and tribulations, or treasures and tribulations.
Hashtag Twitch. All it does is it makes you look desperate for discoverability.
Yeah, I really, like, one of the things that I've never been able to do is the pure desperate ever. I've never been desperate for women. I've never been desperate for attention. Well, I've been desperate for attention, but I've never been desperate for like acknowledgement or any of that stuff. I've been the kind of guy who is like, all right, well here, like, you know, pay attention if you want, and if you don't, you don't. You know, it's fine. Oh, 80K. See, Dave's getting that money. Yeah, gotta get that money, man. It's still the same owl. Gotta get that money, man. It's still the same owl. Yeah. So I hops in a van and I ran, or what is this? Like I ran across the street and I hops in a tree to make sure those motherfuckers don't see me. That's Easy E. But yeah, congratulations, Dave. I remember when you had 4K. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud of you, mate. Let's get this. Let's get out there. Let's get this. Let's get this. And I gotta buy Arrow 2. Keep forgetting. No, I'll just go to Selbina and I'll dump like 80K on scrolls at the Black Mage vendor, which I'm not looking forward to. We'll see about that.
Tweet by just spamming hashtags.
Something I haven't done in a while is taking a look at the FFXI community, which, for instance, like a real man who cares about his community will go and look. So we're gonna sort by like this month, right? Yeah, like a month ago, and can we do by view count? I'd like to see what was popular here. We see a Horizon fishing leveling guide pop right away with 9.5K views from 3 weeks ago. I should have done my gardening guide. I should have done a video of it. If this guy can pull 10,000 views with a Horizon video, I should have done my gardening guide, a video version of it, but instead I just put it on the Discord, because I don't really believe in forcing these guys to watch a video. Not really.
Are you a new player on Horizon XI and struggling to make ends meet?
No.
Are you still walking around in your Christmas outfit pretending you're role-playing?
No! No, I'm not. I mean, the answer's no, bitch. The answer's no. I've got many jobs leveled, and I've got many gears, and I've got many guilds, and I mean, at least for my standards. You know, no, I'm not. I do not. No, I don't suffer from these things. I doubt anybody in here does. I don't believe I am suffering from these things. No.
Playing as Santa just because you really...
No, I'm not sitting in a Santa outfit. I didn't get the Santa outfit because I don't do holiday events in MMOs from 20 years ago. No, I don't do that. Sorry. Maybe you do, but I absolutely don't. I don't spend my time doing those things. I got other games that I've got to do. Like, for instance, I've got to record Rust today, and that's going to be fun when I turn off a stream of like 20 viewers to go record. But I mean, that's the reality. That's what being a streamer actually is.
Do you like the great outdoors and have a second monitor with a
Nah, I'll turn it off about 4. I'll give it like 5
Fret
hours.
not adventurer, as I have the solution to your problems. Zarbrawl here, and welcome to my Horizon XI fishing guide. I had made a similar video on the Wings XI private server a few months back, and I come to you, Horizon XI, you will need to have at least one job at level 15.
Thank you, Zarbral, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you, Zarbral. Zarbral. Yeah, I said it, right? Zarbral, for the excellent Horizon content for my stream. I have liked and subbed to your channel, bro. Yo, let's get it. This guy's doing better off Horizon than I am, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be a bastion of the Horizon community, however. I hope he does, because that's a good thing to aspire to. I don't want to be a bastion of the Horizon community, because I know that I'm going to leave for some other game eventually. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't want to be like considered to be some Horizon god. That's my least desired thing. I don't want to be known as some fucking Horizon, like, you know, visionary. That's not my goal here. I have too many other, like, I'm married to other stuff, basically. Like, I've got a Fortnite duo that I'm just not playing with that does take up 4 hours of my time every day. No build. I'm just not playing with my best friend right now. If I were playing with my best friend right now, you would be seeing four hours of no build and 4 or 5 Victory Royales a night on just Fortnite. Like, just today I would be doing that if I was active with my duo or a trio right now, but I'm not. I've got a Rust clan that I don't play with, and I probably never will again, but that's okay. That's my issue, not theirs. They never did anything wrong. It's me. I can't strain their shit and hope to have them have fun, you know. And then, you know, and then EVE Online will eventually unfuck the faction warfare changes, and that's going to call an actual placement of some time there. I'll probably play there for like a month. Gotta play some Overwatch 2 when the PvE hits. Gonna definitely be doing a lot of Overwatch 2 PvE. And of course, I record between 4 and 7 days of Rust every single month if I'm doing my job correctly. Because that's where one of my skill levels lies. And so, you know, no, I don't want to be known as a Horizon, you know, dignitary like this guy. No. That is not. And thank you for the follow, by the way. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to ignore you. Thank you so much for supporting me in my budding phase. Pulled 2 follows in the last hour. And I love you guys. Thank you for representing. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you.
The Fishing Guild is located in Port Winders.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry. Just a little bit of FFXI humor there. No. He's trying to deliver to you know, the people who haven't done this before, and I really love that. I think it speaks to like the beauty of Horizon a lot. Is there is people who do need to know where the Fishing Guild is, I think, and that's really beautiful.
At C8.
Welcome all my new players to Horizon. Thank you so much for coming and helping build something so beautiful in this community.
You will need to come show one of your catch to the Guildmaster every 10 levels in order to raise your level cap.
So one day I fished all day at 20 cap. That was fun. But I mean, I needed the money anyways.
The type of fish you need to trade will be listed in the description of this guide. Also, fish have a
cut
certain
myself shaving today and it
population
hurts.
in each of the fishing
So
spots.
annoying. Right below my lower lip, I cut myself
large amount
shaving
of players
today and
are
it
all
hurts.
fishing together, it's possible to exhaust the fish entirely and have to wait some time for it to repopulate.
Come on, man, what are
This
you
will
doing?
Make it so you won't
Hit
be
enter.
able to fish anything up for a little while. With this in mind, I will try and give you a few alternatives when possible to give you some options to work with.
What?
As a general rule
What
of
are you
thumb,
talking about?
You want to cancel any and all bad and terrible feelings,
yes,
as these will have a chance to snap.
Avoid all spidery thoughts, people. Avoid all spidery thoughts. If it seems bad, it means a broken rod, and a broken rod can break your heart and soul. You're like, oh no, my 20,000 gil rod just broke, and my little soul just shattered, and my heart broke. And I'm like, no, I just lost 20K in a second. So avoid spidery thoughts when you're fishing, because that can cost you. And definitely pay the F attention, unlike Skycat, who does not pay attention, breaks rods, and is an idiot. Okay?
Snap your line, or even worse, break your rod. While the fishing gear is
and rod
not
we
needed
trust.
to get started, it's highly recommended later on, as it will allow you to move on to more profitable camps sooner and overall make the experience a lot easier. The good news is fishing gets profitable from the first camp, and the profits you will generate will easily cover the expenses needed to
Bullshit!
acquire the set.
Bullshit! Bullshit!
Speaking of the first camp,
Easily
your
my
first
ass.
target is
Try
conveniently
20 hours.
located in
Bullshit.
any of the major cities.
Bullshit.
You can grab any cheap rod like a bamboo rod along with little worms to get started. Your main target here...
Mithrin rod. Mithrin rod. Just saying. 400 gil. Can't go wrong. Mocarb for days. At least until you have enough for, you know, like a carbon. Until you have enough for, you know, like a carbon, really. You want carbon. You know. Mithrin's a carbon. Don't fuck with anything else. I mean, if you're not, at least if you're going the Mocarb route, I would say there's a few good rods, but I mean, really, Mithrin's the good cheap one that works.
Carps, as they will provide you excellent skill ups while providing you with
excellent skill ups from Mocarb. Nah.
Very, very good gill. The little worm will also catch you
not
some
good gill.
crayfish,
No.
which will provide some
1800 a stack is not good
nearly
gill.
as
No.
Valuable.
No.
Carps are
not.
always in demand as players
Don't
buy
listen to
them
this guy.
constantly to
Some
farm
of it.
for their loose shanks, one of the best and most versatile rod in the game.
One
For
of
this reason, they usually
3 good
don't
rods,
stay on
yeah.
the auction house for very long. Whenever possible, swap the little worms for insect balls, as this will give you a much better chance of getting the carps, isolating them from the crayfish. Do this until you reach level 11, and don't forget to bring a carp to the Guildmaster
20 hours
to increase
later.
your level cap to 20. Sell all the carps and use the profits made to purchase the fishing set. I want to emphasize here that carps will always
20
be
hours
a decent
later.
source of income. Some of the later camps will provide you with skill ups, but provide a little less steady income source than the carps. If you need early gill, don't hesitate to fish them for as long as you need to get by. You can alternatively go to Knight's Well in West Round 4, which was the main camp I recommended
I like his style.
on FFXI, as
I think
the
it's good.
insect pace here will
I like
completely
it.
isolate the carps.
I like
but
his
the
Final
popularity
Fantasy
of this
execution.
fishing
It's
spot
good.
might be an issue due
I'm
to
a
the
bit of a
fish
hater when it comes
population
to like
mentioned
competition
earlier in this
whatever.
video. Still a great fishing
But I mean,
spot if you
know, execution-wise, it's great. It's professional. It's good. I got no issues with it. Beautiful. Well done video. I would say 100%. 110.
see it's not overly crowded. Level 11 to 19 kinda sucks in all honesty. The two main targets here are Cuse, which cap at level 19, and Yellow Globes that will cap at level 17.
Nope.
Both can be caught with
Mocarb,
a bamboo rod
all the
but have a
way.
chance of
If you want
breaking.
any money at all,
If you can't afford
Mocarb,
it,
all the
a
way.
rod here
No,
is
no
fantastic
cues.
and will be
Don't waste your
useful for a lot
time.
of the camps
Cues
we
don't
will
pay.
cover in this
They don't
guide.
give skill.
If not, I personally opted for a
Mocarb.
carbon rod, which was a little bit cheaper
Until you're
and worked
19.
really well.
And then
You will want to use a sabiki
giant
rig
catfish.
along with
You
the
know,
rod
if you want
to
money
maximize
anyways.
your time fishing these.
Don't fuck with
granting you
cues.
a chance to catch 2 fish in one go. Yellow Globes can be
Do
fished
not
in
use
Mora or Port
sabiki
Cherno
rig for
with
skill
good
up.
success, and the Cuse can be fished in Salbina, Port Windhurst, or Port Bastock. These camps will also yield some Bastor sardines. While these cap at level 9, they can be used in a quest in Windhurst that will generate about 70 gil per turning, along with a little bit of fame. If you want to maximize profits though, you can also level your cooking skill to around level 10 and convert them into sliced carps. Every fish will generate 2 slices that then
Very
you can
good.
seize for about 54 gil each, giving you a much better profit margin.
Very
Either
good.
way you look at
Very
it,
good.
these won't really come close to the profits you made on carps and will kinda suck until you reach level 19.
Yep.
Level 19 to 29 gets a little bit more interesting. Here you have a few options. Moorish idols caps at level 26 and can be caught on Corgono Isle using a Alcyon rod with a
Don't
worm
mess
lure.
with Pergonorgo
Even
Isle.
better, a shrimp lure if you're able to purchase one. The NPC
Don't mess
is about
with shrimp
200
lure.
gil
It's
each
5K.
and won't require any
Don't
crabs
fuck with
or
shrimp
even
lure
the
at
auction
all.
house to be viable. The North Beach there will have a chance to catch trilobites, which are a much higher level, so just make sure to cancel any bad or terrible
So do not
feelings.
do this.
The east and west side are free of them, but you have to watch for aggro for surrounding mobs.
Tiger Cod's
Another
good.
good option here is
The third
Sakiras,
one is good.
which will cap at
Third
level
one's great.
29. You can fish those using a carbon or Alcyon rod along with a minnow. The lake in East Saruta Baruta is awesome for them.
The only one you
as
can
they
get
have
too
quite a
fast
large
is Saramu.
population.
The rest of them are
You
too
can
far.
even fish them
Unless
in
you
Windhurst
live in
waters,
Windy.
woods, and
At which
walls.
point, yeah, get papyrus.
These can be cooked if you
I
have
mean, if
cooking
you're not
levels
windy,
21
don't fuck with
plus,
papyrus.
then sold to
If you're,
NPCs,
don't ever go to
or simply
Pergo-Norgo.
thrown
Don't ever go to
auction
Pergo-Norgo, or
house.
you're going to spend most of your
Lastly, and
time
probably
doing
the
loading.
best option overall
And
for
on
guilds,
private servers,
you
the
can
glitches.
fish tiger cod,
He's
which will
assuming
also
that,
cap
that,
at
that
level 20.
he's assuming that Pergo-Norgo's working, but I don't think it probably. I mean, it is probably, but I wouldn't say the private server fishing on Pergo-Norgo is going to be amazing, though. I would stay away from Pergo-Norgo unless you have to go there. It's way too much loading. It takes way too much time, way too much walking. Don't fuck with Pergo-Norgo unless you have to. Same is true of, you know, what's that other one? Way higher. Way higher. Can't remember the name of it. You know, the one in Treasures of Ottergyan. I can't think of that place. Reef, or Rapago Reef, right? Don't ever mess with Pergo-Norgo or Rapago Reef unless you have to, because you're looking at an hour travel each way or whatever. It's stupid. It's like a 10-minute run from you know, Bubarimu to the boat to Pergo-Norgo. Then there's like the loading times of the travel, and then there's like the chance that you could break your rod out there. Don't mess with Pergo-Norgo or Rapago if you can't avoid it. It's just not a good usage of your time. Papyrus are good if you're from Windy, but they don't pay, so I don't really recommend it. Tiger Cods do, so you kind of want to go to I would say Saramu at 29, but I mean, even then you only have to be there for, I believe, like 4 or 5 levels, and then you can just go to QFIM, start getting your real money, you know. Catch all the good things. Oh, I was so close, man. Every time I talk, I suck at fishing. It's so annoying.
29. You'll want to fish those in Soromu Champagne using a carbon or halcyon rod with a shrimp lure.
Composite, people. By that point, you should have a composite. Don't mess with anything else. Just saying.
Sure. Again, make sure to cancel any bad feelings. If you have cooking at 13 plus or close to it, you can convert each fish into sliced.
Yeah, but where are you going to pay? I mean, you're going to blow all the money fishing on water crystals. You know what I'm saying? You like just to level up all that, you'll spend all the money you pulled in fishing just buying the water crystals. I've never really liked that advice. I think it's good when you already have money. But if you're starting out on a new server, no, don't dump all your money into water crystals. No, don't do that, because it will very quickly become a thousands of gil habit to buy like a stack of stacks of water crystal. It becomes an expensive habit fast. You know what I'm saying? So just don't buy water crystals. No. Don't buy water crystals. Do not buy. Do it if you were going to do cooking anyways, and shoulder that cost. But you better have some tens, if not hundreds of thousands of gil to back that choice of starting cooking. You can't just go jump into cooking without paying thousands of gil for water crystals. Just remember, you know, he needs to say that in the video. I would say.
You can then NPC those for 50 gil each, meaning each fish will.
Because you're always going to have some job you need this money for. Would you rather buy water crystals, get 10 levels in cooking, not have a profit since, you know, or would you rather just buy the gear you need for the job, get higher, and go farm something on that job? Like, even my white mage can kill stuff, you know. I can go get me a nice sea wolf cudgel if I really need to build a party for that. Hey, who needs Inside the Belly or Sand Charm or whatever, you know? You go throw together a party and pull a sea wolf cudgel. It's not that hard. Get my white mage to 50. And then suddenly I'm not looking so bad. I'm doing like 50 damage a frickin' swing with like Hexa Strike or whatever. And I don't know, like, even my white mage can kill stuff, you know, especially white mage Nin. And I would say, you know, it's like a little, like, iffy to sit there and level cooking unless you want to be competitive with the cooking crowd. I wouldn't say you should just toss cooking into the mix like that, because it's a tens of thousands of gil investment on just the water crystals alone, and the taxes to post all the stuff on the auction house. The whole point of fishing, I would say, is to just build money, not spend money, you know? So what are you fishing for? Well, you need gear on a job. I guarantee it. You need gear on a job. Don't spend your money on cooking unless you want to be competitive with people making soul sushi. If that's your goal, then do spend money on cooking. But no, I don't really recommend casually dropping 15 levels into cooking. You know how much money that actually is? It's like 50K at least, you know, in just water crystals. It is. It's like 100 stacks of water crystal or something. It's at 400 gil pop. It's like 40,000 gil. It's It's not cheap. It's you know. So yeah, if you want to be a fisherman cook, and that's your pathing, it's good that he covered it. But no, don't just go dump money into cooking for 10 levels into cooking. What does that get you? Nothing. Well, you can't profit synth with that. You can't turn it into something that you can use, really. It's just a money sink for that period of your growth. Don't do that.
Generate 300 gil, which is really not that bad. If not, you can just throw them on the auction house for some decent money.
And get nothing at all, by the way.
Now let's cover level 29.
I know, because I have like 65 giant catfish shops at pretty much cost, and I can't sell them. Yeah, and get nothing, by the way. Get nothing. Yeah.
Island, use
I'm just saying.
carbon or
Unless it's Mocarb. Mocarb sells, nothing else does. Nothing.
The good thing about this camp is you will also catch some tiger cods, which will not provide any skill.
Tiger cods sell.
But will
Stuff 30 and higher start to sell. Nostal herring always sells. Gold lobsters sell. Ogre eels. So this is when you start to make money. But he's like here. He should say you can stop here, and that is inaccurate. Never fish with a damn shrimp lure. They're 5,000 gil apiece. If you're doing that, just get the composite with the sabiki rig and try to catch yourself mithril swords and, you know, Nostal herring and yellow globes and stuff, and just sit there trying to pull in a money yield of, I would say it's like without Black Soul, it's like 40k an hour. It's not amazing, but it's, you know, it's like a working man's pay. If you sit there for 4 hours, you're going to get like 100k. You know, 120 after posting something. It's a working man's income, you know, I would say, until you reach Black Soul at 73 or something like that. And that's what you're looking for. All this other information is sort of like, I would say, it's good to know it. Yeah, I mean, it's powerful that he did say it. And it's very good that he did say it. But I also sort of disagree with this approach pretty much entirely. But I don't know. I come from Nisomian Wings. I will be the first one to admit I don't know what works on Horizon and what doesn't. So I'm just going to say that maybe I'm a jackass who is talking out of turn. I might be. I really don't know. He might really have done the research here, but I suspect that this is just an amalgamation of guides. And that's not the information I'm seeking. I'm talking about what's the best gil per hour. Gil per hour. You know. What's the best GPH, right? Because it's not this. It's not this. I'll tell you that.
Will make it worthwhile in terms of gil making. The herring can be used into cooking, but will require some ice crystals, which are not cheap. So I'd recommend just NPCing them, honestly.
And this is where he should say, and this is where you begin to realize that all that 50k you just dumped into cooking pays nothing at all. That's where he should say it, but he didn't. I don't really believe it's a good idea to just jump into cooking. No, it's expensive. They're all expensive. Crystals are not cheap, you know. 400 isn't that good for water. Water should be like 190, something like that. That's like double what, you know. That's double what water normally is. 400, you know. They're plentiful. Water's plentiful, but still, you know, it's overpriced right now, you know. So no, don't just go on the fly pursue a cooking career. It's a terrible idea. Okay.
Another alternative are ogre eels and gold lobsters, which can be caught in east or west Saruta Baruta in the ocean using a halcyon rod with a sinking minnow.
Gold lobster is a really wonderful market if you wish it to be. If you sit there and you produce for a while, you can turn gold lobsters into whatever you want, because it's a wonderful material that does, you know, I forget what it's for, but I want to say, is it marinara? No, it's not marinara. It's something good though. We'll go take a look real quick. I forget about gold lobsters, but that market is what you make of it. If you put the volume there for the cooks to actually come and eat out of your hand, they might pay you. As I recall, because sorry, I got a nice tell here. Let's see. Zarbel just turns up at start. Hey, it's Kamari. Just turns up and starts fishing behind you as you're watching his vid. Yeah, I don't care. That's fine, man. I'm not being critical of his video. I'm just saying what I think. I'm just saying what I think. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying, well, he is wrong about don't just throw Like, you know, don't just throw a bunch of money into water crystals. Don't do that. He is wrong about that. But he didn't really promote doing that either, did he? So he was fine. I'm not trying to be critical of him. I'm talking about the advice. You know, the advice itself is not perfect. This stuff is not, you know, this knowledge, anybody willing to give this knowledge out is a really good person, because most people don't even want like me, don't want the competition. So this guy is a saint. I'll be the first one to say, this guy is a saint. He's willing to share with his community. I'm not. I don't want people knowing this stuff, and here I am telling them. You know, I'm just kidding. What are we looking at here? Gold lobsters. Rock lobster. FFXI. It's rock lobster. Found on the Bastor seafloor is a good material for peeled lobster, crayfish ball, seafood stew pot, shrimp cracker, pescatora, and seafood stew. But I believe the main one is peeled lobster, which is like, you know, no, never mind, no. Gold lobster is a great skill-up food for low-level cooks. So it pays well, as I recall, you know, because peeled lobster is good. It caps it, you know, forget, it's like 7 to 18. So it's like, you know, it's a money sell if you wish it to be. If you dump, you know, if you dump stacks and or whatever, like I believe they're singles too. Are they single? I can't remember. But it's been a while since I've fished for gold lobster, like some years. You know, no, it comes in a stack. So you can make a market out of gold lobster if the cooks understand that you are providing a skill up material. But if they don't, the prices will never be. Yeah. I mean, well, like no, man, like. See, this is assuming that the fishermen, or I'm sorry, the cooks even know that it's like a cheap skill up fish, you know. It should always sell. Square designed it to always sell, but the problem is people don't know about gold lobster, so nobody buys it. Does that make sense? Did you see how far I had to go in to get the information? Nobody does that, and it's not bad gold lobster, by the way, for Mithra anyways. Look at that. Cheap as hell. Look at that. For defense, 16%. Man, I forgot the gold lobster is tank food. I remember hearing about that back in the day. But yeah, man, I should just get me a nice stack of 10 gold lobster and just carry it with me wherever I go, because 16% defense is 16% defense. That's good even on white mage. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter what class you're on. 16 defense all the time. I mean, short of, like, if you're on a melee class, right? But as a caster, that's actually not that bad. I think I would prefer to have that than even say ginger cookies, because 16% defense is 16% defense. You're definitely not going to die in one hit from melee hits anyways. You're definitely going to have some mitigation. If he hits you for 100, you're going to mitigate 16 of that. It'll only be 86. It's, you know... -5 dex. Yeah, I know. I'm talking about for white mage and stuff like that. It's not a bad tank food because it's renewable for something like white mage when it's like cudgeling, but it's not good food. You know, I'm not saying it is. It's just an interesting stat. That's an interesting stat gain off of no cooking at all, is what I'm saying. But it only lasts 5 minutes. You know, it's not too good. It's not good. It's an effect that they let go into the game because as a fisherman, a Mithra fisherman, you could just eat the fish, and then if you fish up a monster, you might have a better chance of surviving it, I think. It's kind of what their vibe is with that, I would say. But who knows? I'm not out here to try and read Square Enix's mind. I'm beating that on my HC character, probably. Yeah, see, Kamari knows, right? Kamari mentions his HC character. I didn't mean to miss your tell, sorry. Yeah. Because that's cheap as hell, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But 5 minutes isn't good, though. 5 minutes isn't good. That's too much. I mean, well, I don't know. A stack of gold lobster is cheap as hell. So that's what? 5 times 12 would be 72, right? Yeah, right? Yeah, 60, 72, right? Even, you know, yeah, that's 72. So yeah, that'd be 72 minutes of a stack. 72 minutes a stack isn't too good, but if you could just fish them up, it is, you know? I don't know.
No, which can be both NPC'd for some change. The eels will cap at 35, and the lobster can provide skill ups for up to level 46. Next on the list, level 39 to 47. You can fish some Zafmlug.
I like this. Got no issue with this.
You can fish some Zaflug bass, which will offer great skill ups, but cap at level 43. Use a halcyon rod with a worm lure in either Port Bastock or BBQ Bay at Sunset Docks. There are speculations that fishing them in town provides less skill ups, but these were never proven. So
Barbecue Bay, I love it.
For you should work.
Gonna go to Barbecue Bay.
Worthless, sadly,
yes, I
so
want to go to Barbecue Bay
for some pocket change.
Barbecue Bay.
Another more profitable alternative are the black eels in Zero.
Hey, look, in the video,
using the same
look how cute the video looks. Because look, where I am in the game is exactly where he's filming this video. It's wonderful. I'm just gonna say it because I'm watching his video. I'm gonna say Zarball for the motherfucking win here, just because I mean it. You know what I'm saying? Zarball for the motherfucking win, but I'm not gonna type it right now. I'm failing this fishing. Hurry up, you. Ah, this is too much work for one fish. Let's go. Grr. Zarball for the motherfucking win, you know what I'm saying? Just saying.
Same worm lure. These actually NPC for about 200 each, so they will provide good skill ups for you and some gil until level 47. Moving on to level 47 to 55. Next on the list, bluetails will be your main target here using a halcyon rod and a minnow. These can be sent into sliced bluetail, which is used to fish up marlins using the quest Inside the Belly, which can provide a pirate sharp for the mercurial fishing rings. The best location to fish those is anywhere that's not too crowded, with Buburima Peninsula being probably the most efficient.
I love it.
You can alternatively fish them in Puronorgo Isles at the docks, Battaglia Downs, though they are not isolated, and you will also fish
the old bluetail grind, that's always death. And then after that, of course, is crescent fish, which will make you kill yourself.
300 each,
worst grind I've ever experienced in a video game. It's like 5 weeks of just trying to get 5 levels.
55 to around 76.
Fucking crescent fish at fucking
this range is
East
Baruta
Baruta. That one's murder.
One decent option you have here is El Shimo Newts, which can be caught in
very
the
good.
ponds,
I'm glad that he said it.
In Utuga Jungle using an Alskin rod and a frog lure. The big kicker for this one is that they don't stack, making them extremely annoying to sell for profit.
Your skill has increased.
27, bitch! Yeah!
Use the lure and
getting there.
Until you reach
somehow I'm doing it. With 7 other games, I'm somehow
all,
getting
honestly.
27
Another
fishing. Somehow. I don't know how, but I did it.
Caught using the Alskin rod along with a fly lure in the lake at Eastern Saruta.
He should have dropped the suicide hotline
the
here.
This one, though, is that the lake is very crowded at.
Like, yeah, he should have dropped a suicide hotline there because it's not fun. It's, yeah, no.
The moment. And you will need a full fishing set along with advanced support from the Fishing Guild to make sure you avoid any failed attempts due to skill if your skill is below 56. Also, these have a chance to make your line snap, making you lose the lure in the process. This is where getting a Lushang might start to be appealing, but if you want to avoid the headache, just bring a few lures just in case. They do sell for over 400 gil each though, making them really decent for making gil. At 61, you can also start catching silver sharks in Battaglia Downs using an Alcyon rod along with meatballs. These will offer skill ups up to level 76, and it looks like their resale value have been nerfed pretty badly on the server to around 210 gil versus over 500 gil on other versions of the game. I'm not sure if this was a temporary nerf due to some exploits found early in the life of the server, so this might be up to change. Either way,
no, they just don't like silver shark money. Trust me.
At the same time.
They don't like when fishermen make money.
Mithril swords here, which NPC for great gil.
4600 or something, 4100. It's like 4110 or something.
Exploits.
Mithril swords are what you're really fishing.
Future, but at the moment, you cannot reliably fish them, even with.
Something else that he could say is what all the Nasomi and Wings guides said, which is you can also just sit at Kufum Island with a Sabiki rig for 500 hours and collect your money, and eventually you'll hit 100. That's what I did on Nosomi, and that's what I try to do on Wings, but I just didn't have the patience for it because I didn't think Wings was going anywhere. But you know, now it's easy to say that in retrospect. I still think Wings is going somewhere. I'm just talking about, like, you know, it wasn't going anywhere, like, in my life, like, as in, like, it wasn't keeping my interest for some reason. So, you know, but yeah, and so what? Yeah, something he could say here would be a little bit more accurate. Would be, you can also just sit a queue from past 33 all the way to 100. Eventually, you start seeing Black Soul money after hour 250, and you really don't have to travel at all. You just go jump to Qfim to the outpost, run to the water, and here comes the next bit of information. Be on a high enough job to kill the Thunder Elemental that pops every 5 minutes, and collect your 110k an hour from killing elementals and fishing until you reach Black Soul. And every 5 minutes, snag the elemental for whatever that is. That's sometimes 6k more an hour or something like that. More than that. It's like 12k more an hour, 20k more an hour. And this is that thing. Fishing, to me, is like, it's a great pastime if you add it in to something else, right? So one of the beautiful things that I used to do, for instance, that he could have dropped, is that Crescent Fish farm is a crawler, right? There's a crawler that pops every 5 minutes, right? So you go there on Thief, and you farm that kill yourself Crescent Fish, and I don't condone suicide, by the way, at all. I am joking here, by the way. Disclaimer here, I do not condone self-harm or any such thing. I'm making a jest, because the Crescent Fish grind is worse than RuneScape. It's like the worst grind ever conceived by man or whatever. It's just not fun. It's like 5 weeks of fishing for nothing at all. And so, you know, and, or whatever, it's like 5 days at least, you know, 5 days of fishing something, 50 hours more, 100, 150, something, I don't know what it is, but it's long, right? So, where I'm going with this is, don't just sit there and farm Crescent Fish, pop the crawler every 5 minutes too, especially if you have Treasure Hunter, because you look up one day and you realize that you've got, you know, 14 stacks of silk. You're going to see how fishing is like this thing that you do on top of something else, right? And these are like fisherman's secrets that I would like to see on a guide, but I also don't want to compete with Zarbrawl for this excellent guide. So I just say, you know, yeah, like you know, don't compete with me at the crawler at Crescent Fish, because that's my crawler. Stay out of the west side, okay? So I don't say these things often, and I'll say it on the
Your
stream.
skill has increased.
That's another way to look at fishing that I never see on guides that should be there. It's also, consider robbing people nearby as well. Determined. While you're there at the children's party, you know, crawlers have a lot of money these days, right? So you might consider robbing them while you're fishing, because crawlers have a lot of money these days. And, you know, silk is always money. Silk's always money, right? And on top of that, you also sort of fix a big cloth crafting problem in the community, which is there's never enough silk to feed that silk craze, you know? And I happen to be, well, if I could get into my retail account, I happen to be like a 103 cloth crafter on my main, on Fenrir. So I did the cloth crafting grind, and I remember the Silk Road in Era. And it was one of the hardest things I ever did. That silk's got to come from somewhere. So something that you might put in an FFXI fishing guide would be kill stuff, because, you know, these mats have to come from somewhere. So I'm not saying you have to go to the Silk Road, because I don't recommend it, any more than I recommend Crescent Fish, because it's just not good for your sanity, and it pays nothing, you know. So, you know, I would say real fishing guide rep would be go to Qfim, collect money from Mithril Swords, beg for skill ups that don't come, don't travel a lot, kill elementals, and you know, and you know, and just vendor everything until you look up one day and you have 5 million gil, you know, and you're like, oh man, I'm only level 67 fishing or whatever, but you can just go do that. That's a viable path too. It should be mentioned. It's not a good one. It's slow. It doesn't pay, really, except for Mithril Swords. None of the fish really pay. But, I mean, it is gil per hour. It is. It works out that way. Right now, the fish will sell because the cooks are desperate for them. And another really good way for fishermen, like for instance, like one of the things you get when you're fishing a lot is silver rings. So one of the things you might do is, take the lightning elementals that you kill while you fish, because there's more money in that than there is fishing.
Your skill
Take
has
the lightning
increased.
elemental clusters, desynth all the silver rings that you pull in QFIM, and then, enter the silver market. Start posting 5,600 stacks of silver ingots for the goldsmithers and such, or whatever it is, smithing, and make some money there off of your fishing. And that's one of the ways that you don't have to go very high. I think it's like level 7 goldsmithing or something like that. All it is desynth. Just desynth all the copper rings, desynth all the silver rings. When you're fishing, you want to be actually doing other things, in my opinion. That's something you never see on guides. But also, it's a fishing guide. I think they stay true to the content. But to me, fishing is this pastime that you get to do while you're doing something else that pays way better. But that's just how I look at it. If you're looking for gil per hour, that's the way to look at it, though, in my opinion. And then, of course, there's another whole grind in the fishing guides that they never talk about, which is, of course, the inside the belly, which is going all the way to Arapago Reef with your Super Ninja Metal Gear Solid skills to slip past imps on your way to Arapago Reef, which is a nightmare hellscape of a, planescape torment, not tides of Numenaria, hellscape of true sound imps or whatever, true sound flans and true vision or true sight imps and all this, and true sound flans and stuff like this. You get your way to Arapago Isle. You fish up Marcanibali, whatever it is. It's like Mercanibiali or something like that. You can look up the fish from Arapago Reef, and that's Treasures of Otter Gone fishing. You can take that direct to the vendor and pull this nice little guy, the Salon Torque. This is a nice little seller sometimes. Sometimes you'll see low prices for it, but MP12 Int 2. Level 33 Int 2. Salon Torque is an often ignored Rhino Chimera, right? These don't stack, but they do sell. So this is another way you can technically make, if you have like all the Mog, all of the Mog expansions for your what's it called? All of the your gobby bags. If you have all of your gobby bags, another way you can make money as a fisherman is going and popping Rhino Chimera, taking it to inside the belly, converting it for Salon Torque, selling that on the auction for 500K. And that's another thing about income that I never ever see them mention. Usually, they should. They cover it usually, but they don't really talk about what the real items are there, like Mercurial Chris, Mercurial Polearm.
Your inventory is full.
Mercurial Spear, Mercurial Sword. I don't know, like all the Mercurial stuff, I believe, is inside the belly. There's a lot of really interesting stuff out of inside the belly that a lot of fishing guys usually ignore. And that's gambling, however, and I don't really condone it. I still say just fish QFIM for mithril swords and whatever else you can get while you kill elementals. I still say do that. And be one of those 5 fishermen at QFIM that's farming those elementals at the same time. And then money will always be this thing that you can at least have for the things that you want.
Your inventory is full.
I would say, And that's just my advice about that, because like there's a lot here, but there's a lot of like insider tips along with it that you'll never see in the guides that I feel like I could have brought to the table. But I don't know. That's just my lifestyle of how I did fishing the last couple of times I did it. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the best. You know what I'm saying? There you go. And that's another thing. Don't fuck with that. If you have a thief, just go kill black tigers, because that's just flat out money. Anything that's flat out money is super good. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, and that's our friend, our beloved friend Kimari. I haven't seen him in a while. It's good to see you guys. Beloved friend Kimari says here, I just rip out tiger teeth, and he is absolutely correct about that. That's a lot goddamn less boring than fishing. Let me tell you that. And you can alt-tab for that. You don't have to screw around. Just let your auto-attack kill the tiger. That's a lot, probably less stress than fishing. But, I mean, one of the things I like about fishing is
Your inventory is full.
what you're really receiving for fishing is there's like this 30-second wait between when you cast the bobber in the water and when you get a bite or a denial. And and that 30 seconds you can bypass. Why I like fishing, I'll tell you right now, is you can bypass that 30 seconds doing something else, like alt tab to an email, or you're playing a different game and you're pulling in money in that game, or you're fishing in another game, that kind of thing. You can bypass that 30 seconds alt tabbed fairly well, and this is something that Square Enix very much so designed into the system that I do respect and love, and I think it's like basically an I love you letter from Square Enix, where they're like, please do something in the background. Please, Yoshi's like, please do something in the background. Be a productive human, and couldn't handle fishing, right? Yeah, like I've always been a hack and slash moneymaker. I've been both. I've been all of it. As I said in my gardening guide, which by the way I'm gonna steer since it appears I have some Final Fantasy interest here, I will steer to a Discord link here if you ever want to learn how to garden here. I will quote my own stupid gardening guide that I left on the Horizon server Discord here. Towards the end here, I said something that I thought was funny when I wrote it, but I'm just going to pull, because I'm just a blowhard who loves his own work. I'm just in love with myself too much. I'm a megalomaniacal, I'm not a narcissist, but I definitely, definitely... So here we go. So someone else wrote a gardening guide. Very good, but, or whatever. Where's my stuff here? Oh, where did my stuff go? What? Oh, what? Oh, here it is. Oh, original message was deleted? It was? Why? Oh, what was this? Oh, original message was deleted? Okay, well. Why was the original message deleted? Oh, well, okay. Oh, well. So as I said at the end of this guide, which is no longer up, I guess, but anyways, it makes competition, so I'm okay with that. I think I said somewhere, but, somewhere in this guide I said, though I suggest doing all of it. And I think that would appease somebody like Kamari. Though I suggest doing all of it, right? And I'll quote my own guide. Though I suggest doing all of it. All of it. You know what I'm saying? You want your real money? Do all of it. Do go Camp Argus. Or whatever. Do go get the BCNM. Do go do Die by the Sword. Do go do Wings of Fury. Do go do popping chests in Astroha. Do go do fishing. Do go do chocobo digging. Do go do etc. I mean, it's like, do go do all of it. Do go do all of it. If you want real money, kind of money to support a relic, do go all of it. Do go to Dinah. Do get the, etc., etc. Do go get your Swift Belt. Do go get C. Do go get Dinah. Do go get Sky. Do go get, etc., etc. Do all of it if you really, really want to get somewhere, because it all pretty much requires itself. That is the best lesson as a vet I believe I can teach. This game stuff all requires itself stuff. So if you want to do, well, you have to do all of it. So every time you see an opportunity for money, pretty much take it, because, the real money, the real game is the gill.
Shanks. Once you got a few levels with the sharks, you can now move
I
to
sold my
Basketball
Mocarbs
Dreams, which
because I believe in composite riding my lazy ass all the way to 100, because I've done it before. Composite will ride your ass all the way to 100 for 20k. And that to me is the bottom line gil per hour thing.
Cap at level 86 using an Alcyon rod or a composite rod with shrimp lures.
Shrimp lures? Or you could just fish Black Soul and finish. Just saying, just finish or just fish Black Soul and make money, because what's that go for? 14k a stack or something like that. Or just fish Black Soul and queue him. I'm just saying, at that point, because Black Soul's 71, you can start, I believe it is, it's 71 or 73, Black Soul, you get to start getting that earlier too, you start seeing it around 50. So, I'm just saying, or you can just go to Black Soul and get your money. That's another way to do it. With, I would say, a rogue rig. Go take a rogue rig and a composite rod to Cufum at that point when you're 71, and collect the Black Soul, the Mithril Swords, the Nostau Herring, the Yellow Globes, and the and all the other stuff, like Silver Rings, and process all of that loot, process all of it. Then when you're like capped out, you're bored, go to Angel Skin. Angel Skin, when you have a 75 Thief at that point, because you're so bored of fishing that you level Thief. Wait, did I go too far? I did. Oops. Yeah. Just saying. Or you could just go fish Black Soul. I wouldn't really recommend fishing on anything else. Just take Black Soul to 100 because, yeah, it's just better money. It's like the best money, in fishing, I would say.
These can be fished in Port Bastock and Port Windrush.
Or go to QFM and collect your money.
The bite rate is absolutely terrible, and they have a chance of snapping your line, making you lose your lure.
Which is 5,000
Blue
gil.
will resolve the issue if you're willing to farm for it at this point. These can be
At
sold
this
to the
point,
auction house for sushi.
I sold my 400 Mocarp that I fished up or whatever it was. I should have just turned it in, but I mean, that's still only 0.5 of 10 turn-ins or whatever. I'm not even, I mean, that took so long.
Since the server is so new,
I'm not doing
watching this
Lushangs,
on
no.
release, it's probably
I'm just going to
more
sit on a
efficient
composite
to
rod
just
all the way
see
to 100.
Next on the list, Black Souls. These are a great option.
96! Is it really that high? I thought it was lower in Era. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I might be tripping. I might be wrong about that one. Let's go see. Let's go see. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Ooh, what's your cap? What's your cap? It's like, what's your cap? Do you even say? Do you say? I don't think it says. It's so stupid. What's the cap, dude? It's like, what? No. Yeah, Rogue Rig, Lure, with Lushangs, Blood Catchback, Soul, about to break the line, Shrimp Lure, Sinking Near, Rogue Rig, but I think I'm just going to better write on Shrimp Lure and Lower and Sinking, right? Lower and Shrimp present the exact same fishing types. Keep in my spawn. One of the things about Keep 'em is you fish up monsters all the time. That's the other thing that's so annoying about it. You gotta really have like a melee class, like something good, like BST or Thief. Fisherman's Heart, right? But see, like you don't have the cap. What's the cap? Damn it, man. What is the cap to this? 96. But see, you start seeing it at like 53, You start seeing them at like 53. So, but you can only steady catch them past, I believe, like 71 or something like that. But it caps at 96. So I suggest just capping off of Black Soul. You start catching them at like 71, I would say. Around there. Something like that. Start catching them consistent at like 71. So like at that point, it's just the only reason I bring this up is I believe that is the end of the fishing road for me. Maybe I view it differently than other players. Maybe I'm viewing it from a new point of view. I would say I might be. But I mean, how I view it is like Black Soul is the Rainbow Road. And you did all that Mario Kart racing to get to Rainbow Road, which is Black Soul. And then you spend the rest of your time on Black Soul because that's what pays. The only other thing I can think of that actually paid decent was like Sandfish, because they need that for Marinara, or the Angel Skin, or the Salon Torque, right? There's other things you have to kind of branch out into. There's a lot of money off fishing the ferries for legendary fish, absolutely. But I mean, easy would be just Black Souls to 96 from like, I don't know, 57, I think. 57, you pretty much go to QFIM and you sit there till you have a lot of money. The grind is real now. Yeah, what's up, Malik? Thank you for responding and talking to me and stuff. Yeah. The grind is real now, like Crescent, dude. Crescent's when it gets real, dude. Fuck Crescent, But I have no way around that. You have to do the Crescent grind to whatever it is. I think it's like 65 or something unholy. It's something unholy, ungodly. It's like 65 or something. But at 65, you can go chase Black Soul, I believe. That's where the grind gets kind of better. Or no, I'm sorry. You do have to go for Bastor, Bastor Bream. You do have to go one more step. It's like Bastor Bream, excuse me. So you gotta do Crescent Fish and then Bastor Bream, I believe, right outside the fishing guild. And then there's this point where you hit like, I believe it is, like 71, and you can just go for Black Soul from that point, I believe. That's what I did on Nosomi, and I believe that's what I would have done on Wings. I would say that's kind of where it goes. So I did skip over, I totally glossed over another part that you do have to do, which is, I believe, Bastor Breams, which is not a low-level fish. Bastor Bream is not a low-level fish. It's like 75 or something like that. They seem like they are, but they're not. They're You know, damn it, I'm sucking at that. Black Eel's the moneymaker. There's a lot of really good stuff in here that, like, he didn't really talk about Black Eels. There's a lot of people here sitting here on Black Eels.
As early as level 72 if you have Lu Shangs, using a Sinkin Minnow anywhere in Fim Island, Battaglia Downs, or Saramu Champagne.
All this travel is anathema to fishing. The more travel, the more travel that you do, the less you're doing, in my opinion. So I would say there's an ethos of, like, don't go to these places though, because they're too far. If you can avoid it, I would say you don't want to be running. Like, the worst run that I remember was the Saramu Champagne for whatever those are, Silver Sharks, I think. Yeah, Silver Sharks or something like that. One of those in that area, like 41 or whatever it is, right? Bladefish, yeah, Bladefish, right? Scopes aren't bad, but the traveling non-stacking fish is so annoying, right? Yeah, the non-stacking and all that stuff, yeah. So there's these things you have to get through, but Black Soul comes fairly early. I believe it's like 67 to 71. You can pretty much retire at that point in QFIM. And farm elementals, and you're pulling a nice 100K an hour. So reaching goals like 2 million isn't that bad. Like, you fish all weekend on some kind of tiff, you know. You wake up like Monday morning and you're looking at, like, you know, like 2 million, and you're like, what the fuck, you know. So I mean, it's interesting, but he's right though. The guide, I would say there is no issues with it at all. None of it's inaccurate. None. I mean, you know, I'm not trying to say he's wrong about any of this. He's not. He's not wrong about any of this. God damn it. So, let's see.
Cian rod can work, but you will have a chance of the line breaking. These NPC for some real cash though, around 700 gil each. This is where a lot of players will use the gil made here to really push towards Lu Shangs, which will pretty much be needed for the last few skill ups shown in this guide. Finally, armored Paishis can be fished in Olton, Mavalpalos.
That is fucking genius. That's genius.
Lu Shangs rod, or
and there he gets the nod as I bow to you, sir. You are a
Don't
genius.
stack but sell for 900
fucking
gil
genius.
Plus for each catch. This is really the final
no problem. No problem saying it. Fucking genius.
Level 100.
There you go.
That's
that
pretty
was
much
beautiful.
it for my fishing guide.
It was good.
Again, this would not have been possible without a lot of help from the community and a few veteran fishermen.
He's got the words.
That this is a 1.0 version for fishing in Horizon.
Yeah, who knows?
As
right?
Sure
who knows? Yeah, who knows about this shit?
And
I might have been wrong about everything I said.
Probably be
I might be.
Over time.
I'll be the first one to say it.
I also want to make sure to get this video out as soon as possible, as I know a lot of people have been scrambling for information or even following my older guide, which was Wings XI specific. If you have anything else to add and share with the group, please make sure to leave it down in the...
Okay, you know, I already said it. I already left him a message. 25 most tips for... Yeah, so we call me quick. We're going to take a look at, yeah, view count, please, in the last... This year, right, would give me a nice little two-month... Director, producer, an offline version in the future of XI. Offline version of FFXI? Oh, now this I didn't see. Let's see what he has to say about this. Let's see what he has to say. I didn't know about that.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and in this video we're going to be taking a look at an interview that was conducted between GameSpot, specifically the writer of this article, Brendan Hess, or Hesse, sorry about the pronunciation, and the producers and directors of Final Fantasy XI. That's two different people, unlike us with Final Fantasy XIV and Yoshi P. It's a pretty interesting interview. There's one question in there that's a little, and I'll get to that one when we get to it, but it genuinely felt like an interview that somebody who's been playing or did play at some point in the past would ask. So I think we'll go over it on the channel. There is also the Part 4 interview with Yoshi P and Matsui P. We covered Part 3 a few weeks ago, and we'll do that in a separate video as well. Now, the title, which is cut off because there's a bunch of ads on one side of the article, Final Fantasy XI at 20, devs on coexisting with Final Fantasy XIV, that's what's cut off, classic servers, and its lasting influence. Don't get too excited at the classic servers part. Now, the beginning of the interview is largely as you'd expect. It's building up Final Fantasy.
Thank you for the excellent content for my screen, Mr. Happy 1227. That's not how I would have done that, but anyways. Yeah, I guess Mr. Happy Lead was already taken, huh? That's unfortunate. I could see how it would be, I suppose. But yeah, but you lost me when you dropped the bomb right off the bat, and Like, it's weird because he dropped, I would say, it's a sign of a good streamer. He dropped the bomb I came for, which was that don't even worry about this thing about private servers. And so, but then at that point he lost my interest too. He should have dangled it and provided it at the end. And so now I got the information that I came for, and I leave, unfortunately. And that's, I mean, and I'm not saying I'm any better. If I were to do a video, I'd probably do it exactly how he did it, so I don't know. It's just hard to do this perfectly. Hunting for Games. Haven't heard from him in a while.
Final Fantasy XI has been going on for many years, and it's constantly argued about when the game attained its peak. Multiple private servers have tried to answer this question with various answers and approaches, but a new upcoming project is taking a different direction. That project is Horizon 11, and it suggests that 11 was never quite perfect, but it soon could be. Let's talk about it.
I like that he has a copy of Sokum, because I was in that era. I remember that era. RE, Biohazard, and Sokum.
First off, let's quickly address the elephant in the room. The last video update on Hunt for Games was 4 months ago. That's not great. Prior to that, I'd made a video consistently, basically every week for the past 5 or 6 years. I don't even remember how long it's been now. I may address what happened in full some other time, but the definition of the word burnout it seems pretty close to everything going on.
I will never burn out, but I'll definitely fade away.
But yeah, a lot of stuff. Long story. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Long story short, I'm okay, and I greatly appreciate everybody's reached out to check on me. I've been fine. Yeah, lots of stuff. But back to the show and why we're here today. What is Horizon 11? Who's working on it? And why am I excited? First off, it's a big project with a lot of people involved, so everything I'm about to say is a summary of information that's out there. I encourage you to check out the Horizon 11 Discord and website if you have any interest in the project or what's going on. They can provide far more details than I'm going to in this video, and probably with better accuracy. I'll link those in the description below. Definitely check them out. But short version, Horizon 11 is a 75 era experience that intends to...
I've never seen a guy who reminds me of my best friend ever in my life, but this guy does. This guy is so much like my best friend. Same mannerisms, same looks, same attitude, same endless positivity. He reminds me so much of my best friend that it makes me homesick. And it's weird because this is exactly how my best friend is. You know, one of my best friends anyways, who I've known since I was like 13. And it's funny to see him because I'm like, man, it's so much like my other friend. It's just funny. It's like exactly like how he would have done a video. Same music, same chill vibes, same happiness, same glasses, same everything, same haircut, everything. Crazy. Same clothes, same everything. It's something about like a 40-year-old nerd who's doing well. They're happy. They're healthy. They're, you know.
In the development team's own words,
they're chill.
Maintain the spirit of Final Fantasy XI as if Square Enix had continued to develop the game at level 75. And what that means is, at some point, focus of the game changed, direction of the game shifted, level cap was increased. Honestly, Final Fantasy XIV was coming out, and there's suspicion that there was a shift in trying to promote people to finish off their 11 experience and move on to the new one coming out, which changed a lot about how 11 fundamentally is. So what does that short description mean for Horizon 11, a private server that's coming out sometime in December? Initially, it's being released with the core game, Zillart, and Chains of Prometheus. Eventually, we'll release all content that's released beyond that, which is Curse of Aragon, Wings of the Goddess, but as well as Abyssia, and I believe Adelan's on the table as well. Scaled down to 75 era content, tweaked, adjusted to maintain the original flavor of the game, but with all the content that was released post, which I think is an interesting and unique approach. I haven't seen anybody try to do this. I've seen the opposite, older content scaled up to 99, but this could be really unique. Now, if that scares you, I understand. That's a big pill to swallow. All the content that was designed around a higher level cap being scaled down to 75 is a tall order. That is some ways in the future. The initial focus is more that classic experience we've all known and loved, with some tweaks and adjustments that we'll get to in a little bit. But who's working on this? Who's putting this together, and what makes it different? Again, in their words, because they can summarize it better than I could, the team is composed of over 100 volunteers of passionate Final Fantasy XI fans, split between developers, balancers, testers, community managers, translators, artists, musicians, that one is fascinating, GMs, and community creators. I'm actually, because of that last call out, I'm actually not affiliated with Horizon 11 anyway.
Neither am I.
I'm just really excited about the project.
Yeah.
So
There's
I'll
that
let you know
thing.
if that changes. I guess that.
Yeah, so like I think it did. I think he got his thing. You have to have 3,000 followers, and I'm not there yet. So, and then on top of it, like I don't know. I still don't know about being a member of any group that would have me. So I'm a little bit reluctant about that. Link shells or otherwise.
That would make me biased. I'm already biased. I love Final Fantasy XI. I'm so biased. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
But let's get into why I'm excited about this project. First off, the core mission statement is to bring a new sense of discovery to this 20-year-old game by introducing Era Plus enhancements. And what does that mean, Era Plus? So it's bringing back the core gameplay, slow leveling, difficult, group-based experience of what we all remember from the 75 era, but with tweaks and adjustments to bring about balance that in the team of Horizon 11's viewpoint was sorely needed, and I don't necessarily disagree. In terms of ways that they're hoping to freshen the experience, this means new camps for leveling, slight tweaks to poorly utilized gear. We all know that certain gear was incredibly valuable, and I'm not talking about things like the leaping boots, which was just so valuable for so long. They've already stated that they plan to continue that experience. They want gear that we've known and loved for so long because it is so good to still have that, grandeur for the entire Final Fantasy XI experience. But there's some gear that was out there and never utilized because it just wasn't valuable. Some slight tweaks there could make that more valuable for different jobs, which is exciting to see. Possible changes to mob locations, tweaks to NMs. It's all pretty hush-hush right now. We don't really know the details on this. In spirit of that sense of discovery goal. In fact, if you look through, and again, I encourage you to do so, all the dev blog discussions and responses, I would say about a third of the questions,
skill has increased.
The answer by necessity is we encourage you to try to find out on the day of release whether or not this is the case. We want you guys to kind of reinvigorate that sense of...
I believe he is now sort of treading water for like 10 minutes, so I'm going to back out here, but oops, I did mean to like this video.
Of
I already did, I guess. Yep, very good. It was good. I've always thought that Hunter for Games had a lot of potential to be a true great. I guess I'm a believer in other people's careers more than sometimes my own, I think. Because you see a delivery that I think should be successful. It's weird. Yeah. I think a lot of it's just shocking people, how willing you are to shock people by saying, I fucked all of your mothers. I'm just saying. I'm kidding, by the way.
I've been prepping for future streams as I move to full-time here on YouTube.
Thank you for the excellent content from my stream, Mr. Nathan Palm. I'd like to sub to your channel. Just kind of looking for stuff to look at while I'm fishing here, because I got to charge my headphones long enough before I go recording a Rust session. Got some stuff boiling with some friends and such, and
And one of the MMOs I want to put into rotation is Final Fantasy XI in 2022. This classic MMORPG is one that sticks with me as a world I love to be in.
Now, do you guys catch how his name kind of looks like Nathanapalm? Aw, Nathana. I'm just saying. Do you see how the middle of his name says Anna? So it kind of looks like Nathanapalm. Nathanapalm. And then they're like, what's a Nathanapalm? And he's like, no, Nathan Napalm, damn it. And they're like, Nathanapalm. I'm not trying to make fun of him. I'm just saying the name is silly.
And I love the challenge.
It looks like Nathanapalm. It does. I'm saying it does. It looks like you're supposed to pronounce it that way. Do you see it? Nathanapalm. That is how you would actually say that. And it's a silly name.
Lore and the unlocking of
I love his name. It's good. Nathan Napalm. But whatever. Like, the Nathan Napalm. With spaces. Because he's like, Nathanapalm. What's a Nathanapalm? I'm sorry. It's not funny. It's not funny.
Classes.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
Open, non-instanced dungeon.
You can see it. He's like, "What's a
Nathana
Nathana
bomb?"
Somebody says his name in Discord. Hey, it's Nathana, and he's like, "Nathana, my motherfucking name's Nathan," and they're like, "No, Nathana. We've been calling you Nathana forever." What? And he's like, "No, Nathan Napalm." They're like, "No, Nathana." Can you see it? I'm sorry. I'm just kind of very seldom do you see something naturally funny, so I try and take that opportunity when you see it.
It was meant to be difficult, working together
My
as a
name's
party
Nathan,
to overcome
bitch.
the many challenges Final Fantasy XI has as an MMO. So I decided to kick up a tune on the Eden server and get myself to level 10ish before I start streaming so that we can do some gameplay and group play when I do stream. And I have to say, the Eden server, which is one of the classic servers for Final Fantasy XI, is very easy to install and get playing. And although it isn't perfect replica of the classic version of Final Fantasy XI, what Eden does do is make you feel like you did back when Final Fantasy XI launched in 2002. It's hard. It's
times two, because
unforgiving.
you have two accounts.
You can level. You can get your face melted by even matched mobs on your first class on your tune at least. And it is active too. I saw many people running around even in the low level areas. So let's talk about what Eden is as a private server for the Final Fantasy XI. It basically was made to represent Final Fantasy XI during the Treasures of Osgiliath era with some quality of life they felt was necessary.
So cute.
But overall, the Eden server replicates that classic feel very close, and this is due to their attention to small details like mob behavior, damage calculation, and magic hit rates. This means that during battle, it feels like it used to back then. Now, if you have ever played Final Fantasy XI, let me start with saying that it is a hardcore MMO and extremely unique in almost everything it does, but still with the same flavor of EverQuest or other golden era MMO.
Same flavor of EverQuest? What are you talking about?
All the glory is here,
EverQuest's so boring.
Find it with a
what are you talking about?
Different terms. Most of it will still feel right at home, such as calling groups parties, or white mages committing venocide, which just means they're using benediction ability to gather so much hate that the mob beats them to death, or wizards being called black mages, or the way chain casting works or chain pulling for bonus XP, or the interesting conquest point system, which is kind of a PvE competition between the starting city nations out in zones, or instead of calling it a DPS, Final Fantasy XI players insist that they are called DD, or damage dealers, NM actually standing for notorious monster not named mob, but kind of the same thing, and so many more.
Well, you wouldn't call it damage per second, because it's more like damage per 6 seconds. You know what delay is, right? It's damage per 100 milliseconds. So, every time you swing, it's like 6 seconds. So it wouldn't be damage per second, it would be DPSS. It would be more accurate than DD, because, I mean, that's damage per 6 seconds, you know. And I'm saying, that's actually why we don't call it DPS, because it's not DPS, it's damage per 6 seconds.
That I can't think of right now, but it all boils down to this. Some developers...
Yes, many seconds might go by before you swing. You might be asleep. Then DPS, yeah, 0, because, you know, you're asleep and you haven't swung in 42 seconds. So yeah, 0, you know, but yeah, more like 0 per 6 seconds. See, it should have been DPSS, damage per 6 seconds, because it's a lot more accurate than DD or DPS. It should have been damage per 6 seconds, because it is. A tick is like so long.
Square Enix wanted to make an MMORPG like EverQuest, but themed in the Final Fantasy universe, and so they played a ton of EverQuest and researched it to death and came up with this.
Somehow I doubt these busy software developers played a ton of EverQuest. I mean, maybe. I don't really see how you can sit around and have like a full-blown EverQuest addiction and still be Square Enix. I don't really think that's how that went. I'm just saying.
Breathtaking MMO. Final Fantasy XI still holds up today.
See, am I to understand that, you know, Yoshi P put like 4,000 hours into EverQuest? I don't really. I mean, maybe. Maybe. But I don't know. I don't know about that one. Don't know about that one.
Sure, the menu-based combat will feel extremely bizarre at first, if you aren't used to it anyway, almost like writing an essay with your feet, but with the controller, it starts to feel perfect very fast. Especially when
with
you
the
start
controller.
setting up your macros and really taking advantage of the system has to play with here. And that's
oh, come on, man. Controller?
not to say it
I'm
can't
just
be
saying,
played with
controllers are great. No, I'm not a hater. No.
keyboard and
just
mouse.
saying.
Some will attest it is the best way to play. But in
It
my
is the best way, I would say. The best way is controller. I just don't have the discipline to not be able to do Control 1 and then Control 8 without 15 different button presses.
In my opinion, the keyboard controls feel so wonky, and that may just come down to the fact that I've always played Final
Wonky?
Fantasy 11
I
controller.
don't know. I feel like a surgeon when I play my Final Fantasy 11 character. I'm like... Control 1, Control 8, Control 1, Control 8. Run. I feel like a surgeon when I play Final Fantasy on a keyboard. I'm serious, I do. I feel like a pianist. Because it kind of is. You're kind of like playing a pianist game a little bit. You're like, I like playing Final Fantasy on a keyboard. I won't lie.
But others in my community,
I think it's like the only good keyboard game I've ever played. I don't need a mouse. I obviously need a mouse for my computer, but not for the Final Fantasy client.
who haven't played in the past and who
And as for controller, yeah, they wear out, and then there's $60 more, and then $60 more, and then $60 more, and I don't know. I'd rather wear out a $30 keyboard than a $60. I don't know. That's just me.
never play games with controllers have also attested they enjoyed it more with the controller. So there has to be something to that.
It's really good on the controller, I would say. It's so good. I played on 360 controller only for I did the entire Abyssia era on a controller on my main. It was a good time in my life. I mean, I use keyboard too. Some days I would use keyboard because it's just easy. It's easier to talk and play on a keyboard, I would say. That's my problem with it. It's the mark of a good game to me is that it supports controller, mouse, and keyboard. I would say that is the requirement for me for a good game. It's got to be controller, mouse, and keyboard, all three. And so then you have the option. You just have the options. 14's good like that. ESO is good like that. Final Fantasy 11. ESO, Fallout 76. Controller MMOs, they're rare. Terra. That's gone now, by the way. Terra's dead. Full-blown canceled. Few good controller MMOs out there. BDO, to a degree. There's a lot to be said about controller stuff, yeah. I love the fact that if I wanted to, I could just toss a controller on from my bedroom and lie back on my bed and play Final Fantasy, just like I was out here. That's what, to me, a mark of a good MMO.
But the graphics themselves will sometimes still sweep you off your feet when you start to think.
No. No, no, I would say no. No, they don't. Maybe Horizon, yes. Not Eden, no. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, yeah, it's just a battle cry, I guess. All right, I'll give in to it, but let me get this fishing out of the way real quick. Because the name of the game is Fish. Fish for hours. Okay, nice.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, sure.
What brought together the community.
Thank you for excellent
And it's
content
one
for
of the
my
main
stream. I'd like to
reasons I
sub
have
to your
such
channel
fond
out of
memories
mana.
of the game. Suffering in silence is one thing, but suffering together is how strong friendships and bonds are created. Before I continue, I'd love to know if
Misery
anyone
loves
played on
company.
Hades back in the day, before it merged into Cerberus. That server has a special place in my heart, as I met some amazing people there, and had a gaming experience that I've never been able to replicate to this day. Final Fantasy XI has always been an exceptional MMO. Despite its difficult learning curve, it was reasonably well balanced, had considerable depth, and was a feat and joy to master. Veteran players proudly AFK'd in cities like Juneau and Whitegate, while newer players examined them in awe, wondering when the day would come when they could replicate the same aesthetic and strength. It's incredible the difference of 20 years can make in a game, especially when utilizing a PlayStation 2 era engine. The 11 I occasionally come back to every couple of years is considerably more generous than the one I spent days updating with less than 1 megabyte broadband connection half a lifetime ago. I was lucky I got broadband very early. I appreciate some were on 56k still. The addition of trusts, mounts, and XP pages suddenly made the game feel far less dangerous than I remember. Running to the dunes, or even Juneau for the first time, was exhilaratingly dangerous. If you were unlucky enough to pull aggro from a mob or mobs, it was very likely you would die a swift death. You'd be then sent back from whenever your home point was saved to, most likely your main city. Potentially 40 to 60 minutes of travelling time completely wasted, as well as an XP loss. That didn't deter people though, it actually made these journeys fun, almost like a rite of passage to do so. The world felt alive and it felt dangerous. Final Fantasy XI, like similar games of that time, threw you headfirst into unexplained systems, menus, and mechanics. I remember vividly the first time I ever logged in, after reading through the text-based opening cutscenes and thinking, what the hell do I do now? While there were strong elements of previous Final Fantasy games present, nothing was too familiar. It was a whole new world, eagerly waiting to be explored. What's crazy to think is that at the time of release,
20 frames per
just
second.
actually running the game was demanding. If you opted for the PlayStation 2 route, you'd need a specific hard drive and network adapter, which as you can imagine wasn't cheap. For PC, the graphics card required was likely much better than the one you were using for Counter-Strike or EverQuest. I remember my friends from Phantasy Star Online complaining that they'd finally received their copy of Final Fantasy XI, yet were struggling to run it. The learning curve didn't end there either. Navigating the Play Online launcher and registering your account and CD keys without...
You know, I really wish Final Fantasy XI had been on the Dreamcast. I think that would have been so cool.
Losing your mind to the repetitive and catchy music was also a
It was set up to do it.
Itself.
I played PSO
Once
on Dreamcast.
I quickly realized that there were no
that era would
obvious
have been perfect for
linear
11.
paths to take when playing this game. I decided
I felt like the Dreamcast was superior in graphics to,
I ventured into
like,
South Gusterberg and attacked
I would
everything
say
that I could.
the PS2.
Often being forced back to my mog house in Bastok Market
That was just
after
me.
being stung by one too many bees. I kept thinking to myself, surely this game can't be that hard, right? Weird little worms, small goblins, and
it's not hard, just the mobs are nasty.
This is nothing like the game I had just come from, PSO, but 11's slow pace kept me intrigued. Still, there was a lot of satisfaction seeing continuous whiffs of my sword, with the occasional 0.1 skill up notifications appearing in the chat box. If you grew up playing Final Fantasy games, like I think a lot of 11 players did, your muscle memory for attacks, magic, and items was essentially useless. 11's menus had menus within a menu. Over time, these menus were a blessing, as it allowed quite a large amount of customization to what information you wanted to see, as well as allowing you to assign specific pieces of gear to abilities and spells via macros. It legitimately felt like you'd passed a degree in programming once you're able to create complex macros on the fly. Having said all that, fully understanding the UI was just the first hurdle. There are 3 words that if uttered to 11 players, they either cheer with joy or weep in sorrow. Chains of Promathia. The original 11 was hard, but the second expansion was really challenging. It required a lot of time, physical energy, gear sets, and people who were on the same mission as you were. It wasn't uncommon to find static groups who agreed to complete the whole
I think some female streamers could do really well here in this niche. They could step through and they could show adventures in their lives in the Final Fantasy world, I think, and do killer. I'm talking millions. I think there's, I think there could be a big scene here if people wanted their one to be, if they wanted one to be. I think it's fair if you make it, and I think there's a lot of room here for, there's a lot of room here for improvement. In terms of the community, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the support, the careers that are made out of it, and all this other stuff. I think there's a possibility here for a good community, because it doesn't feel wrong for me to be here. And that's very good, because usually it does. Like, for instance, it feels wrong for me to be in the Rust community right now. But this does not feel wrong to me, even though it is 20 years old. It feels way less wrong to me than being in the Rust community it does.
Expansion together.
Like, for instance, right now I'm making a conscious decision to just stream Final Fantasy XI because that is where my heart and my mindset is at the moment. As boring as it is, it's where my heart and my mind is at the moment. And I could go play Rust, and I set myself up to do so, and I paid the costs and the upkeeps and stuff on my server that I play on, and I set up, and I cut an 8-hour video yesterday. But I might just shirk my duties here and just go on about my streamer business, because, you know, at that point, like, I don't know, I think I did my work in that community that I want to do, and my place belongs here. But, I mean, I don't know, it's not a community that has a lot of numbers. That's my issue with it. I was kind of thinking about it, like, there's always something else coming. Like, Blizzard's got a survival MMO coming. Ashes of Creation. There's a lot of stuff that's coming.
Looking back at it now,
But right now, here and right now, is usually where I live. You know, like Be Here Now is like a religion for me. You know, what is that? That's, I don't even know. That's Timothy Leary, I think. Something, yeah, I think that's Timothy Leary, Be Here Now, or whatever, I forget, or is that like Gravy or whatever, I forget. It's one of them, one of those visionary types, transcendentalist, acid people. But Be Here Now, tune in, drop out, or whatever it was, I forget. But like the Be Here Now thing is kind of like that. That's kind of where I am with the Final Fantasy thing. I'm like, this is where I want to be right now, and I feel blessed that I have a sense of guidance with that, because usually it's like a rudderless ship. You can tell when people like Hunting for Games names himself Hunting for Games that it's been a rudderless ship of just titles being thrown at our walls trying to see what sticks. And it's weird that a 20-year-old title stuck, you know.
Not sure whether Chains of Promathia was how an expansion should be, or whether it really was just unnecessarily too long and difficult, especially when in comparison with Rise of Zilla or Treasures of Artagan. 11 existed at a time when data mining wasn't really a thing, and wikis fan sites were not as user-friendly as they are now. Some of the best sites were fan-made, and there were so many crazy theories revolving around treasure hunter and crafter that were taken as gospel for years. A lot of the theories and strategies for everything in the game were just passed on by random people, with a severe case of trust me, bro.
Hey, I got a fishing skill, yeah! Fishing skill!
Stories to explain why the sun comes up, or why
I didn't even see it.
Raining. I was lucky enough to have been picked up by a friendly link shell early on in my 11 journey, which allowed me access to countless people who would teach me the ropes of the game.
And turn you into their personal slave.
Your inventory is full.
I'm kidding.
Specific quests or notorious monsters that would have otherwise stopped me from moving forward. I have
can't hide from me. I know what it is. I've been there.
I did this kindness and ran many people through numerous quests, missions, and NM kills.
You mean turning into their personal slave?
Important because a lot of fights involve prerequisite.
Hey guys, we got to go get Hakutaku Eyes, all of us. Let's all go get Hakutaku Eyes right now. It doesn't matter that we're level 40 or whatever. Let's just go get Hakutaku Eyes, all of us. If only, 7 of the 18 die, and we still get Hakutaku Eyes, it'll be okay. Because we all need Obstacle Hat now. So let's just go die a lot, you know? And you realize that basically you start, like, all of a sudden, it's like that every day. And you're like, oh man, my COP static is doing this, and my Hakutaku Eye static is doing that, and my real LS is doing this, and these other people want me to do that, and I need levels on this, and I lost a lot of XP last night on that, and then you look up and you're like, oh no, I'm a personal slave to my own character, and that's when this game rears its nasty, ugly head. You got to be careful.
To be wiped out in an instant if you weren't fully prepared, wasting hours of time. This is what
hours of time. He says it kind of blatantly and just out there, wasting hours of time, and he's absolutely right.
The challenge, the accomplishment, the community. Obtaining gear or even just
right.
seeing a drop from a monster was exhilarating. I'll never forget my first H&M claim, which took hours and hours of frantically spamming.
Hey, I made some catfish sales,
Your inventory is full.
For those that don't know, H&Ms were essentially world bosses that had absurdly long respawn times.
Catfish?
And even worse respawn windows.
Catfish?
Some of the best gear at the time were obtained
you guys
from
catfish?
And the top players on the server would
I got catfish. You need catfish?
or aggro on it before the other groups.
You need to be catfish. Have you ever been catfish?
Especially when considering the game hasn't followed the free-to-play bandwagon. So many of its competitors were forced to do so. It's too late.
I'm a cat and I fish.
And what amazes
catfish.
me is that there are still enough hardcore fans to make it worthwhile for Square Enix to keep
catfish.
the lights on. When the console versions of 11 were shut down in 2016, it seemed like the beginning of the end. Many people quit to move on to better things. But a lot
masturbating.
Despite the rampant doom and gloom of the community assuming the worst. In reality, what actually happened is that the devs ramped up their work on the game and produced some fairly decent content, even all these years later.
Digital
Similar to
heroin.
Final Fantasy XIV, one of 11's biggest selling points has always been its storyline.
And the fact that it's
Personally,
digital
I was
heroin.
an avid cutscene skip spammer. It hurts me to say it, but when getting to said cutscenes took so long, I just felt like I didn't have the time to enjoy them.
Nope,
Especially
I
if there
hit
was
the
a
enter
party of
key
friends
and
I was
I
waiting
alt
for,
tab.
I think if I could go back in time, I'd
Sorry.
enjoy every aspect.
I'm supposed to
of the
care
story
about the
that's
Final
followed.
Fantasy
It's
XI
quite
story,
funny
but
to
I've
think
just
about
never
how
been able
11's
to.
story is
I was
probably
more
the
worried about where am I
longest
going to get a
and
tank.
intricate in the whole of the Final
Where am I going to
Fantasy
get a
series.
tank?
Yet only a small portion
I
of
swear to
fans
God,
will
it was
ever
never like,
see
I
this
can't
content.
read this. I have to
Speaking
worry
of
about
which,
where I'm going to
there's
get a
nothing I
tank
would love
now.
more than a
Shit like
portable
that.
remaster of 11,
Where am I going to get a
whether
tank
it
for
was
this
single player
fucking
or just
5.1
updated to the
run,
current age.
you know?
Unfortunately, there were rumors of a
Where am I going to
mobile
get a
version
tank
of
at?
11,
That's what I was always
believe
thinking. It was
has
never,
been
oh,
cancelled.
here,
I
this
often
interesting
reminisce of
cutscene, I
the
got to
Sacrifice
read it. It was
happened
like,
below
where am I
era,
going to get a
and
tank, or
because
where do
of
I go
previous
now? I
life,
got to
when
read the
the
wiki
reminiscing becomes
and all
too
this
much,
stuff. It's
I
never like
re-download
that.
the game and log on to my multi-99 job capped character, looking around at everyone with their fully upgraded Remo weapons and
Am I
other
done?
top-tier
Yeah, I'm
gear,
done.
and just always comes to the
There we go.
conclusion that it isn't the same anymore. But that's okay.
Yes,
The
it
game
is.
had to evolve
Yes,
to
it is.
survive,
It's exactly
and
as
I'd
it
rather
always
an
was. Yes, it is the same. It is the same. It's still the same digital heroin that it's always been. It's the same digital heroin that it's always been. It's just as good. It just goes straight to your veins. You're like, ooh, skill up. It kind of feels like an orgasm in my little RPG brain. Ding, 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 ding. Ah, I went up a fishing level. Ah, endorphins. Ah, it's the same digital crack it's always been. Old school RuneScape operates off the same thing. It doesn't matter what the game looks like. If it hands you that digital heroin, which is that little pop in your brain of that endorphin rush, kind of like a digital orgasm, and you're like, ah, I got a fishing skill up point. Oh, it feels so good. You know, in your brain, you're like, yeah, fishing skill up, yeah. It feels so good. Thanks, brain. Give me more dopamine like that. Yeah. It feels good, you know? and it's the same old digital crack it's always been. You know, that's what it was back then. That's what it is now. It's not changed, and it's not gotten any different. It's the same exact digital crack it's always been. Whatever that is, you know.
11 that exists in some capacity, then it to be deleted forever. Perhaps if I joined a linked shell full of talkative and friendly people, that would really
They'll all be
my
talking
life
about
again.
masturbation.
But as a father of 3 little Moogles, I'm not sure I have the time anymore. If you stay to the end, I tip my chocobo feathered fedora to you. I'd also love to hear about your fondest 11 memories, regardless of if it was camping Leaping Lizzie in the...
My fondest 11 memory. That's a fun little mental fun game. I'll never forget this. For some reason, this one stood out. We pushed Promies when it was current, and when I got my initial opening of Promie, I'll never forget this ranger on Fenrir named Chewie. We wiped on one of them. I want to say, damn, on the last boss, right? And we made it. We got it down like halfway, but something happened there. I don't remember. I was on a bard, as I recall. I was on bard, and I was doing this, and I'll never forget it. This ranger Nin at like 40 or whatever that cap is, 30, whatever Promie is, it's like 30 or something like that. The ranger Nin, he tanked that boss by himself. Eagle Eye shot it and killed it from half health or something like that. I don't know why that one stuck out in my fucking mind all these years, but I've never seen one player have that much throughput in another place in another time. I don't think. Because, I mean, it was like watching a dude finish a 6-man fight on, like, Rogue or, like, I don't know, Junkrat. Junkrat can't really do 6-man fights without his ult because he can take about 3 hits before he dies. He's like a paper tiger. You know, like, he's a paper tiger. That's not a better word for it, really, or a glass cannon, really. Junkrat dies in, like, 3 hits. He's got no armor whatsoever. And so I like that about Junkrat. It's the only balance that he's got. But the same is true of Ranger. But this crazy-ass Galka fucking Ranger, I'll never forget it, named Chewie, fucking pulled that win out of his ass and opened Promies for us. in a 6 or whatever it was. Yeah, it was like a 6-man, and we all wiped. Back when it was hard, you know, it was kind of hard to do Promi when you didn't know what it was. Nobody knew what it was. So you get to that boss, you don't know that he terror frustrates you or whatever his weird anima abilities are or whatever. You know, you don't remember, you don't know what's coming. You've read it, but it's so long that you're just bored because it's like a freaking 3-hour thing anyways. It's like a 3 or 4 hour thing, and you're on your last leg, and the other 2 are doable, but the third one's kind of scaring you. And then sure enough, the boss does kill like 5 of you, and pretty fast too, because the game can be RNG like that. It'll just wipe the floor with you and aga you and death you pretty much right away. And that ranger lived somehow through that and killed that boss halfway down through hell, and I'll never forget it. Never have I really seen another time in another game where one dude just pretty much like hero saved like 5 other people over like a 7-minute period. And I don't know why that one particularly stuck out. I just never thought the odds were the odds were fairly low that he would be able to do it. But he happened to be such a geared ranger who I think had done like woodworking first the right way, and he had access to everything that he should have had for that level, and he was just rich and good at it. And he pulls like, you know, it's like, you know, you start hear Bette Midler start singing "Wind Under My Wing," you know, "Wind Under My Wings" or whatever. You are the wind beneath my wings, because that guy shouldn't have been able to do that. Certain times like that stick out in my memory for certain games where some dude or some player like fucking just pulls it out of his fucking ass. You know, straight out. I don't know how else to say it. I know it's crude, but he pulls it out of his fucking ass, and you're like, what? How did you even do that? I like seeing epic wins like that, and certain ones like that tend to stick out in my memory pretty well. I did it one time for a friend of mine named Zelly. I pulled well, it was a 4K. I pulled a 4K out of my ass in an elevator when they dropped when they dropped grenades on my head. And I stepped off the elevator, swept up the floor with a Tommy, and wiped the floor with all 4 of them, picked her up, looted 4 kits onto defense. I'm talking on defense, we looted 4 kits, and that's the best I've ever done in any game, I think. That's the best I've ever done in any game, I would say. I mean, I don't know. I like guns are nice because you can actually do that. You can sweep through, and they're not nice, but I'm just saying they're like, you know, they're nice in the respect that they can be conclusive like that. If you come through and headshot 4 dudes, they're dead. You know, unlike RPGs where you can't just pull the eagle eye shot out of your ass and somehow catch a big crit for some reason, because you have all the right food and stuff, and you're a Galka or whatever. And like, it's just crazy. I mean, not that Galkas are known for being rangers. It's just kind of funny. It's like, I mean, I don't know. What's the agi on a Galka? I don't really even know. But yeah, like, you know, whatever. It really stuck out to me, and that one I'll never forget. And I believe I know that guy. I don't really know. I don't know. It seems like him, I think. I think I know that guy, too, which is good. I don't know him well, but I know that guy. And that's cool when it stands out like that. I'm sure everybody's got a moment like that. Another one that I would say is I did go something like 247 wins on Steam Sprouts, and I kept a battle manual of that, like a freaking notebook full of all the names, all the drops, all the combined value, because I figured if they ever tripped on me, I could provide the picture of the actual like drops and who and how much the money was and what the cut was, and I did all the division and the math on it, and I kept the paper thing because that was kind of when like cell phones were starting to kind of come in, and you could take a picture with your cell phone, and I thought it might be good if anybody ever accused me of stealing and stuff, I'd just show them the actual math of what I got for everything and what the cut was, because it's simple math. It's 6 people. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's an item like a race at 475k divided by 6, right? And all the rest of the stuff they just get to keep. Anything big, we keep and we cut up and we send the guild to all 6 people, because that's how you make sure all 6 people win, and really make sure that everybody really tries really hard. Because I swear to God, they'll fuck off on their own orb and waste your time. They won't 2 hours and stuff like that, and they'll fuck off on their own orb because they don't care if they lose their own orb. But in my opinion, splitting the money is much better. It makes them really, really try really hard. And also, everybody's happy because they know they're walking with like 100k, no matter what happens, you know. I think it's a much, much better way to do it than one guy walks with 475k. It should be all 5 people walk with 80, you know, I would say. But it's very hard to get people to trust you to do that. And so I kept like a 47 wins, I believe it was, something like that. And like, I don't know, it was like, oh god, 37 losses or something. I forget. But yeah, and I kept track of that. I kept all of it in a big old notebook that I wish I still had. Because I think that thing is kind of like a piece of history. Then I would count that as like kind of a, you know, high throughput thing. Putting that many erases on Fenrir. That many survival torques, or survival bells, excuse me. That many survival bells, that many erases. I think Raise 3 falls in there, I think. Is it Raise 3? I can't remember. Steam Sprouts drops an interesting loot table here. Let's go take a look at it, because it's been on my mind lately. But I would like to take the barb roll on that, and that's a whole other commitment of time I'm not willing to make. But the table here is good. That survival belt is huge. It's got freaking 5 evasion on it. That's so big for who can use it, you know. Ninja, right? This is like Nin's bis belt. And like, you know, Erase of course falls in there. And then Phalanx, Refresh, Utsusemi Ni, Violet elixirs and stuff like that, but you know, it's like there isn't too much here left here that really pays that well, I would say. But Phalanx tends to be good, Refresh tends to be good, Utsusemi Ni, stuff that people need. Erase, Survival, Guarding isn't bad, Enhancing's not bad, the Buckler's not bad. There's certain stuff here that isn't even that bad, you know, it's like good stuff for what it is, like that Balance Buckler. Accuracy 3, right? Sexy. Pretty sexy. It's rare, but I mean, it's, you know, it's a good buckler. There's good stuff in that BCNM, but you got to get a competent bard, you know, who's willing to be the star of the show, and that's hard to find.
In the early 2000s, or soloing Absolute Virtue as a fully decked out.
Or the Dark. The Dark can carry. But the trick to running Steam Sprouts perfect is you run DD across the board. You have a Dark Warrior tank. You have him kill the Black Mandy with and have him stun the Floods. And if he stuns the Floods, it's an easy kill it's an easy solo kill for a Dark to just run with like Soul Sushi, just chop up an onion. It's easy as hell for a Dark to solo that onion, because the Dark just slaughters it, you know. Dark will just kill it by itself, you know. He can even 2-hour if he's nervous. It's easy. And you have 2 RDMs backing the Dark, because they both have convert. So you just have like endless mana to heal that Dark. So it doesn't matter that a Dark's tanking, because 2 RDMs can just dump tier 2s on him all match and then just convert, right? And chain spell if they're worried. So there's really no fear of death for either the Bard or the Dark, because 2 RDMs are just dumping heals. White Mage doesn't really have a place in that fight. And then you go, the rest of it doesn't matter. Then you just have the rest of the DD chunk down one onion after another, after another, after another, until they're all dead. And then you just collect like some of the best loot in the game. And it's cheap. It's 40 seals. It's a good fight. I've always wanted to return to this for income, but I also don't think it's very easy to convince people to go do it anymore. But I mean, you know, Erase is not an easy thing. Erase should never be an easy thing, but it does drop off of a lot of BCNMs. You know, it does. You'll find it in a lot of places. It's a common scroll, unfortunately. But yeah, I got mine for 80K. Best deal. It'll only go up. This was a good video, but he kind of lost me, which is why I kind of took over. It was the end anyways, so we're going to skip back here. It was good. I liked it. Hey, what's up, Tara? How you doing today? Good to see you, buddy. Oh, I hit enter. And then I was just looking through Horizon videos and stuff. Cat from Juno, but why did this get 11,000 views? Oh, wow. That's interesting. Okay, sure, I guess. Does the Black Mage and Dark Spell stun drop off of Munster? Stun is off of, before I look in the wiki, that would be Goblin Reapers. Don't believe me? Let's go take a look. Goblin Reaper, FFXI, would be your average Dark Knight Goblin. Drops a nice Scroll of Stun at a fairly high drop rate too. I'm talking like 40% something. And we take a look at a Scroll of Stun and we see that the only place you can get it is Goblin Reapers, Lost Souls, Shades, Fallen Soldiers, Mummies, Rock Prowlers, Fallen Knights, and Orc Usurkers. Orc Usurkers and Goblin Reapers being the only two reasonable things on this list. Reapers go down like bitches, and on top of it, Dave, something else to note about a Goblin Reaper is if you're a thief, you steal Mithril Beast coins off those. That's like 1k per steal. It's one of the better steals. Mithril Beast coins always, anything Mithril sells big. So, Goblin Reapers are a great little thing. You will find, Dave, there's a particular grind that happens with this. When you warp to the outpost at Western Altepa Desert, I believe. I'm talking about this the right way. No. Eastern Altepa. You could, but it's like those Goblin Reapers, they're 46. I would say, yeah, they're going to be about EM to you, which is not a good thing because these guys, they cast like nasty stuff like Absorb Agi, Absorb Accuracy, Absorb Attribute, Absorb Charisma, Absorb Dex is the big one. If they absorb your Dex on a Dark, your chance of hitting is pretty much 0 at that point. And then what kind of damage can you do to him? You just whiff. So no, I would say no, not right now. You need a few, like, 8 levels, somewhere around there, before this becomes trivial. And definitely Utsusemi, because he's got nasty stuff like Drain. He's got all the dark spells. Asper, Drain, Bio, nasty Bio 3. Bio 3 will definitely screw you up. That'll tick for 140, something like that, on a 600 health bar. So you got to watch those Bio 3s. Definitely got to have, shadows, or you're going to eat it. You're going to die. He'll have nasty, nasty stuff. So, just watch that, because darks aren't that easy to kill. Especially mobs, because mobs don't miss very much, Mobs miss if you blind them. But, like, or para them or whatever. But, I mean, like, most mobs don't really miss too much. So, like, I would say, like Reapers are not very fun because, I mean, side hits from a nasty mob, that'll chunk ya, Darks aren't known for hitting lightly. They're known for hitting really hard. So, yeah, Reaper, it's good to have a good, what this speaks to, Dave, is the actual camp that I'm talking about, right? If we take a look at Eastern, right? If you come in to Eastern at the outpost there in the lower right corner, I'm going to load the map here so it's like this, right? If we come into the outpost here, Dave, one thing that I always do is I come from the outpost over to right here to this Wang. You see this little Wang right here, right where the zone to Western Altepa is? There is a Reaper there that I always hit because the Scroll of Stun vendors for 30, I don't know. Scroll of Stun will vendor for, you can also buy it, but don't spend 27k on that. It's stupid. It's worth like 3,000, 4,000, something like that. But it vendors for 3,100, I think, something like that. Yeah, 3060, excuse me. There we go. It vendors for 3060. See it? So I'll kill the Reaper every time I come out to Altepa to go to my other camp. I will kill the Reaper right there on the Wang because he drops a really good scroll of stun that you can walk right back to the outpost and talk to the NPC vendor. If your country owns this outpost, right? You vendor that scroll of stun for 3060 right back to the outpost. And that pays for your trip out there, and even if it's like 1,000 gil to warp to the outpost and stuff, and then you walk with 2k profit. Yeah, it's about 30k on AAH. That's insane, Dave. Take your thief to like 57 first, and then come and kill the Reapers, like here by the Wang, and you'll also find them all around the eastern side of the, of course, you know where the oasis is, Dave? Just east of the outposts and stuff. Here is the oasis. Over around the northeast side of this whole side of the oasis, right about here, there is about 5 Goblin Reapers. There's one right here, there's one right here, here, and here. And there's like 4 spread out in a big crescent right around here. There's like 4 of them or something, maybe 2 or 3, I think actually. It's like 2 or 3. So there is about, and then all over this whole 4 squares right here, you're going to find a lot of Goblin Reapers. I would definitely go there. You need the shadows and the evasion on your thief to kill those Reapers, and you got to be a higher level. You got to be like, I believe 54, I would say. 54 before you can safely kill goblins at the oasis. But that's also a really good solo spot, because the stuff that they drop tends to be profitable, and often you can just vendor it directly to the outpost. It's a pretty good solo BST spot, specifically because you can charm the sabotenders there. You know, the cactuses. Those have 1,000 needles, or I'm sorry, 10,000 needles. And so you can just run the sabotender 90-second 6 or whatever sick is. I forget what the cooldown of sick is. It's like 2 minutes or something like that. I forget. But like every time you sick with a sabotender, it might run 10k needle, or is it 1k? I think it's 1k. It's 1,000 needles. It runs 1,000 needles, and that'll instant kill pretty much anything in the desert. Even like, you know, like it won't kill like scorpions or what are they called? What are those big things, you know? Big things with wings. I can't think of what they're fucking called, but the big demons there, you know, those things. Labyrinth of Bonzozo thingies. I can't think of like what those things are called right now, but yeah, big dragon, you know, big dragon wing things that stalk around. I can't think of the name right now, but yeah, these 4 squares are where you find Goblin Reapers and those scorpions and stuff. And the sabotenders, if you're on a BST, that'll one-shot pretty much anything here.
Incoming Tau.
Oh, I know. Well, I mean, I can go back and I can look, but I'm not too worried. I'm trying to run off memory. It's a personal test of my own memory. I can easily go get the information right here. I'm not too worried about that. I'm trying to see how worthless my memory is now. My memory is worthless now. So here we go. It's like, there's the field manual, and of course we see this. It's like manticores, right? Manticores, right? At 45 to 49, you can run pages, you know, around, I would say, Dave, to do this safely on your thief, I would say around 54, because they still do nasty, nasty things, such, of course, as the Reapers will bomb your ass. And so you definitely want the evasion to actually not take a lot of hits from these things, or they'll just chew through your shadows and then they'll bomb your ass for 3/4 of your health. So soloing goblins is, you know, that's kind of an iffy endeavor, because the bomb blast hits. The Uzusemi won't stop that. So I mean, you know, they like, you're kind of vulnerable to these as a thief for a while. Oh, you got severe COVID fog. I'm so sorry, Tara. No, you're good. I got just severe brain fog from years of drugs and idiocy. So, you know, I'd rather have it like legit like you. I'm just an idiot. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah. So why would you do this? I don't know. It's cool, but it's like, I'm so glad I don't have COVID right now. Let me tell you, I'm so glad I don't have COVID right now, and I'm sorry you do, man. I'm so sorry. Oh, I know it's going round. Ugh. He converted the music to 14. If you want 11 to be 14 this bad, just go play 14. You can make 14 play like 11 if you want. Oh, so I'm sorry, I missed what Kamari said here, being an oblivious bastard here. I missed what our kind friend Kamari informs us, which is scrolls of stun do not drop from Reapers in Desert, Dave, which is why you're probably looking at a BCNM drop, I would say, if it's worth 30k. I don't know where else you're going to get that, off of ghouls, I guess. Probably paper mobs, right? Paper mobs probably drop Scroll of Stun, I would say. It's probably where they stuck it. Probably LDM Necropolis. It's probably where Scroll of Stun falls, I bet. Off of skeletons, right? We'll go take a look at the list again. But it's a bad list. You can't get Scroll of Stun. Kamari Jack, thank you. I want to shout out to Kamari Jack, who is obviously a better Final Fantasy 11 player than me, because he knows stuff like that. I obviously don't fucking know that, and I really love that you shared it, buddy, and I'm sorry that I ignorantly missed it. That's valuable information from the community, and thank you for sharing, sir. You are a tip-top mofo. You know what I'm saying? Tip-top, tip-top. Let's see what else I missed, right? Yeah, okay, good. I didn't miss anything too much else, but yeah, Reapers in Desert don't drop Sun Scroll, by the way. So where does it drop? That's the problem. So let's go see. Because Dave's got a dark. Dave's got a dark problem. He's got other spells he needs. You need Asper and Drain and, you know, Absorb Dex. You definitely need Absorb Dex. That's not fun. Absorb Dex is just terrible. We're going to go look at that too, because that's not fun. FFXI, Absorb Dex. Let's scare Dave, right? Dave chose to be a dark. That is commendable, Dave, but also, it comes with issues. And we're going to go look at these issues. You need Absorb Dex, and it is annoying. It drops off of Count Bifrons, which is an NMM in Castles of All Keep, Judicator Demons in Ula-Gellerand Range, Duke Harborim in Castles of All Baileys. That's one of my favorite NMs, by the way. He drops an axe that I really, really wanted and I never did get. Oh no, I'm sorry, Scythe. He's the Scythe one, This Scythe is so dope, dude. This Scythe. Ooh, attack 25, level 49, 76 damage. Look at how beautiful it is. It's so... You need this, Dave, but get to sucking on that demon cock. And I say that in the most foul way possible because... You know, that's what it is. Get to sucking on that demon horn. Because, you know, that's not fun. Have fun with that, is what I'm saying. Because, yeah, you have chosen to be a dark. Are you aware of what you have chosen to be, sir? Because it has its issues, such as this. And you better get that Absorb Dex. And you better get your skill up to be able to land it, too. Or you're never going to land a blow on dark. I'm just kidding. You can, but you better have that. You better have this. It's a mark of good dark or bad dark, I would say. So get used to that. That's a problem that you got to get used to. Now, we'll go take a look at this Scroll of Stun again, which was like, yeah, Scroll of Stun. And let's go see what this list was again, because it's not a fun one. Lost Souls in the Behemoth's Dominion, which is just ridiculous. Shades in LDM, right? Or basically paper mobs, right? Shades aren't common either. Fallen Soldiers, which are paper mobs, basically. Mummies, which are also paper mob. Oh no, I'm sorry. Garrely's Citadel. That's the basement. Garrely's Citadel. Fallen Soldiers. Those are real fun. Let me tell you. 770 AMs, right? No, Soldier is just a warrior, I think. It's a warrior, I think. But the caster versions of these, is that a soldier? No, it's a dark, I think. It's a dark, isn't it? No, it's a warrior. Oh, no, yeah, there is. No, some of them are black mage. The black mage ones will tear you a new butthole inside of 10 seconds. They'll shred you with an Aga, no shadows left. Then they'll hit you with the AM that you gotta get out of. And if you run anywhere, you're going to aggro all the other Garrelia's Citadel fucking Black Mage Fallen Soldiers next to him. Have fun with that. So you've chosen to be a dark. So you've chosen to be a dark, Dave. Let me tell you. You're in for a fun time, let me tell you. So, yeah. And that's, yeah. So we go on from there to other ungodly... terrible giant rot prowler flesh guys or fallen nasty desert dweller skeletons and, you know, level 55 fucking orcs in Castles of All and Monastic Cavern, you know, coffer mobs, right? Or coffer orcs, right? Another place that you might find Scroll of Stun is if you go try to get a coffer key in good old Monastic Cavern. Let me tell you how much I love that place. That place is really fun to hang out in an actual classic Final Fantasy XI. Let me tell you, Monastic Cavern. Yeah, that's the gist of it. So you've chosen to be a dark. I laugh at you. So you've chosen to be a dark. I laugh at you. I laugh in your general direction. So you've chosen to be a dark. Have fun with that, is all I have to say about that. Anyways. I do know that Reapers really should drop this in the Labyrinth of Zozo because it's a very common goblin farm. But Horizon doesn't want its darks to be happy, I guess. So it just crippled the job, apparently, with 30,000 gil stun, scrolls of stun. Which is just... I mean, it's cool. It's their baby. They can do as they please. I'm not going to talk shit, and I'm not going to be a fucking hater, and I'm going to shut the fuck up now. And just leave it at that. How's that? Huh? Huh? How's that? How about instead of talking shit, I just shut the fuck up right now? How's that? Why would you do this to Final Fantasy XI? I mean, it's cool. I'm not saying it's bad. It's cool. I thought about doing this, I'm not gonna lie. I like that you can see what your stats are, you know? There's no way that I could ever have this music in the background. There's no way. I would mute it immediately. It's way too aggro. Listen to this. This is This is like the opening desert in Final Fantasy XII, I think, or some such. I believe that's a Final Fantasy XII song. It was just way too aggro for even 12. Okay, well, I kind of get it. I get it. I have liked and subbed to Cat from Juno. Thank you for the excellent content for my stream. I liked it. I've got nothing negative to say about it. I will leave it at that. It was cool. You know, not a hater. It's good. We already watched most of that. I suppose I could do him the honor of finishing the video. I suppose that was kind of dishonorable to just bail out early. The information was good. No, I watched the end of it. I did. I saw the end of it. Anyway. So, starting with Sandy, Horizon Launcher Guide, Fishing Leveling Guide, The True Face of Fear, Level Sync System and more. Oh, Level Sync changes from Horizon itself. So let's see what these are, because I wonder what these were.
Hey everybody, this is Kipling from the Horizon team. Today I wanted to talk to you about our level sync system, as well as a few other leveling related items on Horizon. I'll be giving you an overview of the system and how it will function on launch so players can make informed decisions when building parties. Further, we will also explain our design philosophies for the system showcased in this video. Our level sync system is designed to be flexible and can be adjusted over time to best fit the server's needs. With that said, let's get started. So first we're going to talk about our design philosophy when putting together this level sync system. So as you can see here on the screen, we incorporated 3 key principles. Number 1, players should always be able to party with their friends. Number 2, partying at level appropriate camps should always be encouraged. And number 3, the system should be flexible so it can be adjusted over time to fit the server's needs. We want players to keep in mind that our level sync system at launch was designed to be a little bit more restrictive, so that players are encouraged to explore the world while they level up and go to level appropriate camps. However, this system will still always allow you to play with your friends no matter what. We plan to look at the system again in the next 30 to 60 days after launch once we have solid metrics and feedback and make any adjustments necessary. At launch, Horizon will be using an unlimited level sync system paired with an EXP percentage penalty, but only when a player is more than 10 levels above the level sync target. This is again to encourage players to level at level appropriate camps. EXP penalties scale gradually based on how far above the level sync target each player is. Each player's penalty, or lack thereof, is individual to each player, so each player can make a choice when joining or building a party. Level cap zones are handled in their own separate system to be explained later. When I say level cap zones, I mean zones like Reverne Site B01, where there is a zone-wide level sync of level 50 for all players in the zone. This is an overview of all of the key components
What's
of
it
our level
called?
sync
Can't
system.
think of the name right now.
As stated, when you are within 10 levels of the level sync, there is no penalty. Once you are 11 levels or more over the level sync target, a 2.5% penalty per level is calculated for each player.
It's my favorite zone.
That means you take your level and then multiply it by 2.5%. Using our level sync system, limit points can always be obtained. However, please keep in mind that regardless of how high above the level sync target you are, the penalty caps at 50%. For all intents and purposes, this means that once you are 20 levels or more above the level sync target, the penalty is capped at 50%. This is a breakdown of how our EXP penalties are calculated under the level sync system.
Why? Why even? I see it.
Here's an example so we can put all the moving parts together.
I get it.
So let's say you have 4 people that want to make a...
And I believe that's the entire principle, really. I mean, yeah, like, don't really need any more than that. I'd say. Oh, they say and more.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah,
and
I
Frank
guess.
is also...
Like I said, I get it, but...
Related to the leveling system, we've also made some changes to how Signet works with EXP on Horizon. In order to better encourage conquest activities and scale higher level camps in the Chains of Promathia expansion, we've added an EXP percentage buff when players defeat monsters while under the effect of Signet while they are level 50 or higher.
I did not know that.
This bonus applies beginning at level 50 and increases every 5 levels up to a cap of 10% at level 70.
So get Signet, guys, if you're past 50, because it's like up to a 10% bonus, which is crazy. So you want Signet. You don't want to sit out there and party for more than, like, what, 4 hours or something. You just want to go back to town and get your Signet again, or buy a Signet staff. It's probably more like the actual reality.
Also additional bonuses for participating in conquest activities. We have made these changes to Signet for multiple reasons. The first reason is that it keeps TOP zones competitive with TOU zones when they release in the future. TOAU zones get an EXP bonus of anywhere from 5 to 15% when they do release because of something called the astrocandescence. This buff to Signet continues to keep COP zones relevant in that atmosphere. Number 2, monsters have been audited and adjusted to be retail accurate on Horizon. In many cases, this means the HP values for different monster families have actually increased, so monsters are going to be harder on Horizon when leveling. Number 3, we believe this system also encourages conquest activities. Here is an overview of how the Signet EXP buff works. So when you are level 50 or higher, you get a 5% bonus. At level 60, it scales to 7.5%, and at level 70, it caps out at 10%. As previously discussed, we are also adding a conquest component to the Signet buff. An additional flat 5% bonus will always be granted when players level in zones that are not controlled by their home nation at level 50 or above. This additional conquest bonus stacks with the previously discussed Signet bonus. So as you can see in the chart to the right, if a player was leveling in a zone above level 50 that their home nation didn't control, they would receive a 10% bonus. That's the flat 5% Signet bonus plus another 5% for conquest. At level 60, it scales to 12.5%, and at level 70, it scales to 15%. So this gives very tangible incentives for leveling in zones that your nation does not control. One of the things we always wanted to do on Horizon was rework how EXP rings work. Many of you probably remember an era that EXP rings have an extremely long cooldown and it often makes them hard to use. So in order to more assist casual players with varying playtimes, we have changed XP rings and buffed them across the board to increase the amount of EXP they give and decrease their use time. EXP rings have also been diversified to fit different playtimes, so we think players will pick different rings based on how they choose to play. First, let's take a look at our Empress Band rework. In Era, the Empress Band had the most charges of all the XP rings, and we've kept that here, but we've added a few more. So now it has 10 total charges. It still gives 1,000 per bonus, but that adds up to 10,000 a week instead of 7. Over the course of the year, you'll get about 160,000 more XP, and the recharge time has been lowered to 15 minutes. Our idea for this ring was you're going to have a lot of charges, you can use them on multiple different jobs if you're the kind of player that levels a lot or levels lots of different jobs and wants to spread your EXP charges around more. So next we have the Emperor Band rework. Our idea for this was we wanted to have multiple charges, be a little bit less flexible than the Empress Band, but it gives more bang for your buck when you do use it. So you'll see that it gives plus 25% more XP per kill. The duration time has been lowered a little bit to make up for that. The max XP bonus, however, has been increased by 250 per, and it has 2 more charges.
Like the
So
battery
you
might
can
be
see over
dying
the
on my
course of the
keyboard.
week, you'll get an additional 5,000 XP. Over the course of the year, that adds up to 250,000 plus additional XP. However, the cooldown time is 1 hour instead of 15 minutes. It was 16 hours in Era. The increased cooldown timer is supposed to be balanced against the fact that it gives you more for your charge. And finally, we have the Chariot Band rework. We wanted to rework this one because in Era, almost nobody bought this item compared to the other two. And our idea for readjusting this one was to make it the most bang for your buck, but it's the most restricted. So we think it will benefit players that have the least amount of time to play, because when they do play and they do use the charges, they get more out of it. So as you can see, the bonus has been increased by a lot. The number of charges has been reduced to 3, so you'd only need to use it 3 times a week. To make up for that, the cooldown still is 16 hours, but if you look at the total bonus XP and the total annual bonus XP, it kicks the crap out of everything else. So like, at least for me, somebody that primarily levels only on the weekends for the most part, just due to work and family stuff, I'm probably going to grab this. And with that said, that's our overview of our level sync system, as well as a look at some other leveling related items on Horizon. Thanks everybody for watching. I put the roadmap up to launch on the screen, so just as a reminder. Okay, we are already live, but we should, oh goodness, hold on. There we go. Okay, we're on the right slide now. If everybody could please give us an audio check to make sure that everybody sounds good. Everybody that's on the stream right now, could you please talk a little bit, make sure the people can hear you okay?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi there.
How's everybody doing?
Very good.
If there's any audio issues, please let us know in the chat so we can make adjustments.
Excuse me.
Okay, so welcome everybody to Dev Blog number 7 for Horizon XI, and we are glad that you're here. Again, our launch is on December 17th, so we're very close. We're less than a week away at this point, so this is going to be our final pre-launch dev blog. We will do dev blogs in the future, but the format may be subject to change based on how we've been doing them so far. Before we get into anything, the music you're hearing on stream, I wanted to give a shout out to Space Roast.
Oh, I've watched this
He's
before.
a fantastic artist.
Oh, yeah. No, I've seen this before, all the way through. Never mind. I thought I didn't see this, but I have. I've seen this all the way through. Okay, we're good. I actually did Crash Course this one day, so
Hey,
I feel like
everybody.
my main thing is I just wanted to feel like a completionist to watch everything they've done, because, you know, I'm an avid follower. I think I'll probably be an avid follower. Uh-oh. Now this I hadn't heard of.
Hi there, YouTube. Quetch here. Today we're going to talk about a ban announcement that just went out for Horizon. There's a lot to talk about, so let's just get into it. Okay, so here is the post made in the Horizon XI Discord. It says, because the adventurers in question have clearly violated Section 3 of our server rules, exploitation of bugs and game mechanics, the Horizon XI team deemed it necessary to take action against the offending parties. All punishments rendered are proportionate to the severity of the violations committed.
Smack 'em down.
The following
Yeah.
actions have been taken. Some accounts have been permanently banned. Some accounts have been temporarily suspended. Some characters have been jailed to speak further with GMs. Some characters have had their crafting and or fishing skills reset to 0. Some characters have had their Lu Shang's fishing rods deleted, and a large amount of gil has been removed from the economy. Now, I'd like to address each of these actions taken separately, but I'm rather sure that they're all actually kind of tied together, and we're going to go over that today. There are 2 main subjects to talk about with this, one of which we have some information on, and one of which we have a little bit more. I'm going to start with crafting. One sort of aspect of crafting is called desynthesis. It's where you could take an item, apply a crystal to it, and turn it into a handful of base items to recoup some of your crafting costs. In Era, Players would often do this for two reasons. If the item you were crafting didn't sell well, or NPC for that much gil, you could get some mats back and try again. Or you could take something like a Beastman made item and desynth that into valuable useful materials, but you are subject to HQ rates on those desynths in order to make your gil back. What's nice about desynth is on some items the craft level is pretty high as well, resulting in a chance for a skill up. Well, 3 days prior to this ban wave, we see a maintenance patch outlining a fix to desynthing in Horizon. The implication here is that players were skilling up too easily on desynths and possibly HQing too often. I'm personally unsure of exactly what was going on, but one can assume that with the proper item and skill level, a player could desynth and retry repeatedly at different level ranges, making crafting leveling up too easy, thus resulting in, for that player, a skill reset. Personally, this alone doesn't sound ban-worthy, but if somewhere in that loop players could NPC desynth results for a higher than the gil cost to do so, it would make a lot of sense to then remove that gil. That was some of the information I picked up on with crafting, but I really do think it's tied together with the next point, and that is fishing. Players were very interested, to say the least, when the first Lu Shang's rod popped up 4 days into the server's release. Historically, a Lu Shang's rod was a rite of passage for fishermen who put in the work to acquire 10,000 of a fish known as moat carp. Usually a split of fishing your own carp and buying some of them off the auction house is how players obtain these. Seemingly, this would be an impossible task 4 days in, and it raised some eyebrows in the public Discord. At this time, players started wondering if something was going on. The honest consensus that people came to is that with a giant player base all trying to make gil at the same time, many of them took to fishing at low levels, where you could NPC or sell on auction house those fish, and the rumor is that moat carp were had for as low as 200 gil a stack. Turning those moat carp into the quest NPC also returns to you 120 gil. So you can see with a large enough supply, that's really 80 gil per stack, or roughly 67k in total for a Lu Shang's rod. It is possible this happened, but I would say unlikely. However, what we're going to talk about next is not that strategy. Now, the devs have gone on to say that they will not be releasing official numbers or names related to any of the offenders. This is as some of them may be integrated into Vanadil's community after temporary suspensions, and we would rather not ruin their reputations. And there's also no confirmation as to whether or not this particular Lu Shang's was erased or the player was banned, but I will show you what it looks like when you search my character, and here's what you get when you search up the name of the server's first Lu Shang rod. I'll let you draw your own conclusions. So now on to what was actually going on and how the devs addressed it. We have this post here on December 26th at nearly 2 p.m. It says in regards to fishing, they fixed an issue where multiple fishing rods where the attack was set too high, some fish respawn rates. So as you can see at this point on the 26th, the devs were aware that something was going on and they were working with fishing. Likely at this point, they were tracking down the real issues because on the next day, December 27th, Eric, the server owner, went to the Discord to help clear the air. We will be pulling in certain fishers to talk with them. Don't worry, it's mostly the devs' fault. They just want to talk to everyone and make sure that they're doing what's right for the server and the players. And then not even an hour later, we had an emergency patch. In this patch, the important part is fishing is now restricted to characters who have acquired level 15 or higher, and the clothes poll has been temporarily given minimum rod stats until the new fishing stats have been implemented. Let's take a look at the clothes poll. So I did some asking around, and it seems as though up until then, it's possible that players were able to catch fish well above their skill level using the clothes poll. And if you look at the very next comment on Eric's post, it says, "Is this bug why people are ripping blue tails out of Saruta every 50 seconds at like level 30 fishing?" So if it's true that players were able to catch higher level fish, those fish would be NPCing for a much higher amount of gil than is usual for that level, and higher level fish means higher chance of skill up.
I should have pushed at the start of the
on the
server.
27th,
But I also didn't want to be part. I should have pushed at the start of the server like them, but I didn't want to be part of that fervor. I didn't want to be considered a part of it. I enjoyed the first week, and then I let it go, and I went back to Rust, and did some recording for Rust like at the beginning of last month, and I recorded 105 hours of whole video, and I just dedicated to that for like, God, it was like 10 days or something. And, you know, and I was doing some Horizon at the end there on some of the videos and stuff, just trying to keep up, but, like, you know, I didn't push like I should have, maybe, but I also prefer to be behind the curve. I don't want to compete with those guys. I don't want to be in the same places. I don't want to seem like I'm desperate to do this super fast, because I'm not. It is not, like, a high priority for me to be super successful here. I'm just trying to have fun.
Figured out the culprit was this closed poll, and...
Closed poll.
Quickly patched it. Now, I do want to...
Yeah, wow, closed poll. Yeah.
Take this moment to emphasize the main point Eric was making in his post is there was a mistake in the code. The dev team wants to figure out how to move forward best from there.
Yeah, I had to
go
through. I had to go through a whole slew of rods and a whole slew of like bait before I got to where I was now, where I'm at, where I am now, at like 27 fishing. And I would say that that is probably not true of them. Not if the closed poll was just catching stuff like Blue Tail and Black Soul and stuff like that.
30th, 3 days later, more than one loose...
I suspect when they say Blue Tail, they actually mean Black Soul. If those guys were sitting in QFIM, like, you know, definitely landing Blue Tail, I would say. Like those guys were saying West Saruta Baruta. They're right about that, because Blue Tail shouldn't be that common there. I mean, it's common there, but it's just weird. It's like, yeah, I don't know. You wouldn't sit there with a closed poll and do that, though. That's cheating, kind of. And they all got called on it. That's kind of crazy. But is it really their fault that closed poll just works? You know, that's how Composite Rod was for Nasomi and you know, Composite Rod is a fairly universal rod. It works.
Chang's rod was deleted, and Gil has been
can't
removed
catch everything
from the
with it,
economy
but it is
somehow
good. It's good for a lot of fish.
Properly. All in all, it is likely that an influx of Gil from fishing led to the purchase of raw materials, which were then funneled into crafters
who then sold stuff like, you know, weapons. I would say +1 weapons will always sell. +1 weapons always sell.
Were exploiting these extra skill ups from decents, and the end result was this current wave of bans. Hopefully that summarized everything well enough for you. It's kind of a lot for me to wrap my head around.
It's clear to me. I think he covered it very adroitly and very well and very succinctly, and got all the points. Very cogent for like my first experience with this guy. I was impressed. He gets the happy sub and the happy follow. You know, excellent content for the stream. Thank you.
Kind of naively just leveling up my jobs and having a good time.
I've been active in the community. I've been across a bunch of different games.
There's a lot of Gil being generated.
Of late, I took a character to cap in Fallout 76, and then took another character halfway on my own custom nuclear difficulty server. I mean, I'm still kind of inclined to go back to that. I'm still kind of inclined to go back to that maybe a little bit, because I just don't, you know, I don't care. I frankly don't care what game I'm playing. I'm just, you know, so I haven't really been active in the community watching these other people kind of like shine.
And there definitely was something fishy
hungry, but
going
I don't
on
want
with
to eat.
fishing.
So
but yeah, hopefully this didn't affect any of you too heavily.
Just have a Pop-Tart,
but yeah, let's remember to support the devs through the growing pains they're having with this new server, and to be respectful.
I've had no complaints,
in the
really.
way we interact.
I didn't like how some people sat and farmed Amethyst Kadabs, or not Amethyst, but like all the Caster Kadabs for like 3 solid days, so they could sell scrolls to people like me, because they were essentially choking the scroll market. So I stepped to the Discord and I was like, look, they look like bots. They're just sitting there farming the same mob that pops every 30 seconds, and that can't be right either. It should be longer than that. And they're just getting all these scrolls that they're selling to white mages like me who can't get a mob because they're sitting there, you know. You don't want to come in on that guy's camp and take his shit from him. It might cause some problems and stuff. They even offered it to me like it was this big boon. And I was like, nah, I'm good. I'll just get my own scroll. I'll wait until I can get my own scroll, because I'm not beholden to him. I'm not beholden to the camp. I'm not beholden to the mob or the drop rate or any of that stuff. None of that stuff is my master. I don't care about that. You know, I don't, like, whatever. Like, and as it was, I got my scroll. It wasn't hard. And, you know, it's not like I had to wait very long for it. I just, you know, I'm not into playing other people's, like, necessity games. That bothered me. So I stepped on the Discord and I made a point about it. I was like, look, you know, they look like bots. They're acting like bots. They're yanking mobs like bots. And it just makes me wonder, you know, like, is this how this supposed to be? You know, because the spawn rate's too high, something. I don't know what it is. I didn't want to tell them what to do because there was not enough mobs. So it's like, I don't know how you fix this. I'm just saying, I'm going to tell you what it looks like and what it feels like. You know, I'm going to tell you what it looks like and what it feels like. I left it at that. They couldn't do anything, and I don't blame them. There's nothing that they need to keep the spawn rate that high because without it, people couldn't level. So, whatever. I'm not trying to hate. That was annoying, getting choked off by people who are obviously not white mages, freaking farming those stupid spawns, like trying to prevent us from getting it. It was so annoying.
And comment as they work on...
I haven't been cock-blocked in a video game in a long time besides Rust, you know. That was annoying, and I complained about it. I was like, yeah, I don't know if you can do something about that, but it might be good, because it comes across like they're botting, you know. They don't move. They weren't moving. Most of those guys were sitting at a spawn. They weren't taking a step. They were just voking over and over and over again. Every 30 seconds, Vogue came up, and so did the mob. So they were just Vogue. Just killing and selling scrolls for like 3K a piece. Crappy, like 100 gil scrolls for like 3K a piece. I didn't like how they immediately dominated the scroll market right off the bat. That really irked me. I was like, man, that's not how you treat the server. What the fuck? But I mean, hey, it gives you an advantage. Got a lot of money off that. You know you can make a profit there. Good for you. You war profiteer.
On this project that a good number of us are having a great time with. So I would like to leave today's video off on a good note. How long did it take you to level up a craft to...
What's up, everyone? My name is Zarbral, and today we are going to do something a little bit different. There's been a lot of talk and hype surrounding the new classic Final Fantasy XI project, Horizon XI or Horizon 11, within the community. I get asked a lot in the comments of my videos if I plan to make content for the new server, so I've decided to dig up a little bit deeper into what Horizon is all about and share my thoughts in this video. Keep in mind, this is in no way, shape, or form a review, but merely my personal opinion on the project as a whole.
I should do a review
in the near
I think that'd be
future
fun.
for this channel.
Look, I love this, and I see a lot of potential here, and I don't want it to become my slave master. That's my review. I love this. I don't have any problem with it, and I don't want it to become my slave master. That's my thoughts on this. That's my review. I love this. I don't mind any of it. And, you know, and I really don't want it to become my slave master. That's all.
Content. If you want more detailed information, I will leave a link to their website, and I highly recommend you join their Discord server. With that out of the way, let's get right into the video. I think we can all agree on one thing. The player base for Final Fantasy XI is sort of divided into two camps. One that says the game has never been better than it is right now on retail with its level 99 cap, and another group that believes the golden era of the game has passed and was at the level 75 cap. This has permitted Final Fantasy XI to hold a dedicated community on its retail form for over 20 years now,
it's never
while
too late
still having a very active community playing on private servers. The latter usually tries its best to emulate what the experience was like during the 75 era, sometimes with some quality of life changes. Some servers, like Final Fantasy Era, have boosted experience along with warp NPCs to various camps, making traveling in and out of zones a breeze. Some, like Nasomi, were a lot more hardcore, with experience matching old retail in terms.
Oh, this is so fun, let me tell you. Fire 2, oh god. Oh, it's just fucking terrible. Blizzard 2, oh, and I am now broke. But I'm good to 42. I didn't buy Gauss spells because I don't fuck with Gauss spells, not really. I'd do that if I was like farming for, you know, Utsusemi. I don't really have a need for these. I don't believe it. It's a waste of mana. It's just. I mean, it might be cool, but I mean, I'm not Ga pulling. No. If I were gonna do that, I would do it with like a raw Ga. I wouldn't do it with water Ga or stone Ga. So. And so, did I buy stone too? I did, but I can't even use any of that yet. Or, well, yeah, I can't even use most of that yet. Yeah. Or yes, I can actually. I can use those two. Water too actually might be good. So, but whatever. I'll go use these and go home. The music is pretty good here. So I'm gonna pull him out for a few minutes here and play the RP music while we're in a good place. Okay. Looking for what? White. I guess. Oh yeah. Maybe I should resell these in the meantime. While I wait. Oh, is it okay? Sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you. Let me know. Holler at me if there's something wrong. I'll fix it. $38, $34, $33, $3K, travel. I have the power. I could do it. I believe I will take a stab at this. I mean, my HP is Juno. I can get freely pretty much anywhere, so it doesn't really matter. Yes, I do believe I can un-anon, run the flag, but before I do so, I want to see what the scene is like. I don't know, man. Not seeing too much here. Looking for a bard. Fuck. Man. What's with no bards? Like, no bards. Oh, wait. Oh, did I see one? No, I saw paladins. No, I do see a bard. Oh, we could pull a... I better get where I'm going first. But I will flag and you know, in the hopes that somebody who cares to make a good party will make a good party. I don't know, I could pull a bard. I should pull a bard. Because, man, that gives me mana. Mana regen. It's so beautiful. Run like a paladin and 3 black mages and a bard. With, yeah, with like a white mage and stuff. And just let the paladin struggle with it. And heal whatever black mage the mob is on. It'd be kind of funny. I should get an off folk, but then it sort of destroys the whole point of it. I don't want to put 3 black mages in the party. I don't think so. I think it sounds like dumb. It sounds like mana burn not very good. Kind of. I think you would need 2 tanks. There's no way. I was in one of those the other day. You can get away without having a healer in that. But you better have like 2 nins, 4 black mages. 2 nin and 4 black is good though. It's good comp. Alright, so rather than like take risk, I'm gonna take advantage of something that I worked hard for, which is doing nothing. Never mind, I'm just gonna go run it. I don't care if I aggro. I'll just sleep or bind or whatever. I'm on the wrong set of macros. I like Black Mage. It has some fair good power. You shouldn't really die. Not if you're very good at it, you know. See, do I go home or do I go to Juno? Probably Juno. I should probably write like a thing. Yeah, like HP Juno. I got the ones that I can get, you know. I can get, like, I can warp, I can get home, I can get whatever, you know. This guy's interesting. I'm gonna take a look at him. He's sitting 18-9. That's good. Okay, and then gonna go pop out of here. Ooh, 800 gil. That's a bit steep, motherfucker. Oh. At least it's a fast ride home, because I don't really have any business being here. Man, I don't know. I kind of want to build my own party and snag that bard, man. Kind of, man. Kind of want to snag that bard, man. I don't know. How about CL invite bard 30 to 40, huh? 1. It's that jingle guy. I want him. Hi, care to form party? I don't know. I think so, right? I think so. Don't get blinked at 16, though, I don't think. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Where do we go, even? Is it Garliage? I think it is. Or lead to lore. I don't know.
Incoming Tau.
You can, but you take a significant XP loss, Dave. I think it's like 25%. If you go lower than, or more than 10 levels. So if you want to play it at a cut rate, yeah. But it's not really recommended. I don't know if I see, like, I don't know. It's, I don't know what I would want to build for this. I would definitely probably... I'll snag the bar. Yeah, it cuts your XP, man. Like, it kind of sucks. I just watched a video about it. I don't know if I want to do this. I think I do. I think I do.
Incoming Tau.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, Kamari? Yeah, yes, please. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah, I'll take it. Well, that was fast. Shit. Go to Juno, I guess.
Incoming Tau.
Oh, yeah, Saramu Champagne? Okay. Well, no, I mean, like, there's several spots, I think. There's, you know, where they were when I looked was, Gelspa Outpost, believe it or not. If you go CL 30, like, I don't know, like 30 to, like, 33, you'll see a lot in like, I guess there's, yeah, Saramu. Oh, I don't know, it's, like, all over the place, never mind. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of, like, XP parties here, it's weird. Yeah, that's what I can form, okay. Oh. Ew. He might have blocked me. That's funny. I wonder why. Oh well, it's fine by me. Or he's just DC'd. He might be DC'd. Well, that kind of solves it for me. I'm just gonna go fish until I find a party. Ugh. I don't want to form. I don't know what the camps are. It's like Sour Moon Champagne, but I don't like that kind of. I would normally go to... Flies and Mixima Seats at Lead to Lore Outpost at 33, I believe. At least that's the normal place, I would say. I don't know, I would want a Bard, which is why I reached out to him. But I probably would take him to Lead to Lore. It's not that bad of a Chocobo ride. Or an Outpost Warp. I think I have the no, I never got Lead to Lore, and that's so annoying to me. I don't think I did. Ah. Yes. I don't know. Black Mage Scrolls are so annoying. I could buy them all, I guess. I don't know. Black Mage appeals to me because you can just go AFK for large periods of the time while you gain mana. Just dump hard alpha dump on things that are weak to mana. And like, just sit and regain health. Or sorry, regain mana. I actually kind of like the pacing of Black Mage for streaming the best, I would say. And I think I'm probably going to embrace that. I have my spells, so I mean, like, you know, I'm qualified, I guess, I would say. I'm not too happy with this rat race a little bit, because it's like, I don't know, the bard must have, like, blocked me, I guess? See, I'll invite 30 to, like, 40. I saw Garrett, last time I looked, there was a bunch of them in Gelsla Outpost, but, yeah, so a lot of people sitting in Juno. Wouldn't mind, damn, that guy's rank 8 already? Wouldn't mind pulling that Sam, and a couple of Black Mages, yep, and like a Thief, like a Sam, a Thief, a Nin. Then Sam, Thief, Black Mage, Black Mage, Red Mage, White Mage, maybe? I think so. And like, well, Black Mage, Red Mage, White Mage, Sam, Nin, Thief. If the Sam can sit War, or that Dragoon, and go to Saramu. I think Kamari's right, it is Saramu. Probably for this server, it is something like that. I wouldn't mind a warrior, because at that level, it's like pretty good. Stormwind's good. As opposed to like a paladin. I guarantee that Pally's good. I guarantee it, but I'm like, I don't know though, man. I kind of want to pull some of the more elite looking people here that I see. Like, that Dark. It would be fun to pull Dark, Thief. I mean, I don't know if I want Thief. I want Sam, I think. Sam, Paladin, no, Nin, Monk, Sam, Nin, Monk, Sam. I would need a sync to like 30, Tigmizu, and I'm looking for a White Mage now. Tigmizu for the sync. I would have to ask him first, and take Air. Or what, ALR? He's looking good, though. I could heal Alphas. I can sit Black Mage or White Mage. I mean, I have a race. It doesn't really matter. I can sit Black Mage or White Mage. But, I mean, it could be the sync. That Bard, like, DC'd took an invite or something. I was hoping for a Bard, really. Bard was, like, really what I wanted. It's so annoying. I don't think I'm gonna see it. It's so annoying. I'm not gonna see what I think I want. I'm gonna let somebody else do this with more expertise than I have on this server. They've been doing it longer than me. Because I know where I would go. I'd take this whole lot, I'd sync 33. Right, I'd sync to me, and I would take us to Lita Lore, to the fucking, the flies, because they're easy. They die fast. Pretty much anywhere, I would say. Any server is kind of like the proper place to be at that level, I would say. But, without a Bard, not really liking that too much, you know. I kind of want mana regen if I'm going to be in a party right now. It's like kind of annoying to me. Like, it's not to me optimized to not have a Bard. If you're going to have a black mage, and a Sam, you should have a Bard. Because it's like, you need the mana regen and you need the Magical. If the Sams to do their job right. So it's like kind of annoying to me when the Bard's not there. I suppose I could go work on that. Like, I could just go level Bard. I have the income now, basically. I'm up 30 fishing. That's enough to pay for scrolls at the very least, I would say. Opening Bard isn't very hard. I wanted to do Bard, but I don't like the pacing of it. I don't wish to do pulling on my stream. So, I don't know. Let's take another look here. Let's just see if anything pops. Pop. Could take a look at just Bards and just see what's going on in the Bard world. Because I really just don't feel like spending the time with that one. He got pulled. Come on, choose me for Black Mage for some reason. Yeah, right, they're not going to choose me for Black Mage. There's no way. There's no way. It's not there. I might sit for a time. That's okay. Maybe eat lunch, it would be an appropriate time. Watch another video. Kill the music, and I've finished that video I was watching. It was good, got the spells I needed. There goes 40k in the minute. You know, just in under a minute. Fun. Poof, 40k, poof, gone. Just poof. But now I'm ready to play Black Mage. That's very good. I'm going the wrong place. Kind of. I mean, I don't know. It's about the same thing, really. Donning gear will take time. I mean, I don't know. I'll see it sooner or later. If I saw Jingle, I'll see another one sooner or later. And I might build then. Every 5 minutes I'll check, and sooner or later one will pop, I would think. You know? I feel like they should have launched with Tau open, because lack of core kind of limits this game a bit. Like, makes it less fun, in my opinion. I think core was something they worked on so hard because they, like, felt that it definitely did fit in the game, and I think it does. I think it's very much necessary for the game, kind of. And it feels like a broken version of Final Fantasy XI to me to not have core. Last 2 servers I was on had it. I don't know. They probably should have opened core and blue, I would say. There's some blues here you can tell who are and puppets who are not happy. Blues and puppets and, you know, cores that are unhappy, that are leveling Bard probably, and they're like kind of unhappy about it, but it'll definitely add to the power of those things later. It's kind of a borrowed power thing because later on they'll be legendary. Anybody willing to play those jobs later on after they've committed to taking Bard to 75 first, you know, they'll be legendary. You know, they're like you know, core will have its time here when Tau really hits, which should have been, I think, at launch, I would say. That's okay. It's not like we really need Calibri yet, but it's odd to go all the way to 75 in Xylard. It's a little weird. It's the amalgamation of stuff they chose for Classic is a weird rule set because you wouldn't normally ever use level sync to you know, to do that. Xylard didn't have level sync, so you want. I would have preferred. I think that's more of an era experience. No level sync at all, you know. But I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. This way's better because you can, like he said in the video, you can always party with friends. And I get it. I'm not critical of that.
In terms of difficulty and experience gained from kills, with little to no experience rings offered only during maybe specific events. Wings XI also emulate what the experience was like during the Wings of the Goddess era, and does it quite well, which is why I have been playing on the server for a little over a year now. Now this is where things get very interesting for Horizon 11. As quoted on their website here, Horizon XI provides its adventurers with a 75 era experience that maintains the spirit of Final Fantasy XI, as if Square Enix had continued to develop the game without ever having raised the level cap above 75.
I'll take a look at lunch here.
That is a very bold but interesting mission statement.
Small break here.
That can be actually really, really cool if done.
Yeah, I took tomorrow I took Dancer to 67 on Wings. Like I went pretty far on Dancer, and I kind of fairly miss it. I liked it. I liked soloing with it. I was getting to this point where it was feeling really good. Yeah, definitely, you know. Yeah, like, that'll be fun as hell. I wonder what their interpretation of it's going to be, because it's kind of a tricky one, that. I feel like if they're going to add Abyssia
incoming Tau
and campaign, if they can manage campaign and Meiji and Trials and Wings, I'd be happy with them. I don't think we need Seekers out of them. Yep, pretty much, yep, I would say.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, I hope they don't butcher it here either. Yeah, I remember your Dancer. I saw your Dancer a couple times, yep. Yeah, it's a special class, you know. It takes balls to sub Sam. It should have second Noki and Aeolian Edge, and it should rock. It should be the premier job for, like, campaign, Besieged. It should be up there in Besieged kicking ass. 20 dancers up there in Besieged kicking ass. You know what I'm saying? Nizoio and stuff, you know. Dancer's great. I liked Wings. It's just how many servers, you know, are they going to do, you know? It's kind of funny. This one, I think, takes the cake so far. I don't know how it got to that arrival so fast, but I believe it did. It took the cake, I would say. Kind of funny. Excuse me for just a second here, guys. I'm going to play the video, but I'm going to make something small to eat real quick. I'll be right back.
Correctly, as I think most of us classic Final Fantasy XI players sort of drop ship around the time of the Abyssia expansion and the level cap raise to 80. If done right, this could really give Horizon XI a really fun and very unique experience not seen on any other private server thus far. Again, taken straight from their website, the Horizon 11 team is composed of over 100 volunteers who are extremely passionate about Final Fantasy XI. The team is split between developers, balancers, testers, community managers, translators, artists, musicians, game masters, and community creators. This is quite an impressive team to be working on a free project, all of this out of love for the game. I mean, they even have artists and musicians. I'm really interested to see what additions they'll provide to the server when it comes out. They started off even showing on their Discord server some of these additions by said team, like new color palettes to the character models in-game, and I'm not gonna lie, they look pretty damn good. I know a lot of the developers actually worked on Wings XI as well, but left due to some disagreements with the owner of the server. I won't go into specifics as honestly I don't really know them myself, and this is not the purpose of this video anyways, but it does solidify the fact that they have some experienced developers on their team. They also talk about making some tweaks to jobs to kind of correct another big issue that's seen a lot on the private server scene, where a specific meta sort of defines the experience while grouping on the server. Wings had and still have some issues on that regard. Just thinking back, I can relate to the Holy Bolt parties, for example. This was such a problem that the meta became to simply sync at a level 30 with a group of bolters to mow down on bees in Yortor jungle. I don't know about you, but if I'm playing Dark Knight, I'm expecting to whack things around with a scythe, maybe a greatsword, but certainly not spam bolts with ranged accuracy, daggers, and gear. This was nerfed, thank God, but ranged attack is still a little bit on the overpowered side, making it so most jobs are expected to spam bolts, especially early on. Black Mage burns and pet burns are still extremely common, and honestly, Black Mage burns is probably one of the only ways you want to get your Black Mage to 75 on the server. Some jobs like Thief still struggle a lot to find groups when competing against Samurais, or any really support job like Bard, Corsair, or huge damage dealer because of the overpowered ranged attack like Ranger. I think correcting the meta is challenging because jobs like Bard are just overall so valuable in any party composition and make such a big impact on the actual flow of a party that they sort of shape the meta in a way. We actually have a little bit of a hint on how the team of Horizon 11 plans to do this though. The team has been extremely transparent in general about the project, both on their Discord server and on their website. They posted little job cards with a short description on what they intend to do on each and every job. Again, that's really cool, and it gives us a small indication on the direction at least they plan to take on every job, maybe not going into specifics, but at least giving us an idea on how they want to approach this to kind of make the meta a more approachable method on any job you wish to play. It would take too much time to go over all of them on this video, but I will be releasing a separate one because I think the topic is worth having a discussion about and really go over the tweaks and small adjustments that are planned by the developers. The jobs stop at Summoner as expansions of the Chain of Promasia will be available on their launch, which is scheduled next week on December 17th, with additional expansions content being released gradually.
Odd choice.
They also announced level sync will be available with some experience penalties if you are not within 10 levels of the sync. I think that's okay, depending on the amount of players obviously that are online when you're trying to make a party, but judging from the size of their Discord, looks like there'll be plenty of players for us to group with and level up. This is much better explained in a YouTube video they posted on their channel, which I will also link in the description of my video. Another key point is dual boxing will not be permitted, similar to how this works on Wings. Again, this is how I prefer it myself, as this was a huge issue on Nasomi, where 90% of the player base basically had a pocket level 75 red mage following them around to power level them in any part.
Yeah, I would think that it would be. Yeah, beetles have always been super good, even in the desert, at like I would say 38. Over there by the southern or eastern side of the center of, what is that, eastern, I think, or western. The center western or all around it spawns beetles, and there used to be a field manual out there too, as I recall. That used to be a very good place to XP, even on retail, if I remember. Beetles are great. Rhino Guard kind of sucks, and, you know, they have their issues. They're tanky. But beetles don't scare me, you know? Beetles are fine.
Party. This again will push the players to group up and work together in order to go through the content and experience the game as a community.
For one thing, Saramu's close. It's so close. Right there by the NPC. Right out there to the party. I have a lot of respect for that. I think it's a good choice.
Community. Some people may prefer to be able to use multiple characters to basically help them clear content and power through levels, as it's often seen on servers like Eden, but to me this is how I like my Final Fantasy XI. Brutal, difficult, challenging, while being super rewarding, and overall just a ton of fun.
Challenging. I'm just kidding.
So anyways, that's kind of my brief overview on the server and my quick thoughts on what they have announced. I have been making
challenging
content
to find
on
the
Wings
people
for a few months now, and I want to announce that I definitely will be making content for the Horizon 11 servers when they go live. I do not plan necessarily to completely quit the Wings server, however, just because just like many of you guys on other servers, you've spent a lot of time and energy on said character, met a bunch of friends also on the server.
Oops, wait.
Are there YouTube questions?
Back to that.
What's up, everyone?
Thank you for the excellent concert of my stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel. Good stuff, good stuff. So,
my name is Zarbral, and today we are going to do something a little bit different.
So bad. Hurry up.
There's been a lot of talk and...
Hello there, YouTube. Today we are going to be talking about 25 different tips that I have for Horizon 11. Some of these are answers to commonly asked questions in the YouTube comments as well as in-game, and some of these are tips specifically for the Sheeta or for FF11 as a whole that generally apply a little bit more to Horizon than they do in retail. Let's get started with the commonly asked questions that I get during my live streams and in the comments. First of all, is the auction house shared? Yes, it's shared between all of the starting cities and Juno. Second, rent-a-rooms. You have to rent a room once. I believe you have to go through the dialogue when you're in another city. After that, you never have to pay again. Next, how to talk in Yell Chat. Now, this one's a little weird to players who've played 11 in the past. You're like, what do you mean how to talk in Yell Chat? You just type /yell. The first time you do so in Horizon, you're going to have to accept the terms of Yell Chat. They've added a little bit of terms to make sure that players aren't being abusive and aren't being spammy in Yell Chat. It's generally just supposed to be used for things as shouting for parties, shouting for tellies, stuff like that. And you have to type something like !yell, except. Next, stun. I don't know if this has changed, but as far as I can tell, if you try to stun with a weapon skill, a mob's TP ability, I do not believe they lose their TP here. I'd have to test that a little bit further, but if that seems like a strange behavior to you, that might be what's going on. You try to stun a mob's TP move, and it just uses another move. Now, this is still helpful for mobs that do things like Blood Saber, which drains your whole party, because you may stun that move, and then it decides to use Black Cloud instead, such as on Skeletons and Guskian.
Papyrus.
But this is a different behavior from both retail and in-era.
Mainly
mob
Papyrus.
behavior. Next up.
Also,
Shields.
those Goosekin ghouls weren't easy.
Shields are very good in Horizon, and it's why you can actually do a warrior with, like, axe or sword and shield tank. It's something about the base block rate is a lot higher here. I'm not sure what the calculations are, and there are people that are definitely going to be looking into the actual math of this at some point. But essentially, don't be afraid to tank on warrior with a shield. In addition to that, defender has...
I don't know. You lose so much hate without Stormwind. Don't know too much about that. But I mean, yeah, he's right. I mean, not tanking. I mean, sword and board is probably fine. I would say they probably balanced it. I would say it's probably about the same. I would say. I'd say you probably did well with that.
Changes made to it for Horizon, where you get an increased block rate as well as a straight DT, or it might be PDT actually. I think PDT and increased block rate. So that's why you'll see a lot more warrior tanks here on Horizon than normal. Next up, I want to talk about some thief weapon skills. So people ask me why I'm not using Viper Bite in parties because I am a level 50 thief now. It's because Wasp Sting has been tuned to be very good, especially with sneak attack or trick attack, probably up until Dancing Edge as a replacement. Now, there are players on both sides of this conversation. You would think that, you know, Viper Bite being such an iconic part of Thief's kit for a certain leveling range, that it should be more powerful. Now, I believe that, hello Fraley's, I believe that the devs have said that there's something about Viper Bite that will make it better than Wasp Sting under certain situations, and just as far as I know and the community knows, Wasp Sting will continue to outperform Viper Bite. Maybe there's something changed with the mods or the way the poison works on either weapon skill. That means that in certain circumstances, again, Viper Bite is the stronger option. But as far as it is in EXP parties for me, it's Wasp Sting all the way. Now this brings me to my next most commonly asked question. It's about Gust Slash. Gust Slash was in retail and in era a wind magical weapon skill, and that weapon skill was not able to be stacked with sneak attack or trick attack for that very reason. Normally in FF11, straight magic weapon skills are not sneak attackable. However, something about Horizon's implementation, whether they decided to actively make Gust Slash a hybrid weapon skill, or if they just flagged it so it stacks with sneak attack and trick attack, whatever the implementation here is, it can be used with sneak attack or trick attack. There was a period of time somewhere in the dunes where I was doing more damage with Gust Slash over Wasp Sting. However, that hasn't been for a while now, and I imagine maybe something that's Wind Weak later on that may come up again. But just know that you can, in fact, use Seda with Gust Slash. Next thing I'm going to bring up here is there are two add-ons bundled with Ashita that tell you your recast of your JAs. Most people are used to using timers. I actually don't like the way it plays out here on Horizon, and I just recommend recast instead. So we'll use a JA here. And let me move my... So here's a quick comparison of the two. Recast is on the right in the red letters, while timers is on the left. It's small, not obscuring anything on my screen, and I just bring it up because players are used to using timers and might not know about recast looking different, and may not know about that alternative. Next up, and this one is often a topic of conversation on my streams. If you didn't catch my under observation streams, they're listed right here on YouTube. You can check them out and see how we did trying to get a peacock amulet for the 3 people in my static. Now, in era, in original FF11, mobs they dropped their unique items, such as the Leaping Boots and the Leaping Lizard, and then there was the BCNM, which would also drop those boots. Now, to combat RMT and players that were camping for these items, over-camping these items in order to sell them for gil, Square Enix made the drops on those NMs a rare EX version, such as the Bounding Boots with the Leaping Lizard. They are the same boots, different name, and they're bound to your character. Now, Square Enix also left in the BCNMs the sellable version. Horizon has flipped that formula. The sellable version is still on the Kempt NM, and the rare EX is in the BCNM. Now, personally, I am a fan of this change. This leaves the players who want to continuously camp the NMs to try to get the drop for either profit, or maybe they intend on using it for a period of time and then selling it later on, still have the opportunity to be in that competition.
Your skill has increased.
Players who are looking for an item such as the Peacock Charm in order to use throughout the duration of their character can decide to spend their Beastman seals on that BCNM for however many attempts they need in order to get their rare EX item, and then they have it forever on their character. Now, in the BCNM anyway are drops such as Utsu Semi-Scrolls, Erase Scrolls, Refresh, stuff like that. Personally, I rather have it this way, and I certainly like the implementation. Next up, private versus retail interference. Horizon has been bundled with an Ashita launcher in its installation. So when you install Horizon, it comes with a sandboxed install of Ashita that is independent from any of your other installations on 11 on your machine. Now, this is important because that means you can easily install this and not worry about interfering with any of your other private server activities or interfering with your retail installation whatsoever. I get this question a lot, and I think it's really important for players to know before they decide to make the leap into Horizon. Okay, next up we're going to talk about experience point rings. So when you come to the gate guard and you want to buy your ring, there are 3 different options. First of which is the Empress Band. So the Empress Band has a maximum bonus of 1K. It has a maximum duration of 180 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to get more money.
50% experience point bonus, but you get 10 charges. And the recast rate is 15 minutes. So this ring is easily spammed, but you get a total of 10,000 EXP over the course of a single ring. Now, if you look at the Emperor Band, which is the one I currently use, you have a higher experience point bonus, a shorter duration, but you have a maximum bonus of 20 to 50. Now, it's going to take you longer to reach that maximum bonus, but if you count it up, you get a total of 11,000 EXP instead of 10 over the course of this ring. So it's a little bit riskier. The 3 rings essentially represent a risk versus reward of can you complete your ring in the amount of time allotted. This ring will give you more bonus EXP, but you have to know that you're going to be getting enough, your party's going to stay together long enough for you to finish the duration of your bonus. Before we move on to the 3rd ring, note it is a 1-hour recast, a little less spammable, and you only get 5 charges. So you have to be more selective about when you activate it in a party. Now the 3rd and final ring is the Chariot Band. So if you look at this one, yes, you get a higher experience point bonus in your party, and you get 4,000 bonus over the course of the ring, which equates to a total of 12K over the 3 charges. However, it's got a 16-hour recast and a maximum duration of 2 hours. So once again, this is the other side of the risk versus reward, where if you can't reach that bonus of 4,000 in the course of your party after you've used your ring, you may end up wasting it because you only have those 2 hours in order to utilize it. You need to be extremely selective when and where you use this ring, but it does grant you more bonus EXP over the course of its life. So those are the 3 rings, and that's the difference between which ring you want to pick. If you have less focus time, or you find the level range you're in often has parties disbanding, you're going to want to choose a simpler ring such as the Empress Band. Next up is MOG Wardrobe slots. So the MOG Wardrobe is a place where you can store gear specifically, anything that can be equipped onto your character. I currently have 25 slots. That is because you get slots as you progress through missions and other milestones. The first 10 slots are awarded to you upon reaching, I believe it's rank 2. It's either rank 2 or 3. I don't remember which off the top of my head. But what is a wardrobe and how does it work? So a wardrobe can equip gear for you, whether it's through a macro or through your regular equip screen. You can just come here and you can see I have that blue 1. This is my inventory. This is my wardrobe. So originally in Era, there were no wardrobes, so you'd have to bring everything around in your inventory that you wanted to equip on your character for a party. It made it especially taxing on, red mages who had different gear sets for different spells. But Horizon has given us, as we progress, access to these wardrobe slots. Basically, as the need essentially arises, the further you get in the game, the more wardrobe slots you're going to need. Okay, I just looked it up. Yes, it is rank 3 gets you 10. It is rank 3 gets you 10 wardrobe slots. After that, I know you get some wardrobe slots unlocked when you unlock your first advanced job. Advanced jobs are a specific set of jobs that were added in expansions. You can see here I've only unlocked Ninja. The different advanced jobs currently offered are Ninja, Beastmaster, Paladin, Dragoon, Samurai, Bard. I believe that's all of them. So yeah, so unlocking one of those, any one, doesn't matter, will get you 5 slots, and that's it. You don't need to unlock any further advanced jobs in order to get more slots, but you will get more when you, I believe, also when you unlock a sub job, and also when you do limit break. So I did LB1 and I got more slots as well. Okay, next to some Ashita specific tips that I like to use. First of which, you may notice it's been pretty dark. F11. When you press F11, if you haven't adjusted this setting at all, it's going to be extremely bright. I recommend going out to the dunes and giving it a shot. However, if you press the insert key and you bring these numbers down, they should be 255, bring these down to I like 120, that'll be a nice average ambient lighting, very helpful for your use inside of underground areas where it can often be very dark and you can't see pathways and stuff like that. Next up, how do I move the mini-map? Very common question, very simple answer. Hold shift, click it, and drag it around. Minimap is one of the plugins bundled into Ashita and is something many players use, but you may not know how to just move it. In general, everything in Ashita that is an add-on can be moved with shift, click, and move. Next up, you may have seen a short for this already that I put out. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel and you'll get all sorts of bonus little tidbits like this one. But the other thing that I get asked a lot about the minimap is how to make it square. If you type in /mm, you click theme settings, you can have circle or square. I personally think square fits in a little bit more with the overall layout of my game and stream. Next up, another very important option people ask me about. If you look at my signet and you look at my, let's say, sneak attack, you'll see the duration timer clicking down, and they ask me what add-on is that. Actually, it's an in-game setting. This will enable the timers underneath your buffs at the top of your screen, as well as your debuffs. A couple other tips that are simply contained in FF11 is /CM. What it does is very simple. /CMP makes it so when you go to type, you're typing in party chat instead of the default say. You can do /CML as well for link shell. I believe shout. Let's see, there's link shell /CM shout. Yeah, shout, and let's see about yell.
I just do Control L, Control P.
You cannot do CM yell. But yeah, if you're the type of person who goes to type /P to type in a party a lot, just do CMP and it'll be set to party chat. Another awesome setting that some people don't know about is seeing your party's TP. Typically, people will load an add-on to do this, and some people like the way add-ons add extra functionality to seeing your party's TP, such as seeing monster HP percentage, things like that. If you just want to quickly be able to do so in-game and never have to load anything, /party info show TP. If you take a look, there's no TP under my name, now there is. That's that 0 right there. So that's what I prefer to use. It's basically built into the game, and I tend to like keeping as many things that are built into the game visual as I can. Last couple of tips here.
Your inventory is full.
FPS. So there's an add-on bundled with Horizon called FPS, and if I type /FPS2, this is 30 FPS. There may not actually be any difference in this video. Let's type in FPS3. Yeah, so you can see my FPS is pretty choppy. I don't know if this improves performance for certain setups. It might, but my suggestion here is /FPS1. So this is your 60 FPS. It's your nice smooth gameplay. It looks really good on my setup, on my screen, and my computer runs it well. So I really like it, and people often ask me, why does my character look so smooth sometimes? or why does everything look so smooth? And I say I've got it set to 60 FPS. Another quick tip for Ashita is setting keybinds. Now there's a whole menu if you click Insert, and here you can use
inventory
this to
is
kind of
full.
like create your keybind. You select your key, how do you want to hold Alt or Control or anything like that, and then you can click Create Bind. These don't save, and maybe somebody can tell me in the comments down below how to save these once they've been set, but I sometimes will just do something very quick and simple, and that is type this, /bind I/JA sneak attack.
Your inventory is full.
Me. So now whenever I press the I key, for example, it'll do sneak attack. That's probably not a practical example. I'm a controller user myself. For example, I've got F8 bound to this flap down here, and I've got F6 bound to this flap down here on my Xbox controller. So at any point, I can just type in something like /bind F6/JA.
Your inventory is full.
Provoke T. Now, if I'm camping an NM, I can hit the right trigger to target on something quickly, and then I can hit the left one in order to try to provoke the target. A little bit more talk about add-ons before we go is...
You mean left one to target and right trigger to evoke? I don't know.
With the checker add-on, when you check a mob, instead of just telling you it's T, VT, too weak to be worthwhile, etc., it actually tells you the level of the mob. You can see down there it says level 1. Why is that important? Well, because if you want to scope out the level ranges of mobs in an area you're in to see if it's going to be good for an EXP party, it's especially helpful to know the exact level range of the mobs that are there. And it's a little bit of extra information rather than just has high defense, has low evasion. It's and especially while picking targets, if you're the puller in your party, you know that you can maybe save the mob that is an IT mob, but not like the level, let's say 52 IT instead of say the level 54 IT for the end of a chain, because that is going to be slightly faster to kill and will help you keep your chain 5, chain 6, etc. Lastly, the question that I get all the time is about a couple of add-ons that are not bundled into Ashita, such as the add-on points, which you can see at the top here. It tells me my EXP per hour, the job I'm on, things like the amount of gil I have. This add-on is not bundled into Ashita, but it is on the approved list, as well as deeps, which I use to determine my hit rate while I'm in battle to make sure if I need to make any adjustments. So you can see here I have 100% hit rate, and that's good to know. You need to know how you're doing against your targets, and maybe use sushi over meat myth kebabs or what have you. Now, neither of these are bundled into Ashita, but again, they are on the Horizon approved list. How do I get them into Horizon? This is where I recommend hitting up my Discord for 2 reasons. One, we have an add-ons channel listed where you can find the downloads for these. But also, I've got a text file that will allow you to save settings such as FPS 1 and your ambient light settings on load. So definitely check that out. Linked in the description below. We have the link to my Discord. The quick answer is you need to find the Ashita version 4 version of these add-ons. That was a lot of the word version, but it's true. Ashita version 4 version of these add-ons. Some add-ons are designed for Ashita 3. You need to find the Ashita 4 copy. Once you do find the Ashita V4 version of an add-on, you're just going to want to drag it into your Horizon game add-ons folder and drop it here. It's a very simple process, but the trouble is sometimes locating the V4 version. Again, check the Discord if you want quick links to all of that. So that's going to do it for today's tips. I try to just canvas everything that has been commonly asked on my streams and in the comment section down below. Feel free to ask any other questions that you want to have answered here in the comments, and also check me out live here on YouTube. At the moment, I'm basically streaming on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. You'll see thumbnails and notifications for those things, so subscribe to the channel for future Final Fantasy XI content. Ring the bell if you want to hear those notifications when I go live, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.
Oh, did you not write him? I don't know. He subbed RDM though. I pulled a nin. Yeah, I pulled a nin. I gotta get out to Juno here. Gotta get out there. I might as well go do my work in Juno. Select an area. Best stock. Markets. There we go. I wish it would spit you out in the tower. That would make it much, much better. But anyways, let's switch over. Do some RP music while I build this party. Okay. Oh, a little loud. Oops. There. Okay, so gotta get specialty jobs here for this bard party. I want that warrior for an off tank though. And then this guy. Yeah, I want TP burn. Ew, actually that limits me to the mages, actually. We'll see if the warrior responds. I don't mind. But I should get an RDM. So we pull the warrior for an off tank. Boo is, yep, and we'll take him. Right, and then, yep, and then I'll go to Metalworks here. There's a fourth. Gotta get healers now. I'll pull a red mage to heal though. That I'm not really too happy with that. I guess I could sit white mage, I suppose. I mean, I don't know. I would prefer. Let's see if there is any white mages actually looking. Yeah, there is. There's Dextain and Tags of the two. Pull the higher rank white mage, right? White mage, black mage, bard, right? White mage, black mage, bard, and then I want another DPS. Like hopefully somebody can really capitalize from a bard.
Incoming Tau.
CO tag. Take him. Good. And then C all. I don't know. Do I want? Do we want? I don't know. It's a nin. So the white mage should be okay tanking, and the warrior can off pull. I can help back up heal. We want to sit another heavy DD, I think, for like TP burn, I believe. Because yeah, that's all the magical or even like debuff that we really need. With the nin, the white mage will have time to run the debuffs that we need. Is 30 sync? Oh, 30? Okay, so oh it's 30 sync. Shit. Okay. Thank you. I did not remember. I thought it was 33. Oops. See, I'll invite 30. That limits me to the non-GIMP QFIM war. Thank you for looking out for me, Kamari. I thought it was 33. Shit. I haven't been out to that camp yet. That kind of limits me, but I'm okay. I'm okay with 2 warriors. We're gonna run this, yeah. Please say yes, otherwise I'll take the non-sub war. Or the RDM. I'll take the RDM. Cool. And there's our sync. Yeah. Oh god, I can't remember how to see. Oh. I don't know. 30, huh? If
incoming Tau.
Yep. Says 0, so I mean, or do I have to put in quotes? Is that what it is? Yeah, might be. Oh yeah, yeah. There is a 30 war. You can also go to gear liege, I think, at 30. I'm fairly sure. Oh god, I don't have sneaker and viz, and that's not too good. I didn't even think about this. Yeah. No, I need to just warp. I just warp. What am I doing? I'm an idiot. I was forming the party. I have an excuse. Oh yeah, refresh signal. Yeah, that's right. Should have done that too. Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know that. I've been there on the server yet. Fun to make forays into things in any event. I need to get my shit on. So. Should have pulled Thief for Puller, but that's okay. Whatever, the Bard can do it, or whatever warrior can pull. Mogs, no. Yeah, Mog safe's good. I have my spells. So then we change. I have to find the rest of my Black Mage set, which is in the other locker. Yeah. Which is this Eremites, this Optical Empress. Yeah, and then what else? This Friars, Justice. Oh, my ghetto set. I don't really care though. I won't be wearing that, no. Royal Footman tunic, right. Yep, and then I think that's everything except for ginger cookies, which I wouldn't mind buying. I don't know if I have enough money for that, but I'll try. Should have hopefully enough money, yeah. I don't know, I have 65, that should be good. Okay, and then I kind of want, like, I kind of want, like, an instant re-raise for this. Just, you know, just to cover my ass. I think, let's see something bad happen. Let's take a chocobo out of there. How much is that going to be? I hope they capped it. I think they probably did. I believe that's everything. I'm just going to go throw on my... Everything with the U wand, right? Yeah, I missed the weapon, yeah. Yeah, okay, and that's good, though. Where's the U wand? There it is. I mean, that's not amazing, but still, it's okay for now. And I wish I had Sears, but I don't. I just don't. It's a work in progress, guys, you know. As I get there, I'm getting there. That's everything that I basically need to be okay on the character, really, I would say. Except for, you know, a couple pieces, but I'm working on it. And this is good. It's all good. Grab Signal on the way out. Grab a chocobo ride. Gotta grab ginger cookies, and I'm good. 2 warriors, a nin, and a... What was he? Like, what else did I pull? It was a dark, I think. Yeah, War, Nin... Oh, no. Yeah, it's War, Nin, Black Mage, War. That's great. Yep, just open chains for me all day and just, like Stormwind shit down, and they'll have a bard. It's TP burn with a closer. It's okay. It won't be amazing, but it won't be bad either, you know? And we get mana regen, so I can really dump. Like, freaking, you know... actually hurt them, you know? That'll be fun. I definitely need, like, ginger cookies for this. I am out. I should, I'm okay, right? I'm okay, I'm on the right class and right spec and everything, yeah. I'm not nervous, I'm just like, man, I don't like camps I've been to before. That makes me nervous, so we'll see about that. Well, like, Crow seems to know what he's doing, that's good. I trusted in him. I trusted in these guys to help me with this, because it's not a perfect fucking thing, you know? What is that, sweets, I think, for gingers?
Incoming Tau.
Yep. Ballet, oh, really? Should be the normal number, which is 28. Okay, never mind. Well, okay, I'm not wanting for Ballet, I want him for Magical, so... whatever. It's fine by me. Wow, a lot of changes. 1430. That's cheaper than usual. Yeah, that's great. That's good. It's good. Okay, and then Chocobo Stables. Yeah, it'll be expensive, but it's worth. Oh, I should refresh Signet now.
Incoming Tau.
Cookies are my friend. Oh yeah, I brought the cookies. Oh yeah, I bought them. Cheap too, 1,400. I've been paying like 3K. I was the slowest one here, I think, but I don't care. I didn't know how fast I was gonna be able to throw this together. We'll see if Crow can pull a camp out of his ass. Otherwise, you know, we're gonna have to like go to Garrelage and fight for a spot there. I don't know what this is gonna be. Maybe we just disband it. I'm hopeful. I don't know. I could take him. I mean, we could sync up, but it screws the poor level 30 war. Isn't that right? I don't know. get on it here and just have a look. I don't know. I don't really care. Other places at level 30.
Incoming Tau.
Eastern Altep is a problem because I don't have the warp and stuff. I'd have to go all the way through Corloca. It's too far. No, 30 should be okay with a Bard, I believe, at Garlish. I think.
Incoming Tau.
33. God damn it, did I go the wrong way here? I think I did. So stupid. God damn it. Ah. I don't know what to do here. And I was scared of this a little bit. I was like, I'd rather let somebody else deal with it, but I'll take the blame. I don't care. Be like, yo, we couldn't make it work. That's not good.
Incoming Tau.
These are EP. I wonder, sometimes I've seen camps out here, actually, right here, but yeah, these are all DC. Battalion weapons.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, but like we don't have chocobos. Like the tank already got off his chicken. I want to compete here, I think. And we'll take a look. I don't know. Or do we wait? I don't know. Batalia's a lot. It'll cost the party like 12k to rebird again and all this. I'm gonna see. No, I can warp out. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna take a look and commit. See what I see. Vanishing gate, huh? Oh, they moved. This would be this guy. Well, let's give it a try.
Incoming Tau.
I know, right? I'm just like, I'm gonna give it a try. I have faith that these people are skilled and that they can handle a challenge here, and we'll just see. You know? If not, well... I mean, I asked him. I want to take a look at what I see here. There's enough.
You've been examined.
Oh, hey, Ballade. Nice. Yes, yeah, I was like, is it Ballade 28? It's 28.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Incoming Tau. Your skill has increased.
What the hell? What the hell? Oh god. Why do we have two tags? Oh no.
Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Yeah. I was like, I thought maybe with a Bard and a TP burn, we could kill them in time, but it didn't work out that way. We'll have to sink higher, and I thought maybe that would cover it, you know? I bet we lost Bard. We'll see. I don't know.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah. Well, I'm 33 too, yeah. I'm, what? 21 plus 5 would be 26. At 2600. I'm 33, I think. Yeah, I'm 33. Was it 3,600? Yeah. 2,100 plus photo. See if Bard shows. Damn it. I shouldn't have invited the bad sink. I should have been more careful. That was a bad commitment. Now I've got him. That's okay. I'm okay with him. But the damn Bard disappeared, and that sucks. I wish he hadn't just, like, disappeared. I mean, what's the point without the Bard? Yeah. Let's give him a few. Let's give him a couple more. He did come all the way down. It can lock you out for 5 minutes sometimes on zone. Yeah. You wanna keep going, huh? All right. 33 to 40, right? Beats. You want beats? Yeah. All right. Well, you've been helping this party a lot. I think beats would be good. Failure Citadel. It's a shame the fucking Bard disappeared. Yeah, take a look, see.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, we pulled him. Okay, so that's good. He'll get his ass here. We'll wait. I should invest in sneaking and biz pots. I can't really continue to just pray that I'll get by. I need to buy meds. I'll have to invest 10k to meds. I just keep praying that I can get by. And I'm gonna get cock-blocked in a party and look like a jackass if I don't cover my ass. I'm gonna cover my ass, especially on this black mage where I can't use my white mage sub. It's so annoying. It's on 50. Yeah, I'm just double checking, you know, make sure I don't make any bad turns or anything. It's been a little while. I mean, I know this place at the back of my hand. I'm just double checking, you know what I'm saying? Just taking it slow. Got different camera view this time. A little bit more intimate, you know, a little bit more close. There we go. And just make sure I don't fall down my ass into the pit. Because that's the end of this. You know what I'm saying? That's the end of this. At least for a bit. That's another 1,000 gil for a chocobo back over here. Fuck, there's someone at gate. There's a party at gate. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, wow. So, that's cute. I think screwed up, guys, and I'm willing to admit it. I'm not sure where we can really go. It seems every camp is straight full. The Beaky caps out at 31, I think. It's like one level. 30 is hard like this. Gotta sink lower. We could try Altepa, but I haven't been to that crystal. I'd have to do the Core Loca. We could try Altepa, but I haven't been to that crystal. I'd have to do the Core Loca run. Try here H8. Okay. Yeah, this sneaking a Viz. The Viz is gonna wear my Viz. I am at the gate. This is not good. I kind of screwed myself. I waited too long. Tags. Can you come re-invis, please? Left meds and log house. Sorry. I should have bought Escape. Escape would have done it, I think. I don't know where it takes you out though. Could be the like way far away though. Might be way out there in the wrong side of Sarmu though.
Incoming Tau.
Oh, I do. I loved every second of this. I don't look too good, but I don't care. That's another thing. Nobody's died. Got no death yet. We had a bard DC on us. That's not my fault. Nothing bad has happened yet. So I mean, until something bad happens, that's my word. I just say we're all good as long as I don't fall. You know, as long as I don't fall in this pit of despair. This white mage, she took the interesting route. That's cool though. I'm not complaining. Yeah, nice. Yeah, cool.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is how Nozomi felt. This is how Wings felt to a degree. I mean, not like this though. This feels a lot more like classic. Yes, I love this. I love this shit. So annoying. I asked directly, do you not want us here? I did, I asked directly. I asked them, like, do you not want us here? You know, oh wait, I went the wrong way, huh? I can't believe there's this many parties in Gearly Citadel. This is just insane. This is fine, we'll long pull. It's just crazy. It's like, wow. Jesus.
Incoming Tau.
That's how I view it too. I mean, I just don't like being all aggressive and negative about it. I don't like moving in on top of them, but I mean, like, it's a game of flux. They won't be there forever. You know what I'm saying? They won't be there forever. I'm not very sympathetic. They won't be in the camp that long. You know, not long enough where they own it or anything. And as it is, we passed 3 parties. Whatever. Like, whatever.
Your skill has increased.
I'm gonna try and stick blind on this. I think it matters by quite a bit. Yeah, and then, hey, we got the damage. Oh, I don't know. There isn't many spots, and we're not doing much damage at 33 either without the bard. I shouldn't have pulled 2 warriors without a bard. We needed more. We needed more than this. But I mean, at least the mob is dying. It's dying a little bit better.
Your skill has increased.
It was a bard. It was best a bard party, and I really should have called it when I didn't have the bard. But whatever.
Your skill has increased.
Get some good elemental skill ups,
Incoming
if nothing else. Yeah, I'm watching. They don't have TP yet because they can't hit the mob. And it's got evasion, high frequency field. Oh god. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit now because I mean I dumped mana on this thing. Try to get it to half health. That's not good. We needed the bard. I can't believe he fucked out and used the I can't believe he fucked out and used the zone as an excuse to DC. Hate it when they do that. Don't join the party and travel 2 zones if you're just gonna fuck out DC and disappear. So annoying. It is dying enough. I don't know if it's worth it though.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah. Oh my god, Rhino Guard. I don't have, I mean, I didn't. It's okay. I'm gonna open Nukin now that they have some threat too. The other thing was, I'm trying to let the Nin actually do it, you know? Actually tank. Oh, that hurt me though.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Come on, crack him! Crack this stupid beetle, come on. Oh my god, crack this stupid beetle. Took forever. That sucked. At least it paid 300, Jesus. It's like, it sucks. I admit it. I built the party right. I brought a bard. Like, I brought a bard. I built the party right. I don't know. I brought the bard. They're not moving much faster, so that's good. I mean, they are. They're moving faster than us, though. Yeah. Man, the ST might be really good for this. I thought about pulling him. I mean, I'm going to get the XP, and I'm going to get stronger, and that's what matters to me. So whatever. We can... I'll dump nuke on these things. I just have to be careful about my threat. Hey, he got a bat this time. That'll be a lot squishier for a TP burn party. Yeah. Well, I should probably carve through that, I bet. These guys know what they're doing. Everyone here knows what they're doing. I can see it immediately. So, like, you know, whatever. Especially the Nin. Oh. He's competing and he lost. Yeah, he's competing and the other puller beat him. No, he got it. There we go. Hey, I'm cool. I'm full mana again. Yay. Stick that blind para. Let's go. Come on, stick that blind. Come on, stick that blind. Stick that blind. Come on, blind para. Come on. Look, land that blind, damn it. Land that blind. I'm not nuking yet. He's got established threat. Come on, stick the blind. I've got the skill, damn it. Fine, just kill it.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, hey, the bats are at least, like, tolerable. That's good. Just gonna help him a little bit. I'm not trying to say he has to do this himself, You know, yeah, like, you're not carrying him alone, don't worry. I'll help you, because, yeah, that's not okay. I'm not trying to fuck around with a Jetstream death here. Piss off the Nin. I'm not trying to do that. I'm watching that Nin. I'm not letting him fucking die. He's worked too hard for this already. Fuck
Your
that.
skill has increased.
Yeah, I'll nuke him. I don't fucking care. Oh, well, he died, yeah. What's the XP? It's okay. So whatever. It's a living. It's barely worth the time, but whatever. It's a living. He can pull another bat. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, this is about as I remember Citadel being. I hated Citadel. I don't think this Nim wants to tell the war how to do his job. It's kind of funny. I wish there was music in here. Why would you do some of the zones but not all of them? You should have put music in here. It would have been way better. Would help. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're moving any faster than us. That's good. This poor thief. He has to fucking long pull so far. Oh well, we have full mana. I mean, I can kind of... No, they're moving way faster than us. Oh well. Where else did I used to go at 30? Wait. Like, Lead to Lore is good. I think at 33, I'm fairly sure. It's pretty good right there by Outposts. I should have said, let's try Lead to Lore. Hey, he got a bat, and that's good. In the meantime, they just killed 2. That sucks. I feel bad about this whole shebang. I shouldn't have thrown this together. Oh well, I'm the bad guy, right? That's okay. I'll play the bad guy. Yeah. He's got to double pull it. That's funny. Man, I cannot stick that blind. It's so annoying. Oh, it was reverberation. It's... Oh well. I didn't see it coming right away. Oops.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Detonation, that's wind, isn't it? I can't remember. Detonation's wind, isn't it? I believe. Oh, detonation, I forgot. My brain, I'm doing like 5 things at once. I did, I caught the wind, I caught it. I was like, that's wind, isn't it? Yeah. And I gotta remember, reverb is, fucking annoying. Come on, arrow, bitch.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna pull this nice little guide so I don't have to go very far to do this. We'll just come over here, take a look at reverb. Reverb is cursed with water, right? Yeah, water. Yeah, I was like, come on, man. Man, some of the stuff's so not like ingrained in my brain, right? And so in this party, we will see detonation, which of course is wind, scission, which is earth. I missed the scission, I think. No, I missed the reverb, which is water. Oh well, I mean, I wasn't ready. I didn't know. I wasn't ready. Did they leave? They don't seem to be... Oh, no, they're there. They just moved down closer.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
God damn it. I wasted elemental seal. I hit the wrong button. That's not too good. Now, how is it this guy in... Like, how is it that you just did that? Now, how did you just, like, kill that freaking skelly that fast? He must be really high. He's, like, synced down way high. They dropped sync to do it, I guess. This is how you get out of the bracket anyways. Oh, poor Beats. He's really trying to get this. And the guy just trained like a fuck ton of mobs too. That's not good because a lot of them got deleted and like replaced. There's Beats, but he doesn't have anything at all. And these guys are fucking pissed at us. This was not that fun. These guys are probably really pissed at us. They're probably like cussing us out in their party chat right now. I don't think they're that mad about it, but they're just like, I don't know. They're like, how rude, and I really didn't want to come across like that. I mean, I'm the one that looks bad, and it's kind of annoying, but that's okay. They can blame me. I could give a flying fuck what they think. That's the secret. I really don't care what they think, honestly. Like, I'll even, like, dump heals on them. I don't care. Let them know it's not personal, you know, whatever. The love's unconditional, you know. It's not too good. This situation's barely tenable, but at least it's tenable, I would say. I doubt it'll lead to death. Yeah. He's coming to compete. Better do it now before there's other problems. Yeah, I'm just having a curious look, you know, just at the situation, see what the situation's in. Let's see what situation my situation's in, yeah, just have a glance around the corner. And, yeah, hey, our thief is at least competent. I like that. He's not scared to pull in a really negative environment full of Link and angry neckbeards. Link and angry neckbeards. It's not the funnest camp, I must admit, but hey, we muscled in, and it's XP that we didn't have 5 minutes ago, you know. Beats is getting hurt pretty bad. I'm just gonna step to him and make sure that he makes it. Yeah.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, I'm just gonna help him a little bit. Why aren't you healing? Let's go, let's go. Yeah, give the thief some love, you know. I'm just gonna dump nuke on this bat. I don't care. I don't think I need to like dot him. I'm gonna toss a blind just to see if I can land it. But I mean, yeah, just come on, land the blind, damn it. Damn it. So annoying. There's Retsu, and I just burned Arrow. Retsu into what? They didn't combo Stormwind. He was late. Come on, you were late. You were late. Do better.
Your skill has increased.
He was so late. He was so late. That's not fair. Damn it. You step on my DD. Get your damn weapon skill better.
Your skill has increased.
He was late. Yeah, damn, that Stormwind killed it. Oh, hey, it's better than nothing, you know. It's still better than nothing. Would you rather not be getting XP, I guess? I don't know. It's a funny situation, I would say. Yeah. Pressure's a little bit annoying. He pulled another one right quick. That's a light at the end of the tunnel. Because they're probably happy about that. They're like, oh, well, at least you got one, you know? Yeah, he's here. Fucking Vogue. Don't let it kill the thief. There you go. Let's go. I must sit for a while on this one. Before I even dump, like, any sort of hate. Oh, that guy's getting hurt very bad. Oh, I don't know. Where's the Nin? Let's go. That's a lot of mana for the white mage. Oh yeah, don't I have Divine Seal? I do. Let's just use Divine Seal to, like, heal this guy, right? I do have Divine Seal, and I'll use it. Yeah, screw that. Free heal, right? Yeah, just kill him. Or, I mean, heal him, yeah. That helps, right? Yeah, that probably really helps, yeah. 136, not bad for Tier 2. Now, that was a shield break into a nothing. The thief can't run, so I don't know. Do I sit down? I think I do. It's kind of annoying. I don't think we have this just yet. You're gonna definitely be conservative here and err on the side of, like, mana, as opposed to not mana, because this might really go on for a little bit here. Ooh, they did not pull too good of a... Yeah, it's not too good. Oh, wait, he's got it. What is it? It's... Yeah, what is that? That's, reverberation. That'll be wind. There we go. That's some hit, you know. 43, not bad. I'll take it. I didn't pull the... Oh, wait, reverb. Yeah, reverb.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, reverb is waters. Reverb, right? Water. Rever's water. Oops. Ah.
Incoming Tau.
Yeah, they've thrown a couple of distortions. Yeah, Nin and Thief. Distortion. Yeah. Yeah, what is that? That's Rin to... What's he running? Is it Gust Slash? It is. He's running Gust Slash. No, he's running Shadow Stitch? Why would he be running Shadow Stitch? I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just gonna keep my damn mouth shut. I know that it's my fault, somehow. Oh, no. That's just looking terrible. Thank God MPK isn't a reality
Incoming
here.
Tau.
Yeah, Rin, Wasp Sting. I believe the chain would be Rin, Wasp, Disto. And Distortion, of course.
Incoming Tau.
You know, Distortion being yeah, Distortion for water for Blizzard. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can stick a frickin' blind. I have an elemental skill. I'll probably just use that. I didn't buy gravity. I'm like an idiot. I didn't buy gravity. I should have. I didn't stick anything at all. Oh my god. Run the elemental seal then. I really wanna blind this thing. Yeah, there we go. Stick the blind on that mofo. Yep, there it is. I don't know, it's at least fun. I would say it's still fun, you know?
Incoming Tau.
Iron Tempest, and then,
Your skill has
these
increased.
beetles. I don't know. I'm gonna help the Nin now, because this could go south really fast. Yeah.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, those guys disbanded, I guess, or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm
Your
out
skill
of
has
mana
increased.
now. Yeah. I might die now. Oh, that's not too good. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Oh, he doesn't like the white mage. That was reverb. Reverb would be water or water.
Your skill has increased.
Reverb is water, right? I forget. Did I get it? No, it's what is reverb? I always forget. It's so stupid. It annoys me so bad. But yeah, it was water. I just missed it, though. I was out of mana. I don't know. I better just kill this thing now. I don't know, man. I don't have no. Alright, here we go. Big spell. Big spell time. That didn't do anything, so we're just gonna try to kill this stupid ass beetle. Oh, this just got so bad. I don't know. I mean, my damage. I ran out of mana. I can't do anything. This thing is just not really what we should be fighting at all. I would say. I don't know. I'll get mana, but it'll take a while. At least there's lots of Vokes to cover the Nin, so it doesn't really matter. They can just trade and trade and trade all match. Nobody's gonna die because they can just roll Vokes on this crappy... That time when your party mates levels and you're like, oh man, let's get somebody levels so at least seems like we have some progress, you know? Yeah, oh yeah. And I actually caught Magic Burst instead of running out of mana. I'll be right back at speed. I love Black Mage because you can just go to the bathroom in the middle of the fight and nothing matters. Oh no, the thief! Heal him! Why can't I heal him? I moved. Heal the thief! Heal the thief! Heal the thief! Oh god. Yeah. I didn't land any of that, did I? I need to just stop trying. Here we go. Okay, I don't want to... There's the Stormwind into the... and then the Reverberation, which is water. I caught them MB and now it's up mono. 66 for a water, it's pretty cheap. Yep.
Your skill has increased.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, can I do that? No, not yet, but I will in 50 seconds, yeah. Are we 32? We are. I can run Kiraga. I can run Divine Seal Kiraga. I mean, he did it. Yeah, that was sweet. Yeah, look at that beautiful numbers. Yeah, juicy Kiraga. So pretty. Stupid tanky bat. So annoying. Get the freaking blind on him. So annoying. Oh, you dirty bastard. I need to just sit down. I need to just sit down. I'm not going to be able to catch whatever it is they do. That was not reverb. Or whatever. I don't know, I'm tempted to run Kiraga here, but it'll get me killed. That's not it. Just gotta kill it now.
Your skill has increased.
Oh god, kill it now.
Your skill has increased. Yeah, I got a level.
I got a level, I got a level, I got a level, I got a level. I got a level, I got a level, I got a level, I got a level. I got a level, I got a level. It's cold out here in this Garley as Citadel. And we have been getting this XP in the streets lately. So I get together my crew, we be getting stronger. And we go out there, we're gonna make a play on these motherfuckers. We're gonna make a play on these bats. We're gonna get some XP. Like 900 XP, okay? Like 900, oh god, he pulled another beetle. Oh no, he pulled 2 beetles. Yeah, I just zoned that guy. Come back in and out. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that's not too good. Oh. So what happens to the pop? I didn't touch it, so I think I'm okay.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I am doing no damage to this beetle at all. Like, no damage. Like 5 damage or something. Like, why am I doing 9 damage? I don't know. Like, I don't know, but it sucks, I'll tell you that. I mean, 32 with fire is okay, but no, I'm doing like no damage at all. It's so bad. I mean, my gear's okay. I don't have black neckerchief, but I think that's the only int I don't have besides the tathlum.
Your skill has increased.
I need tathlum and neckerchief, and I'd have basically all the damn.
Your skill has increased.
Just dump nuke on it. I don't know. I'm getting my skills going up. It's going up real good, real well. So I don't know. I'm getting stronger, but what I do know is I'm out of mana. Just straight out. I get to sit for a while. Hattori Hanzo. Hattori. I mean, that's not enough. It's not enough XP. It's like, for how annoying that was. I'm sure the other guy, he's not getting too good XP, but whatever. Like, at least it's some XP. I've made 4K. I'm happy with it. I mean, I don't know. This sucks. Oh, why did you no-show on me, you stupid bard? We needed you. This would have been such a good party. This TP burn would have tore through these things, no problem with the bard. But no, the bard has a DC and leave. Just because the camps are taken, no. Nice. It's a bat. Let's kill it. Man, it's the windiest I've ever seen it here. I can hear it rushing through the bottom of my my fifth wheel. I mean, like, I don't have anything, man. I gotta actually kind of sit here for a little while you actually... Yeah, there we go. That'll be good. Yeah, run that. Shield break.
Your skill has increased.
My elemental magic skill's not where it should be for this. Hopefully this will help raise it. What level are we right now? We're 34, are we? Okay, so... Well, that's good. I can at least run arrow 2... I forgot to do that. Let's see how my arrow 2 hits, right? Right. Yeah, water 2 stuff.
Your skill has increased.
There, that hurt. Yeah. I don't know. You eat some beats, but I don't know. You guys gonna do this? I don't know. I'll drop thunder, I guess, yeah.
Your skill has increased.
I need to macro arrow 2 and water 2. Nice. That's good. That helps a little bit. Alright, well, arrow 1 becomes arrow 2 now, because I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to bump it all down, and I'm going to take stone 1 off my bar, I guess. And I'm going to take water off my bar, too, and I'm just going to say arrow where stone was. Fire where arrow was. No, right? I don't know. Yeah, arrow 1, and then water 1, right? I don't know. Yeah, arrow 1, and then water 1, and then arrow 2. Yeah, and then arrow 2. Yeah, arrow 2, and then arrow 2. Arrow 2, right? Yeah, nice. Arrow 2, and then what? Water 2, right? Instead of, I don't know. All of those are really good skills. I don't really like Thunder. It's too expensive. It doesn't really pay. I'd like to move Thunder off this for now. And just sit arrow 2 for a bit. And I'll run Thunder if I need to, but yeah. And then, oh wait, no. Arrow 2 needs to go way over here. And then water 2, water 1, and water 2. And we'll keep Thunder on the second bar in case I need it. But I'll move it as I see it. But water 2, right? Yeah, nice. Did we have a, no, you guys just solo. Yeah, alright, fine. Well, here's an arrow 2.
Your skill has increased.
78's not bad.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Stupid bat.
Your skill has increased.
I'm out of mana now. Damn it. Yeah, what do you guys vote? Yeah, come on, vote. I don't want to die. Thank you. Don't let it kill me. No! No! Why am I dead right now? You freaking what? 177, motherfucker. Wow. You are so annoying. It's, no mana. So annoying. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like no votes went out except for the nins. What is going on? What? Just kill it. What are you talking about? Kill it. What? Kill it. Why are you letting someone else die? Just fucking, like, raise, damn it. Oh my god. Fucking so annoying. No. I don't think I saw any Vokes except for the Nindo, and there's 2 other warriors here. Whatever. I'm just gonna relax and just let it flow. I don't care. I'm not mad about that. I don't care. Frankly, don't care. I'm still getting XP, and that's what matters. Let's see, what else have we got here?
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Brixie, and today I just kind of wanted to make a video on like a 1-month checkup on Horizon XI, and just kind of how the game is doing so far. And honestly, it's doing pretty good. So when we first started, the population for the server was like 3,600 on launch, and that was pretty consistent. We consistently stayed at that like 35-ish, 3,600 mark, and a month later, we're doing about that, and sometimes a lot better. Like during the daytime when people are working, it'll drop to like 2,500-ish, but like during peak hours, we're like, the highest I've seen is almost 5,000. We've hit like 4,700 quite often, and like every single day I've checked, we have at least had like 4,200 players during peak time, and that's a lot of players. Also keep in mind, this is a single box server, so that is 42 to 4,700 individual players playing on this server at any given time. That's a lot of bodies, a lot of people doing things, and it just makes for a very active server, and it's great. As far as the community has also been really good so far. There's always tons of shouts for doing things like limit breaks, teaming up to get your artifact done, experience parties, teaming up to do missions for like chains and Zillar, and as well as your nation. All of that stuff is being shouted for daily. Every single zone I go to, like there's people doing something, which is awesome. It's really good to see. People are also starting to finally adventure and try to find different experience camps. I made a video a couple of days ago on like a Black Mage and Summoner Burn method, and since then I've seen a lot more of those pop up, so I don't know if that was because of my video or if just like the word's getting around and people are trying it. Either way, it's really good to see. A lot of people are just doing stuff, and it's great to see it. So one of the topics I was most interested in is how was the jobs going to be balanced, because 75 honestly could have had better balance. Samurai was super broken, Summoner wasn't really wanted for parties, but they were pretty decent at endgame. Beastmaster, kind of the opposite effect. They just kind of did their own thing, and they weren't good at endgame also, so they were kind of like the lone wolves. And for this server, I feel like the balance, it's better. I feel like the DDs are kind of all on the same scale. Samurai has been toned back a little bit, Thief has been buffed up a little bit, and there are some outliers. I feel like Beastmaster currently is super strong, and actually it got nerfed a couple of days ago. They took, what was it? They took Bestial Loyalty, and it was a 20-minute recast. They made it 30 minutes. That doesn't really change a whole lot to me, I don't think, but they also took the Ready recast and bumped it from 30 seconds to 45 seconds, and that's a pretty big nerf. That's like a 50% increase on the timer, which 15 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but if you do that over like 10 minutes or an hour or whatever, that adds up. That's a lot of DPS that they lost. Other jobs like Ninja. Ninja was struggling because the Horizon devs decided that they wanted to try to stray away from Sub-Ninja meta, and the nerfs they actually implemented, they didn't actually target Sub-Ninja that great. It actually affected Ninja mains more than Sub-Ninja, because people are still using Sub-Ninja a lot, and Ninja mains were actually having trouble tanking, so that led to the devs implementing a custom Yonin, which is pretty much the same as retail, but you get it at level 20, and it reduces your Utsumi recast, which is like one of the major things they made.
That's what I'm seeing.
Summoner has also had a couple of bugs, but honestly, Summoner overall right now is in a really, really good spot. One of the issues with Summoner that was actually fixed in the patch also a couple of days ago is their blood packs for magical was not magic bursting correctly. It was actually reducing the damage by a lot. I don't know if they messed up the formula or if they forgot to add it, but that was incorrect on Summoner. That was fixed. There are also more issues with Summoner. Their spirits are not casting spells. Their artifact body is also broken currently. It's supposed to reduce your blood pact delay by 1 second. It is actually increasing it by 1 second. That's a simple fix. All you have to do is change the plus to a negative, and you know that's an easy fix. So I expect all of that to be fixed. I'm not in a hurry for it because Summoner is in a pretty good spot right now. And yeah, as far as balance, like this is always going to be a tug and pull sort of thing. There's 15 jobs currently. There's going to be more in the future. That's a lot of stuff to balance around and make sure everything's on like an even playing field. There's also things like different types of damage weaknesses that will also sway damage. So again, this is something you have to take into when you're considering all these jobs and balancing them. You don't want one job to learn everything. You want jobs to do different things for different fights. Like, I probably wouldn't bring a thief if I'm fighting a skeleton because skeletons are resistant to piercing, whereas a monk would do a lot of damage because they're weak to blunt. So, you know, it's always like stuff like that that you have to keep track of and like consider when you're balancing this stuff. And right now, I feel like it's a pretty even playing field for all damage dealers. There is one job currently that needs to be fixed, and that's probably Ranger. I know a lot of Rangers have been complaining about damage, so I guess devs, please look at Ranger, because there's a lot of people who want to play Ranger, and it's not worth it.
Your skill has increased.
Please fix it. As far as mages go, again, pretty well balanced right now. I know a lot of people are kind of salty the red mage was toned down a little bit, but red mage was by far the most broken
Your
thing at
skill
75,
has increased.
so you can afford to lose a couple of things. White mage, still really good. Teleports are super useful. By far the best healer in the game, you know, typical white mage. Black mage is really strong right now. It's by far the best experience I've had since I've been on Horizons. Every single burn party I've went on, it's easily like 10k plus experience an hour. It's really good. Black mage is really strong, and I expect them to be very strong in endgame as well, especially if you can set up things like 2 summoners to magic burst all the black mages. Black mage is a pretty good spot. Summoner, also in a really good spot. They do have some things that need to be fixed, but as far as playability right now, they're really good.
That should have gone
Being
Taru.
able to set up skill chains, it's almost like a scholar on retail currently. When you use your Addendum Black and make skill chains with your magic, that's kind of what Summoner is doing right now, and that's kind of cool. They're also very versatile. They can kind of fit any group now that they have Refresh and Warcry and stuff like that, which that's all been a thing before, except for the Refresh. The Refresh was a nice addition, and I feel like it just makes them more party viable. And one final thing I want to go over before I end the video is just the current level curve for the entire server. And the total population right now is like 2,600. And for level 1 through 30, we have 1,055 players. For level 31 through 60, we have 866 players. And from 61 to 75, we have a total of 196 players. For players that are level 75 in general, there's only 39 on the server currently, which, again, this is a raw number. This is not including players that are anonymous, so these numbers can be higher. And this is also currently at 10 a.m., so a lot of people are not even logged on, they're working or whatever. And this is just AAC all of the server currently. So roughly 10 to 15% of the server currently right now is at max level cap. The rest of us are
Your
taking
skill
it pretty
has
chill.
increased.
So me currently I'm level 67. It's probably gonna be like another week before I get 75. I've just been busy making videos and trying out different jobs. I've actually
Your
been
skill
working on
has
Ninja
increased.
currently, and I'm looking forward to the adjustments and fixes of Ninja, so we'll try that. But for right now, I'm just trying to get Summoner up to 75. And yeah, let me know in the comments down below what you guys have been up to if you're playing Horizon. And you guys are awesome. Every day I'm getting messages in-game about people watching my videos, and you know, that's really cool. I'm glad you guys are enjoying. I'm enjoying it. I'm glad to be back. And yeah, I'll catch you guys next video. Bye.
At least everybody here got like a level. I would say at least it's not like a total loss. I don't think we were sitting very fast, like 4,000 or something. But that's 4,000 we didn't have. And that's how I choose to look at this. Maybe I'm finally over my like the glass is half empty of piss phase.
Hello there, you.
Yeah.
We just got this UI, okay, HXUI, and I think it's awesome. I saw it, you know, a couple people in chat told me about it and showed me screenshots of it, and I love it. So, Taco suggested that I make a video for it because you guys, you know, a lot of people are going to download it, and the people in chat that want to download this. So we're going to download it right now. So if you guys haven't downloaded this and you want to download it, we're just going to go ahead and do it right now. Trying to get. God, I really want to go to Coupam too, dude. I really want to go to Coupam Island. I haven't gone to Coupam Island yet, so, but not right now. We'll go some other time, okay? But anyways, people in chat, some of you guys want to do this. Who wants to download this right now? Because what we'll do is we'll go through it right now, okay? And then I'll go ahead and make a video out of it as well, okay? So, you want to download it? Okay, so.
Your skill has increased.
You need to get your shut your game down. Okay, so shut your game down, and then we'll continue. Okay, so for those of you guys who are watching on stream, the link for this right here where you download is just scroll up a little bit. It'll be right there. Okay, so I just put it. Okay, so for those of you guys watching this on YouTube, just go in the description below, and a link to the GitHub will be there.
I think I better sit. I think I'm about to pull nasty hate.
Code right here, and you just want to download the zip. You're going to go ahead and take this right here, and you are going to extract it to your desktop. Okay, the way you do that is just grab it and just drag it to your freaking desktop, and it'll extract it to your desktop. Okay, just do that. So once you put it to desktop, here's mine right here, right? So just go ahead and double click it. All right. And this file is the file that you're going to need, okay? Don't change the name. If people are telling you to change the name of it, you don't need to change the name of it, okay? I think before you needed to change the name to Consolidated UI or something like that, but you don't have to do that anymore, okay? So leave it at HXUI, okay? And now what you're going to do is you're going to move these. Let me go ahead and get my other folder in here. Locate your add-on folder, okay? And here's my add-on folder right here.
Your skill has increased.
Add-ons, and I have HXUI already in here because I've already done this, okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to get this file right here, and you are going to go ahead and right-click the file, copy it or whatever, copy it, and then move it over to your add-on folder. And make sure, again, you don't change the name here from HXUI to Consolidated UI or anything like that. This is how it should look inside. You should have everything like this. All right, so before we actually finish doing this, guys, I want to do one thing, okay? I want to do one thing because I know a lot of you guys saw how my little party menu was pitch black. If you double click on your HXUI and you go to assets, okay? Click on HXUI, guys, and go to assets. Your right here, this plist_BG, is not going to look like this. You already did that? Okay, cool. So for those of you guys who didn't, and you're going to scroll down, wherever you guys are adding all of your little commands that you added on, hopefully these things here, all your little assets are going to be like jumbled up in the corner over here on the top left, okay? You just grab them. You don't have to shift click them. You literally just click them and drag them. It's a lot easier than the mini map. The mini map you have to actually shift click. Okay, these all you have to do is just drag them, grab them, and drag them where you want them. Okay, you can put things wherever you want. You have this little bag thing For your inventory, I have 28 out of 40 inventory slots, so I don't need to actually physically open up my inventory to see how many items I have. I know just by looking on the bottom right, I have 28 out of 40. And this is how much money I have. I have 24.8K. I'm not a very rich person.
Nice.
Okay? But that's what I'm rolling with right now, okay? We're not keeping it a secret. Now, once you position everything the way you want it, now you can kind of mess with things. You can go ahead and target somebody real quick if you want to see your target bar. When you're fighting an enemy or something, this is the bar that's going to show up. It's really, really cool. I think you guys will really like it. So what you want to do now is type in /HXUI. Okay? And this is the config. And with this config, you can literally...
No tigers were ever safe. Tigers ain't safe around me.
I am going to go back down to party list real quick. And I am going to... it's hard to see. It's really hard to see this, guys. There it is. Okay. If you look to the far right, you're going to see it says hero there on top, and that is what
your skill has increased.
Menu is going to actually look like. Okay? I have it set up. I don't use it when I'm solo.
Incoming cow.
Because the way that they have it,
ooh, very good.
FFXI, is all the other
I assume you made a lot of money? That's good. Yeah, rich get richer. Yeah.
Your skill has increased.
It just kind of moves on its own. It's stationary. So because of the fact that it's stationary, I just don't use it when I'm solo. I just don't like the way it looks. Okay, because what I have to
these guys cannot skill chain for the life of them. They just can't do it. They don't know how.
The menu.
It's hilarious. The ninja knows how. The rest of them don't.
So I would rather just.
And it's very clear.
Not use it when I'm
the ninja knows what he's doing. The rest of these guys,
not
so sure. But I don't care. I still like them. I think they're great. I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying. The ninja knows how to weapon skill. I don't think they do.
It's all up to you how you guys want to do it. I mean, I'm looking at mine.
I'm not into telling people like what to do, you know. They can play how they want to play. I don't really care at this point. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't really like that. This is okay, but I mean, it's the same thing as that. I mean, it's all good, but it's I don't know. I don't see anything that I need. And UI always lags. Nice. Yeah, huge. Huge. I'm jelly. Just gonna dump a nuke on this thing to try and kill it. Die, you stupid thing! Finally. 153 though. Yeah, 153. How much is Arrow 2? It's like, 59, 51. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather just cast just Arrow 2, Water 2, Arrow 2, Water 2, because it's, like, I don't know, maybe Stone 2 might actually hurt. How much is Stone 2? It's like 43. It's too much, but it might actually really hurt them. I might try it. We'll see how it hits, you know. It's cheaper a little bit. Yeah, maybe I'll just, I'll redo my bar how it was, right? I'll fix it, yeah, and I'll just take all of this to the second one, right? So we go copy, paste, I wish you could just do pages. It's so annoying. Bind dot, right? Yeah, and then we have like this was like kind of so. Thunder was up here, right? Yeah, it does make sense actually. Yeah, and then but then I lose arrow, but that's all right. Arrow should come, copy, right? Arrow should come up here where water was. And everything's fixed again except for him. Yeah, that's all right. That's all good, except you're wrong. We're going to fix you. And there's tier 1 spells. I'll just do that. I'll just copy, I'll do that, and then I'll just take it to T2 now. So we just copy these, take it to T2, paste, right? Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. No weapons. No chain, huh? Okay, copy paste, I guess. Yeah. So then, and then, oh, yep, nice. Oh, might get one here. Let's see. We're gonna get one here. Yep, here we go. So what'd you drop? Come on, something. It's, reverb. Come on, water 2.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah! Got it. And then arrow 2. I didn't catch the burst, so it's too slow, I guess. God damn it, whatever. So annoying. Whatever, I was rewriting macros.
Your skill has increased.
It's fine. Oop, yep, and then just run this arrow 2 again. Yeah. I mean, it did kill him. Suddenly, it seems faster, which is good. Yeah, no. Yep. Fix the macros further. So now we come across and we say Ston 2. Water 2. Nope. Water 2. Arrow 2. Nope. Arrow 2. Why only 4, you stupid thing? Fire 2. Blizz. Oop. Blizz 2. Thunder. Oops. 2. Right. Thunder 2. Yeah. And there we go. And then we got the same exact thing except all the dual spells. So if I want to, I can drop to the other menu better. I think I like that more. And that, what is that? That's Cure Me. Ew. Delete that. That's just horrible. That's from like way back day 1. Why is the thief dead? Why is the thief dead? Why is the thief dead? Come on. Heal, damn it. Heal him. Cannot you... I'm not healing. I'm not healing. I'm not healing. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. It won't let me heal him. Why? Why won't you do anything? Oh my god, run. Oh, I'm trying to save him. I'm trying to save him. I can't touch it or I'll die. I can't touch it. Oh god. I don't know, man. I couldn't get involved. Not really. I don't know. Wait, screw it. No, wait. Elemental seal. Come on, man. Run the elemental seal, damn it. Now, run the blind. There you go.
Your skill has increased.
Alright. Oh. The thief. Did I get it? Yeah, I got the blind that I wanted, yeah. Now the thief is back. Probably. Thief's back, heal him. Come on now. You're scaring me here a little bit. Yeah, you're too red for this. Yeah. Why won't you heal? Please heal. I've been begging you to heal. It's broken or something? It's like the macro's broken, I guess. I don't know. You're all fucked up now. I don't know. You're all fucked up. Oh, there. It is. You did something with ST and I didn't know it was there. Yeah, not on Black Mage, no. No STAL. I mean, I guess so. I guess we can run STAL. That's okay. Yeah, we'll run it now that I know it's there. Yeah, just run it. I don't know. Just kill the Siege Bat now, I guess. Yeah, Thunder... Blizzard.
Your skill has increased.
Fire. Arrow.
Your skill has increased.
That should have been arrow 2. Ah, you... God, fine. That's fine. Arrow 2 hits so hard. I should just wait and spam it. Except it's too expensive. I can't even afford that. I can afford that. Reverb, water 2. Come on, I caught it, right? I think. It takes too long to cast. Come on, man. I didn't know it was coming. Then, like, it's too much pressure. So annoying. I mean, it hurt him, but it still wasn't the burst, though. The burst would have straight killed it. I didn't see it coming. It's kind of hard to track it when it's like, no. Also, my macros were fucked. God damn it. I thought I did everything, but I didn't. So here we go. Thunder, Blizzard, Fire. That's good. But you're not... Okay, Arrow 2, right? Yeah, Water 2. Hey, cool. The White Mage dinged. Congratulations. We carved, Yeah. We carved an XP party out of the side of this rock, basically. That's good. You know, that's how you do this. So, what do I do now? I fix those macros. Should have done that when I came into the party. I was like, no, I'll just spam singles, and that it didn't work out that way now, did it? Thunder 2. Lizard 2. Fire 2. Arrow 2. Water 2. Stone 2. And we have our written macros. Very good. I should have bought Gravity. I'm an idiot. I really meant to buy Gravity, and I really didn't. Should have. Really should have. I'm such an idiot. Whatever.
Your skill has increased.
Alright, so we're just gonna dump these, like, big hitting spells, because it's really satisfying. Caught one there. Oh, yeah, that one hurt. Okay, good, good, good. 153. It's a little bit better. I can pull some damage, you know. Water 2.
Your skill has increased.
Is he on me? He is. I can pull hate here. I better just sit. I think I'm a dead mage if I push him much further with this bat. I'm just gonna let him get lower and then I'll finish him off. And then I'll finish him off. Actually, really like zooming in the camera. You can really see the combat. It looks awesome. It's so much more entertaining than most RPGs, I think, to watch this combat like play out. And I'm just waiting for it. I mean, you guys could skill change, just saying. I don't know. I mean, you have been doing it fairly good. Fairly well, I would say. Yeah, let's close them out here. I'd like to close them out here. Let's do it. Oh! Yeah! Well, 319 with the 70. Oh, it was all him, though. Damn, Beats hit it big. 319, damn. See, Viper Bite looks fine to me. I don't know why you wouldn't use Viper Bite. Huge. 319, huge. See, I mean, it was okay in the end. It was alright. You know. I suppose I could dump a heal on Boo, because this kind of, like, fits my time frame here a little bit. I think the Kuraga's stronger, but I also don't know. I don't know. Yeah, let the white mage deal with it. I'd rather just dump my mana on killing it, you know? Oh, yeah, yeah, I have been using my... Oh, I forgot to replace my ring. Oh, well. Yeah, you are KK. KK.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Yeah, got them and beat that time. Yeah, finally. Caught a good one. 226, bitch. Yeah.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Just gonna sit down now. I could dump mana, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna let them do it. Man, I have not stuck a damn blind with that elemental seal all party, and that's not how that is. I suppose it is my feeling, it's my fault, but still. I landed the para there, but only because I level white mage. Oh man, come on man, cast the damn blind. Fine. Did I miss one there? No, I didn't miss it, no. I'm about to though. I'll run a thunder and a blizzard, that's fine. Oh no wait, I stuck the para though, I already stuck that. So annoying. It's fine. Run the stone for now.
Your skill has increased.
Okay, here we go. Run this weapon skill. Come on, open for the thief. Let's go. There it is. There's one, right? Right on, and then. No, he missed it. Come on, man, run the spell. Oh my god. Oh, I ran the wrong spell. Whatever, I don't care. It's fine. Probably better, honestly. They just dumped everything. That's fine. You guys are kind of slow about that. You like let it go way too long. Whatever. We could sync. Boo's got to go. Boo's our sync. We know I'm the sync. Party member list. 33. We can sync to beats now. We can sync to UE yet. No, I don't know. I love how this looks. I love watching these battles now. All zoomed in on this 85-inch TV. It's so dope. It's so dope, dude. It looks so good. Like, you can really see what's going on, like, pretty well. See, there we go. Nice hit. I just want to get full mana here before I just dump slam on this. Alright, here we go. See what we can do here. Do some damage.
Your skill has increased.
156, not bad. He's on me now.
Your skill has increased.
Oh. Yeah, I better sit. I think I probably pulled my last little cattail there before I tempt fate for another only death in the party. I can't believe I've been the only death in the party, but I didn't know. I didn't know Water 2 was going to pull 160. I really didn't know that. I thought, like, man, like, it's been so long since I've seen spells do what they're supposed to do that I didn't know what I was going to pull. Pull 160, ate the bats, kissed the floor, got dirt napped, raised, screwed the sink. That was embarrassing. It was embarrassing to the other party that we horned in on. That was just cute. But I mean, I didn't expect to pull 165 on a 171, pull 300 damage on an Arrow 2, Water 2. I mean, I expected it, but not really, like, not solid on a Water, though. Usually they tend to skimp on those. So here we go. There's a 164 for the SATA. Run something, man. Fine, I'll just dump nuke now at this point. I don't care. Yeah, just run it. Just run it. I'll kill it.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, water hurts these things, man. Like, pretty good, I'd say. Yeah, 133, not bad. Yeah, I'm starting to really hurt. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna get another level, I think. Yes, I am. I'm gonna get another level, 35. Not bad. That's good because I can just run on down to the Kazam keys now. It's just pretty much arrow to, you know, fire to, like, you know, like one shot, like some birds for keys and stuff, and I don't even have to really mess with anybody else. I can just walk over there, dump like an arrow 2, fire 2 into them, and just collect my Kazam keys without having to bother anybody else. I actually kind of like that. Oh yeah, hey, cool. We pulled the Dragoon. Yay, nice. Fuck, I gotta buy Gravity. Gotta buy Gravity. Gotta remember. Gotta buy Gravity. Gotta buy Gravity. I like Black Mage. I can see that I'm probably going to sit Black Mage, and it just terrifies me. I know they're going to have to get Chatoyant. Where the fuck am I going to get Chatoyant at? It's probably not even in the game. There's no way it's in the game. So, I mean, I don't know. I have to get all... I mean, I might as well level woodworking at that point. How the hell am I going to get elemental staves? I really don't like dancing staves either. It's not my favorite thing to do. But I'll do it, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Carry 6 staves or 7 staves around with me. Sounds like 2 million gil to me.
Your skill has increased.
Please just run the damn weapon skill. You could just close for him, but instead you just let it fall. You like let it fall to the wayside. Yeah, you could just close for him and get a nice weapon skill. I could close it and damn near one-shot the mob, and no, you just let it hang there. Oh, see, the Galka's hurt. Just make sure he doesn't die, you know? Yeah, I'm not too into the Galka dying, no. I'd rather just dump mono on him than let it happen, honestly. He's been working pretty hard, you know, I would say. Yeah, I'm just not gonna let that Galka die, no. No. I'll dump mono, I don't care. Yep. So there we go. Oh, wing rats. That scared the fuck out of me. I almost targeted that. That was cute. Real fun, real fun. Yep. Oh, there it is. There's a real closer. No, not a closer, but oh well. I'll dump damage too. Here we go.
Your skill has increased.
That was a good hit though. Like 160 something. 151. 159. That was close. Hey, cool. Fun as hell. I think I might go Black Mage and just dump all this fishing money into, like, all the stuff. And then they'll be like, please come to Dinah. And I'll be like, no. I'm playing Rust. I'm playing Fallout 76. They're like, what? I have a full gear Black Mage and I'm playing Fallout 76. What? You know? I don't care. Thank you. Who is the Dragoon? Goose? See, Goose. That's a monk. I am looking for a... Who am I inviting? It's okay, thanks for party. Oh, guys. Case Moat is the Dragoon 40. Cute. We get him in. I come here and I go Divine Seal. Kiraga. I get what little bit I can get with this, you know, might as well heal 2 targets at once for 60, because heal this whole party and stuff, yep. And, and we'll go out. And, wait, is that ours? No, that is not ours. They camped on top of us, did they? Was that, oh, they're back fighting, oh.
Incoming Tau.
No, that's all the same. They're like, no, that's the same original party, most of them. There's only 2 new members. It's still the same 4 guys. They've owned the spot for a long time. Like Errol and Cloud and this guy, whatever his name is, yeah, 4 of those guys have been here for like since we got here. I get the sense they're not happy with me either. I'm not trying to cause more drama with them than I need to, you know. That didn't hit for shit. Why? 33. Why is this spat all super crazy tanky? I don't know. 55. That was not good for the amount of mana I spent. That sucks. I'm gonna use a cookie because yeah, I'm like down now. I'm out of mana. I can't do anything. So annoying. I'm just gonna, yeah, maybe not let this person die. Yeah. Oh, God. No, I don't believe he does. He might be on cooldown. That's not too good. No, he doesn't have it. No, he does not. No. I just don't want to move. I don't want to move at all. I have an elemental seal. That's good because I need to stick this blind. Yeah, that's good. So, okay, elemental seal blind this thing because I'm sick of my damn spells not working. Yeah, he wants to run a skill chain. That's fine by me. Okay. No. Oh, yep. Stormwind. He moved around. He missed the window. Vogue. Ride and thrust. Viper bite. Distortion.
Your skill has increased.
I caught the MB2, I think. I don't know. I think I was too late. I didn't know what to expect. No, I did. I caught it, but did I catch it? No, I was late for some reason. What? Wait, distortion. Yeah, distortion is, or is that water? Yeah, the distortion is, oh, that's ice. Oops. Ice, right. I have to fix my water. Yeah, the water. I fucked it up. I fucked that up. Wait, water. It's so annoying. Yeah, distortion, right, is water. Yeah, it's been so long. It's been so long since I played Black Mage. It's good that I'm getting the refresher. And I used to like, you know, well, no, I never procced for my LS. No, that was somebody else. Oh, that's not too good. Yeah, I don't know. Are we gonna live? Yeah, I don't know.
Incoming Tau.
Water and Blizz, yeah. Because I think, but the water too is what really hurts. I don't know, I'm scared, man. I think I'd probably rather run a Kiraga here, or maybe, I don't know, the White Mage seems to be okay. I think it's best that I do some damage now. Yeah, just run like what I can. There, fucking annoying. Oh, not too good. These things. It's because we're synced all stupid wrong. It's so annoying. Gotta fuck that up. Also, the ice I can't reach because I don't have ice 2 yet, so we're just gonna go fix that. I don't want that sitting Blizzard 2 right now, not until I have the spell. So we'll just sit you Blizzard, that way I can get the easy cap instead of have to stand bars and stuff. Man, been a long time. I'm learning. Keep messing up water and arrow. I'm the noob here too, I think. Like, I feel like I'm the noob. Like, I'm kind of the noob, I think, here compared to, like, all these guys, they know their classes super well. I don't know this class, like, amazing. I never did sit Black Mage, almost ever. I did run it in the 99 era in Wings, but that doesn't count. And I bought Scrolls, too. But that doesn't count, though. It's really not the same thing. It's not, and I never used it. I never really used that Black Mage. Never really used it. I don't remember a time when I did. I don't remember why I did that. Oh, I thought it might be really fun to be a single-player Black Mage on retail with 5 trusts, like 5 tank trusts, who actually might Vogue. If I could get 5, I don't even know if you can do 5 tank trusts, but I thought that might have been really fun to be a Black Mage with 5 tank trusts that constantly try to just vie with each other to get hate off you. I think that'd be actually kind of fun, and then just nuke the whole entire game. But it's never like that. Instead, you're just mana-starved and you're always waiting. Yeah, level 39, so... Alright, here we go. Ooh, yeah, these guys are hitting hard, though, yeah. Alright, try again.
Your skill has increased.
They're gonna run Disto, which is water, too. Come on, run the Disto. Yeah, run the Disto. Yeah, go. Come on, man, I don't know. Like, I keep standing here waiting for you to do something. It's so annoying. There it is. Go get 1, 2, 3. God damn it. Run the damn skill chain. It's so annoying.
Your skill has increased.
There. That one I hit, I think. Right? Yeah, I hit that one for 112. But it was still minimum numbers, though, what it should have been. Fun, better, a little bit more better. I caught that one, which is good. I know. They're just slow. If they did it like normal, it would. I'd catch it every time. But they're so slow, I have to wait and not cast other spells. And that annoys the hell out of me because then my DPS goes to 0. And I'm like, at that point, I'd rather just start chain casting whether I catch it or not. You know, like whatever. Because now I have like too much mana. Maybe we'll see. For how long? I don't know. I'm just picky. I could see, wow, Black Mage being such a perfectionist thing. Where you're like, I'm a leech and I'm a Black Mage and I decide how this goes. And I sleep God too. And I say when we do things. I could see it being like that. You know? Where you're like, nah, I call this. Now, okay, now we run like that big MB, 5 of them. Faraga 4. Here it is. I don't think I have the discipline to take this to 75. I'm going to stop at 37, and I'll just take White Mage. I don't care. I don't have the discipline to do all these scrolls, and the time, and the money. I mean, White Mage is no different, but I know White Mage well. I don't know Black Mage for shit, and I'm not sure I'm doing so well either. We'll see. The Thief is going to die? No, I don't think so.
Your skill has increased.
I also have like the damage. Yeah, the damage is stupid right now. I need to fix it. Like I want to see my damage, but I don't want to see. I don't want to see their white hits. I don't know why the party white hits are in my chat filters. That's not right. Party it's attacks damage taken by others. No, I don't want damage taken either. I don't want to see special actions by other creatures, like especially started on by NPCs. Special actions and attacks by NPCs and such. That's just clogging my damn window. There we go, much better. Now, what's that bat at? I guess I'll just dump Nuke now, because it's getting kind of down to the line. It sucks.
Your skill has increased.
That was all my damn mana. Oh my god, alright, fine. I don't know, run like a blizzard or something. No, he killed it, See, I can, like, man, some of my damage is inconsistent. It's annoying. Reminds me of, where have I seen that before? Like, I don't know. Where have I seen that before? Reminds me of something in the back of my mind, but I can't place the RPG. Yeah, I was like, you do it. I don't have it. I have one, but I'll catch the next one. You do this one. Yeah. I'm out of mana, basically. I need to, like, eat a cookie. Enough that it's worth standing up. Yeah.
You know,
like, this is cool, but I don't see why it's any better than that. It's not really that good.
Hello there, YouTube. Today, we are going to be talking about 20...
Yeah, I'm going to go back now. Easy. Hey, cool, I have 2 people on YouTube as well. It's very good, very good. Very good, very good. Oh, I don't even read. I just take a picture later. Every time you talk. Get the evidence later. It's another fucking charge. And a long list of fucking charges. Yeah, it's not too good. I don't know. Uh-oh. Yeah, are we seeing that? Yeah, I don't know. Where is this guy? Why is he super hurt over here? I will heal Ryuja. Not trying to let him die. Why can't I heal that guy I'm aiming at? What was this now? Oh, okay, the SPAL thing. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I fucked up there. I don't know. I think they're okay. I don't think they're gonna die. Oh. They had... Oh, they did. They lost somebody. Yeah, that's not too good. Come on, man. Heal the damn thief. I'm not letting him die. He ran the corner. You gotta vote. You gotta vote. You gotta vote. God damn it. Oh, poor thief has to zone all the time. Wow. So freaky. Like, can't dump mana on him. I don't know. I was, what was that? That was iteration. I missed it, huh? Wait, they caught an iteration that time, was it? I don't know, I better dump, I don't have it, I better sit. Man, I'm sucking at this. Hell, I'm out of practice. I mean, did I expect any more? I'm not out of practice. I've only ever taken Black Mage, like, legit, I think, to, like, 46 or something like that on Nas. Wasn't it? I think it was a little more than that. It was, like, 54, I think, on Nas. Or no, did I take it further? No, I didn't take that further, no. Yeah. I do, but I don't have, like, I don't, if I was 50. He's got it. See, now I bet they're happy that we horned in. Because I brought a white mage. It's funny how, like, it's funny sometimes. I really wanted to keep it low-key and not hateful of each other. What an interesting party. Very good. And then suddenly all of our imagined trespasses are forgiven, I believe. And it's funny how life works out sometimes. So do you black screen for some of this?
The meta. The meta.
The meta.
When it comes to EVE Online, every player wants to know the most effective tactic available. You want to know the meta. The meta controls
your
everything.
soul.
It
The meta
determines
tells
what
you
will
when you
and
can
will not
pee.
happen.
The meta tells
Knowing
you
the
when you
meta
are allowed to go
will
outside
alter your
and
views,
when you should grow
make
more
you
hair on your
question
beard and your
reality.
neck. The meta is your boss now. It controls everything that you believe. It tells
It
you
might even make you laugh.
when you're playing a game
And
when
now, you're part of it. You're watching the Meta Show.
when the game is playing you. The meta. It's your god now.
Ladies and gentlemen, today, January the 21st, 2023, our first Meta Show of 2023, the first Meta Show of Season 4, and the first Meta Show with a new co-host since 2019.
Hello, Goons. Hello, I'm back. I know you've all missed me so much. I hope everybody's doing well.
So as you guys may have noticed, I've been hyping this up for about 2 weeks now. We have a new co-host on the show. As you all recall, Matani, after a legendary career, stepped down in July of 2022, and I flew solo for the next 6 months.
Tragic.
Some of you complained about that. You said, Brisk, you can't handle the show by yourself. I said, Brisk, you take too much time off because you have to do the show by yourself. You need a co-host.
Your skill has increased.
And so we started having guest hosts and having people coming around and doing the show, and we had a bunch of different folks on. We had Ithaca Hawk. He got picked up by CCP.
Ithaca Hawk got picked up. That's cool.
We had other CSM members.
Fuck yeah,
Your
dude.
skill has increased.
Merkel Chen, our boy from Rampage. We had other folks all over the cross.
It was one stone too, you bitch.
But
Come
I'll
on,
tell you
it hurt him though. Oh.
I
got kind of hurt there pretty bad.
One man showed up like a beacon to me.
One man responded to the message.
I don't know.
One man.
Do I have Blink yet?
On time every
I don't
time.
think so.
Never screwed me over. Never made me freak out that he wasn't going to show up. And talked as much as I do, including in the CSM meetings, by the way. And it was Mark Resurrected. So, Mark.
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
I don't know, man. Yeah.
Thank you.
I gave it a bit. I gave it a bit.
Warm welcome.
You know, I was patient with it.
Intro.
It should be alright.
It's such a pleasure to be here again, as always. It has been my dream.
Your skill has
many
increased.
long days since you asked me to be on the show, to be in this seat, and you know, it really is a dream come true. I've been telling people about it, you know, ever since I was a little boy. When little Mark Resurrectus first took his baby steps out into New Eden, he thought, man, it would be very cool to be the second wormhole CSM to sell out to the initiative.
I don't know, man.
And my God, here we are.
Number 2. 2.5 if you count me, but it's okay.
That's true. But no, in all seriousness, it's a pleasure. I'm so happy to be here. You know, I'm hoping we can bring a little bit of extra juice, a little bit of zhuzh to our proceedings. We have a ton to talk about.
I'm out. I can't do anything. I'm definitely not letting him take a life.
I'm here. I'm in it. I'm down to clown.
I am sorry, guys. I don't know. It's just not really a world I'm living in this year, I don't think. Honestly, I think Marquis might be more on my line here. Wait, so, but he finished. No, he finished today. Yeah. No, see, I'm trying to keep up on these games in my life, but I don't think it's speaking to me these days.
It's a pleasure. I'm so happy to be here. You know, I'm hoping we can bring a little bit extra juice, a little bit of zhuzh to our proceedings. We have a ton to talk about over the last couple of weeks.
I'm not a hater,
you know,
sure.
I'm ready, man. I'm here. I'm in it. I'm down to clown. Let's dive in. Let's do the thing.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do the thing. So, all right. So we got a couple things today. We got a bunch of. Listen, we've been gone for a month, and just to clarify, this is the longest.
I love how everybody looks like a talk show host now. I think it's kind of an interesting thing for the human race to aspire to. It's a crappy job.
Right.
Everybody seems to want to be a talk show
Christmas
host now.
Eve and New Year's Eve, both
and it's really
on
weird.
Saturdays.
I'm one of them.
Then we
and
had,
it's just frankly odd.
Mark out the first week of January, but he had a work conflict. And then last week was the DC Eve meet, which was a hell of a lot of fun. And thank you very much to my dearly lovely Mrs. Brisk, who put on the party for everybody. We had about 100 or so Eve nerds show up in our nation's capital. We took it by storm. There were no riots, though. No one was shot.
Your skill has increased.
And that ran all through Saturday, so we couldn't do the show last week. So we had to wait till this week. So it was just bad confluence of timing that made us take this long of a break. I promise you, people, we're not going to take this long of a break again. All right? It's not going to happen. Now, next week, we're going to do our best to do the show from the CSM Summit in Iceland.
Damn, Dot Macro stepped on me.
We should know what we should do, Mark.
What's that?
We should ask the CCP guys to let us do it from their studios.
That would be very cool. It would be a lot easier than just sitting up in the Exeter lobby.
Your skill has increased.
It would be a little bit more professional.
I think that's what's going to... I mean, we should definitely do that. All right, that's our goal this week is to bully CCP Swift and CCP Loki.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah! That was a good hit.
For the show. Anyway.
Yeah.
So let's get
119,
going.
Yeah.
We've had a month.
Satisfying.
We've had news from
very
CCP.
satisfying.
That included a road
I don't know. I could see how a man could. I don't know, man. Like
that I think are upsetting everybody.
Yeah. I don't really need to see their faces. I guess I'd rather see the action. I would say that I could see how a man could derive a lot of satisfaction out of doing Black Mage on a high level. Because, boy, you could really do some big damage. Some, like, sexy nines, you know, all nines. You know, I want to see... But, I mean, I know what it costs. It's like 25 mil. It's not cheap. It's just not cheap. It's not a cheap addiction. And on top of it, you pretty much, the whole point of it is to become a Dyna slave. That's it. The whole focus of it is to become a Dyna slave. Gotta keep that going. Get it off him. Yep. Alright. Gonna jump on him like, I don't know. Yeah. Poor thief. You do need, like, Utsusemi.
Your skill has increased.
Alright, let's run it.
Your skill has increased.
$238. I'm out of mana. 238 MB, not bad. See, I got, like, to give me a little bit of warning, I'll fucking catch it every time. Thank you. $238 MB. 238 MB is pretty good. I will run a Kiraga here. I don't know. He did dump a Cure 3. It's fine. He's got mana. I love tags. Tags is on top of it. Didn't have to. I have not had any doubt whatsoever with tags. I didn't even have to think about it. I knew right away that this white mage was on top of his shit and worth every second, worth all the time. Congratulations, congratulations. I'm just gonna sit some full because I don't need it. Like, I'm let them get their hate. Oh, it's addictive though. I could see getting really addicted to this. It's just getting max merits. I think that'd be fun. And Warp 2 is always fun. I can just send people home and stuff. Sell D2s. I think that'd be fun.
You've been examined. Your skill has increased.
He's on me. Not anymore, he isn't.
Your skill has increased.
Trying to attack the thief, but he ran off. So annoying. I mean, I really do. I need to stand up and eat cookies. I fucked this up. Oh well. Face blow. Hey, it was a good day. I got good viewership today. It's good. And a lot of follows. Very good. Very good. 3 follows today. That's very good. Hee hee hee. Get a little bit of a step up there. Step up there. Here comes Siege Bat. Good. I got just enough to run the MB if I need to. We can do that. I'm gonna run these guys. Listen to what they have to say.
And in the biggest news, we actually have a war going on in Nullsec.
A war in
That's going to be
Nullsec?
our top story. Let's hit it right now, and we're going to go into the dumpster fire cove that is the southeast of New Eden right now.
You know, it's funny, Brisby, you talk about the southeast of New Eden right now. Oh, you've got a graphic for this.
Yeah, we got the Chiron. It's okay, but it's all right.
Hell yeah, look at that.
Oh, wait. Why is your head so low? Where does your head go?
Hello. Hello.
Tiny
Wrong one,
Mark
son of a bitch.
Let's get you up here.
Reverb.
Go ahead.
Oh, well.
No, you're good. So, the
Your skill has
Oh, no, I
increased.
caught it, but it didn't hurt him, though.
Wormhole Alliance, we took a fleet out last night and ended up in the southeast for a while. And I gotta tell you, dead as hell, Brisk. Nothing going on out there.
That bad, huh?
Your skill has
Pretty
increased.
bad. A lot of unanchoring structures and a lot of empty space. So, if you could have convinced me that there were actually no small coalitions of alliances out there. No, I didn't see anything. I'm not convinced there's a war happening.
You know, to be bluntly honest, I'm not convinced there's a war happening either, but we're going to go into a lot of detail on this because I want to walk you guys through it. We have not had a major war in Eve since the end of the last war. It has been kind of crazy in regards to what's been going on in this whole cycle. And I wanted to walk this through for everybody that's trying to pay attention. And all they see is the RE subreddit getting shit up with really, really bad propaganda. And I think Frank may be over here later today to talk about it. But how did this war start? Why has it started? What's going on? Who are the fighters? Who's involved? Why? What's the reasoning behind it? And what do we think is going to happen? So let me start here. This whole thing started, I think, a couple years ago, right after the end of the Great War, or Vietnam, or however you want to call it. Fire Coalition kind of coalesced. This was a group that basically grabbed in a bunch of different organizations from around the southeast of New Eden. They were led by Legion of X-Death, by Constantin Surovej, Constantin the severely brain damaged, who took over. And for the next 6 or 7 months, there was some minor fighting. They were Pappy adjacent, a Pappy adjacent group, and they had been fighting and messing around and trying to take over a bunch of regions in the southeast. And it went and
Your skill has increased.
Fought them for a while, glassed a bunch of regions, pushed them back, and then left. And then we went back and did it again, and Junes joined us, and we did that for a while, and then Horde got in on it, and then we all decided we were tired of the war. This is right around
Your skill
July
has increased.
when Asher took over Goons, and he's never been enamored of this whole region of space or the whole idea of fighting fire. So Goons went home, Imperium went home. We've been fighting for pretty much 6 months at that point, and then at the end it was just kind of like, okay, we're bored. We're done. So what happened? All the regions that were glassed got picked up again by fire. Now, here is where the genesis of the new war starts. So Gobbins put a ping out explaining all of the different things that had happened from the end, from basically the middle of the last war to the end of the last war to the start of this war, as to why he feels like it's necessary to go to war against FireCo. So he starts off, this in July of 22, Horde FCs that had been deployed to that region to help back up FireCo, they were already completely fed up with FireCo's handling of things. And in addition, he says, Constantin, who's the leader of FireCo, promised some SRP dreadholes to Johnny, never delivered. Severance FCs, and I'm assuming this is Arcadia's soul speaking, calling Securitas a pussy when he wouldn't rush to bail them out. General lack of coordination, lack of infrastructure, and a lack of willingness to commit their supers. Mark, what does this sound like to you? This sounds pretty common.
Yeah, so here's what I'm going to tell you. A lot of this sounds like you shouldn't shit where you sleep, right? Like it very much feels like, you know, fire for the longest time has been, you know, and listen, I'm sure there are plenty of fine people inside the Fire Coalition. I have not met any myself, but I'm sure they exist. Statistically speaking, that feels like it makes sense. But at the same time, I mean, you do get the sense that there's a lot of decisions being made by leadership that bite either maybe not necessarily the hands that feed, but the hands that are adjacent to the hands that feed, and that's a recipe for getting your shit rocked. And you know, so much of this you know, it is very telling to me that Fire's messaging coming straight out the gate was not, you know, oh, you think you could touch us? You think you could touch Fire Coalition? This powerhouse of the Southeast? You think you can approach me, sir? It was immediately like, oh, please, no. Please, we're just
Your skill has increased.
Small alliances. Please. No, please.
Don't mess with the small fry.
No, the small folk, no. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know about the logistics of how much room a nullsec alliance requires.
We're going to get to that.
We're going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Which is good. You know, my group lives in a single wormhole. Plenty of other groups, much larger than mine, all live in single wormholes with farms here and there. But we take up, you know, relatively small amounts of space, and we're efficient with it. You know, Goons, live in Delve, you know, in it is up in your zone, up in Fountain, and one region.
Your skill has increased.
Feels like, and with a ton of people in that space. It's a lot of people in that space. It just seems like they're just not being real efficient with the use of the Southeast. Is where I'm coming from, and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, I'm not an expert.
No, you are not wrong, and we're going to get into that because I'm going to show you the numbers because this is the first argument that these guys made is bullshit. So I'm going to continue the narrative here.
Please, go ahead.
Gobbins comes in and he starts trying to figure out how he's going to stop Goons and Init from glassing the rest of Fire Space, and this was in July before the war stopped. So he ends up, because he gets so much pushback from his own coordinators inside Horde, he has to go back and say, I have to scrap the idea of deploying, and he reaches out to Goons and Init with his hat in his hand, asking what they would consider for ceasefire conditions. But as you guys know, if you were watching the Meta Show back then, or if you had listened to any of the things we had been saying, Constantine had been such a dick to Shines. Sweaty Shines, and Shines this, and Shines that, and Shines never going to get any more sleep, and all this other kind of crap, to the point that Shines and the rest of the guys in it, and I am one of them, we're like, we are absolutely not going to just, like, let you guys get out of this. You know, fuck you. You've been assholes to us, so in the immortal words of Mittens, eat my ass. We're not going to do this, okay? So, essentially, Gobbins was told, there's nothing you guys can give us. We're going to glass them. So he has to go back to the drawing board. So then what ends up happening is Horde deploys. A week later, and it says, all right, we've exhausted ourselves. We've gotten as far as we can go where we are right now without having to, like, redeploy everything. That's a giant pain in the ass. We're far away from our supply lines, and Goons don't want to be here anymore. Asher had just taken over, so he starts walking away. So the war ends. Now, Horde declares victory. I don't really think it's a victory. We did what we set out to do. We punished Fire for being dicks to the folks in Catch, which was originally what we were trying to do. So then August rolls around, September rolls around, and Shines is still talking to Gobbins. And I had talked to Gobbins about this as well. And this was a thing, I think, with a lot of the autocrats. I am not one of those, but I am autocrat adjacent. So I talked to a lot of these folks, and one of the biggest issues that I said for the state of the game back in the summertime was
your skill has increased.
There's nothing going on. We need to do something. There has to be a way for some of these groups to start flourishing, because the big guys are just sitting there doing nothing, and the little guys are getting pushed out because they don't have any space. So Shines had proposed setting up Faithabulas for unaffiliated alliances that are trying to get started, and Gobbins thought that was a good idea. Everyone was willing to give it a shot, including initially Constantine, according to Gobbins. And then so Constantine spends 2
your
weeks
skill has increased.
He's sort of okay with this happening, and then once we decided to leave,
226,
he changes his tune and says he needs the region to fit all of his people. He has 8 other regions. And then he claimed he needed the region for content versus Red Menace Coalition. And lastly, he just plain refused to let Faith be neutral. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this whole, he needs the region to fit all his people. Okay?
Yeah.
Here are the numbers.
He needs the region to fit all his people.
8 full regions if you include Faithabulas, and a chunk of cash, which also has NC Dot and some other folks. So that is the kind of the buffer region. All right? So there are 9 regions worth of space for Fire. They are, in terms of like raw territory, I think Legion of Exdeath, which is the goons of, they are as goons are to the Imperium, Legion of Exdeath is to Fire. They're the biggest member of that group. They're like the 4th largest Sob holding alliance in the game, which is nuts. So there are 20 some groups in Fire. If you add up all of their members, they have slightly more than 23,000 characters in this alliance. Now, this is not people, this is characters.
Your skill has increased.
It's characters. So just keep that in mind. Not every one of these characters is being played by a person all the time. So theoretically, usually it's about...
Your skill has increased.
The way we usually goes is, for the big null set groups, everybody's got at least 2 alts. So you can instantly have this number and talk about real people. It's probably closer to a third of it is actually real people. But let's say, for the sake of argument, 23,000. There it is right there. 23,123 is the total. So, they have Deterid, Faithabilis, Immensea, Innsmother, Omid, Scalding Pass, Tenerifis, Wicked Creek, and those 9 systems in cache.
Oh, no!
175 discrete systems that are controlled by Final Code. If you take that out and you do an average, that's 675 systems, you divide that, you take 23,000 members, you divide that by the systems, you get a per capita. They have 34 characters per system. Now, Brisk, is that a lot or is that small? What do you think, Mark? Is that a lot or is that a small one?
I mean, you know, listen, this very much feels like a
like House MD, like
situation, right? Where you got these huge
see like 5 mobs go by, you're like,
occupied by
spaghetti-o.
And the understanding there is that this is worth just as much as
I'd run too. More power to you. Yeah, no deaths. You know,
Fountain or up in Catch that are supposed to support.
And now our thief is at risk because those things are going to pop him.
Now, 34 per capita. Is it a lot? Is it not a lot? Is it a lot? Is it not a lot? It's not a lot, people. Okay,
Yeah.
It's not a lot. Here is the reality. Let's look at the other 4 biggest groups in the game that have SOP. Here we go. All right, number 1, Fraternity, Winter Coalition. They have almost 27,000 members, 246 systems controlled. They control the most space of anybody in New Eden. Their per capita, 108 characters per system. Okay? Next up, In It. I think we are the 5th largest group in the game, 110 systems controlled.
Your skill has increased.
111. We control maybe one region and a chunk of another. And that's it. 111 systems. 110 systems, 111 people per system if we were to spread them all out. Jesus. Horde. Look at Horde. Horde. 34,865 members. They are the largest alliance in the game. They control 213 systems per capita.
Yeah, bitch.
164.
Ooh, 239.
Has increased.
Yeah, my skill has increased. So fun. So fun, I gotta say. Black Mage is so fun when it actually works. Jesus. Addictive as hell.
Members. They're the 2nd largest alliance in the game. 365 people per system they control. They control less than 100 systems. 92.
I mean, it's literally 10 times as much.
10 times as many people are crowded into the Goon Swarm space as in all of Firespace. And they're claiming they need more systems. They need more systems. They can't handle not having enough systems.
I can only
absolute fuck is this?
Yeah, I can only speak anecdotally to that, Brisk, but just based on my, like I said, cursory glance through the space last night.
I need Sears
a lot of systems
real
I'm not
bad.
doing a whole lot in there right now.
I hate Gear Swap
for more
so
room
much.
There's a lot of empty space in the southeast right now, where there's just nothing. Nobody's crabbing, nobody's mining. Nobody's sitting on a gate. Nobody's doing anything. There's nobody in system. We probably jumped through 30. Yeah, there are 36 systems last night. We might have encountered 3 people, and then we fill a minute out, end up in the northwest, up in Volta space, and immediately ran into people. So I don't know. I mean, I understand the time zones be what they are. I understand that. People tend to accumulate in, not everybody's spreading out equally. But it does just seem like an unthinkable amount of space for not a ton of people.
And that's and no matter how bad they want to claim the TrueSec is, no matter how bad they want to claim that all of these other groups are, they have all their space and stuff like that. I see people, how much does Brave? I didn't do Brave because Brave doesn't have a lot of SOP right now. They're probably in the 300s too. I didn't do PL and NC Dot. Look, NC Dot is probably the worst in the game in terms of how many systems they control versus the number of people. I'm betting their numbers are probably
most fun I've had in a long time. I love Black Mage. It's so satisfying. Yeah. Worth the money I spent on scrolls anyway.
Rational way.
Yeah, maybe I should just take Black Mage up and just pay for all the scrolls.
Which, by the way,
don't
is
know.
not that great a space anyway. Now, listen, I know people have been complaining about Faith Abyss. I used to live there in my pre-Init days. I lost my first carrier to Enter Hell, by the way, in Faith Abyss. And it was a pain in the ass to get to, but that was one of the benefits. It was a pain in the ass for people to get to it. It was a pain in the ass to get to Jita, so our markets were pretty good, folks. We would be able to use them. And if we needed to, we could always go and run up to Catch, where we were friends with Tess and the other guys when they were in there. We could have done that. There are ways around the bad jump freighter routes, and it does put a lot of emphasis on good logistics, but that's part of the game.
Yeah.
But having a system that you can stick all these people in, like we do in Clown Ring, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think it's a good idea, and I think Shines and Gobbins were being at least forward-thinking, saying, hey, let's at least set up some space that's neutral that we can put these small alliances in. Right? Yes, Clown Ring is what I call Cloud Ring. That's our inside joke with them. So Clown Ring.
Speaking of Gobbins, I know that Shines is pretty tired of Constantine and his chicanery. How much does Gobbins hate Constantine, though?
Right. I mean, really.
Oh, boy.
You go through the stuff that he said, and I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's literally like, he made me look like an idiot in front of the rest of the game, and then he's cowering behind
Your skill has increased.
all of our different groups, because we're going to control. We're going to come bail his ass out. He can talk as much shit as he wants, and then run back to Papa Horde.
Yeah,
right. He's spending their goodwill. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's it. Listen, here's the thing I want to say.
Your skill has increased.
This is, I think, kind of important. Is I actually think that this is not a bad thing in Eve. I'm glad that this kind of like I said, this kind of chicanery exists in the game.
Your skill has increased.
However, also hello, Miss Brisker Ball. It's good to see you.
She takes full credit for your being on the show, and that is not wrong.
She should.
She was your biggest advocate to me that I should pick you for this slot.
Lovely.
Your skill has increased.
Thank you so much, Brisker Ball, Miss Brisker Ball. If you want to engage in this kind of chicanery and talk shit, you must immediately be prepared to get hit. There's just, I mean, people have been, talking shit in this game for as long as the game has been around, right? And at a certain point, it's not just words, right? You have to nut up and shut up about it. And at this point, Constantine and Fire leadership has they have sowed their fields, or they have planted their fields, and now they are reaping what they have sown. And look, again, I'm going to say this probably a ton on this show. I'm not an expert on these politics. I get all my information from Brisker Ball tweets and
from me
and the Eve Reddit. So consider me a biased source in this field. But it really does feel like, and a lot of it goes back to the propaganda that's come out of Fire and this whole thing too. It really does feel like you are criticizing the people who are now coming to call on call the consequences of your actions. But you're either going to pretend like these things didn't happen, pretend like those conversations didn't happen, pretend like you didn't do what you did, or admit it and say, yeah, absolutely. Like, I guess we're fighting now, and that is the way that you do it, right? It is kind of mind-boggling that and I've said this earlier already, that the turnaround immediately was, oh, please don't hurt us. We're just little guys, as if that is an excuse. I mean, hell, fucking plenty of people out in my region of space will talk shit. And
your skill has increased.
Just was mentioned in the comments. If you talk shit in J space, chances are somebody's going to come over and knock your stuff over. And the same thing is happening right now. So,
and that's the bottom line. Like, talk shit, get hit is one of the oldest axioms in EVE Online, and Constantine was very free with his shit talking. And then he immediately turns and starts playing this whole "we were stabbed in the back" narrative, which we'll get to in a second, because I want to talk about what Fire's response was to what Gobbins has been saying. Now, Dark Shines was much simpler in his explanation as to why Init deployed, and we didn't deploy the full alliance. We just deployed our PvP SIG, Adeptus Astartes, for all of you 40K fans, you'll get the reference. So, nerds. This is the third time that we've declared war on fire, the third time that AA has deployed against them. And two major reasons. One, we didn't like how the last campaign ran, and we have new doctrines we want to try out. And two, the whole Gobbins and Darkshine situation about Faithabilis. But the bottom line for me, and if you had to ask me, and this is not me speaking on behalf of the initiative, not me speaking on behalf of Darkshines or anything, but if you had to ask me why I am happy that we are fighting fire, it's two reasons. One, Constantine is a dick, and two, fire sucks. That's it. Those are the only reasons why we're here.
Yeah, I mean,
and
really,
I'm not here to make the world safer for smaller alliances. I'm here to smack this guy around because he was a real douchebag to my friends.
The smaller alliance.
There is a phrase
I'm not here to make the world safer for smaller alliances.
Space, which is you don't really need a reason to do anything.
I'm not here to make
People
the world
spend a lot of
safer
time
for
going
smaller
over the
alliances.
how and why
Jesus
of
Christ,
every single
dude.
little engagement, as if
it sounds like America. It's just like funny. It sounds like America. Like I'm not here to make.
Throw around.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to make smaller alliances life easier.
Your life is short. I mean, we don't know how much longer the game's going to be around. If you're going to sit around on your hands and be like, oh well, Constantine's a dick, but I guess we'll just.
I think I'd like to see what CCP made if he died.
You don't have, who knows how many opportunities we're going to have going into the
I think
future.
they'd probably jump on that old.
Hell, you could die tomorrow.
Dual universe.
Like,
let's get some more. Let's fight some more.
No Man's Sky.
Do something.
How does
Star Citizen
fire respond?
Vibe. What's Bethesda about to do? Starfield vibe. I think they probably step like that. Probably step to the. I would say they probably step try to compete with
the biggest.
Elite Dangerous.
Because at least it seemed like Constantine was comparing himself to Stalin in his State of the Alliance. I'm less upset about the Stalin reference as I am to his Germany post-World War I we were stabbed in the back narrative. Which that stabbing in the back thing is bullshit. Okay?
Yeah. Your skill has increased.
That Constantine says that there was intel from Bad Dodger, who is the leader of the Red Menace Coalition, and Dracarys, that Horde is getting ready to evict us. But years of cooperation after everything that transpired over this time, we simply could not believe and expected that Horde would start attacking their closest allies. You guys are not even close to Horde's closest allies, sorry.
Bro, come on.
I mean, if you don't think that that's PL and NC Dot, I don't even know what to fucking tell you. Okay?
Okay.
I mean, just come on. And to provide an analogy, when during World War II Stalin was refusing to believe he was about to be attacked, that's exactly the situation I found myself in. No, it's not. Okay? The bottom line is you used up all the goodwill that you had with Horde, and they weren't going to put up with your shit anymore either. That wasn't being stabbed in the back. You guys were never allies. In fact, I recall multiple times when you would claim, when Constantine and others would claim that, no, we were not part of Pappy. We were never part of Pappy during the war. We're not Pappies. We are our own people. Well, are you or are you not?
We are our own Pappies.
Exactly. We are our own Pappies. So then he sends this nonsense out and then puts his stuff in Russian. And then the Russian that he puts out is literally the address that the Soviet Union put out when Germany attacked them at the start of their part of World War II.
Cheesy as hell.
Just change the words around.
Cheesy as hell.
We don't like
that kind of. We don't like hacks. We don't like hacks.
I use Civil War references.
It's a hack.
World War II references, but
it's cheesy. It's disrespectful to the dead.
Man,
it's a bad look, dude.
It's a bad look.
To Stalin.
Fuck you. It's a bad look.
Man used to use.
Yeah, fuck that, man. Yeah.
Not the best look. I'm just
not the best. That's not a good look,
really
man.
I mean, the bigger issue.
It's fucking PvP in a space game. Shut the fuck up. Straight up.
Just because of even if you think like strategically that it makes sense because of the position you're in and because of the position that your oppressor is in. That's all whatever. Like this spaceship video game, like is not that's a wild comparison to make. It'd be like calling it would be like if somebody comes and knocks over a Keep Star and they're like, oh, this is our 9/11.
Your skill has increased.
Calm down. Has nothing to do with it. And this is using that image, like, that imagery those comparisons, like, bro, you gotta know this is not it. I mean, come on, man. But I mean, like, you know, but does this surprise you?
No, because this is how he was too. I mean, this is the thing. One of the other reasons why I can't stand the guy was back during the war. The first war when we were fighting them last year. He starts making the claim that the only reason Shines was willing to fight these guys was because of the war in Ukraine, because his Russians couldn't get on because of all the stuff that was going on. And it was like, seriously, dude, fuck you for trying to bring real life into this like multiple times. That's not
Your
okay.
skill has increased.
It wasn't true. It had nothing to do with it. We've been fighting them for months before the Russians invaded Ukraine. It was never a thing. Okay? So Constantine needs to stop. So here we have another, the next day, or I guess 2 days after the war started, this was Monday of this week, Constantine puts out another statement saying, 2 days have passed since Horde's betrayal.
I need Pilgrim One. I need fucking Sears.
I don't know what he's talking
about. Oh
my
god, I really don't want to do all that crap. I really don't. It makes it totally turns me off to this job though. White Mage isn't kind of really like that, but Black Mage
and all this kind of stuff, and then they're saying, oh well, there was a defeat in Dell, but it has nothing to do with us, and all of our assets are out and everything. But then he says this, which I think is funny. I played more in the last few days than in the last months. I'm here. I'll never leave. Fire won't disappear anywhere. If two people decide to play gods, that's their choice. We continue to play our game. The Earth and Eve all around, everything is coming back.
Just crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Stream Element's broken, by the way. We're good. It's fine.
Oh, the pulls are slow, but that's okay.
It's
a competitive environment.
I had to get some stuff out.
Yeah, man. I mean, oh Jesus! It just makes me like it's so cringy.
Yeah,
man.
It's really bad.
Listen. I understand you got to say things that are a little suspect to get the people rallied up. And I understand. Like that's all fine and good. I don't have any issue with that. Like hell, I've said some fucking weird stuff to get my get the blood going too, but like, I haven't published it. I don't want people seeing that shit. Like, at least if it's just on comms, it'll go away if no one records it. Like, this whole thing very much feels like it feels like a role play thing. Like it feels like just trying to role play. Goddamn,
your skill has increased,
man, and it's not a good look. You gotta know it's
pretty bad.
Not it.
It's pretty bad. But that's what these guys do, and it's kind of frustrating to me because I know that there are some good people in
your
Fire.
Skill has increased.
There that are not horribly bad people. I mean, Mossy, who we'll talk about. Actually, I'll throw it up on the screen. He's desperately running a one-man crusade to desperately try to stop poor Fire from looking like schmucks. Where is my thing from him here? This is him saying, Fire isn't who you think we are. And he's talking all about all the smaller alliances, and you think we're a bunch of renters, and you think we're this, and you think we're that. We think that because it's true. Just saying.
I have never seen somebody, and again, I don't really have a dog in this fight, so I don't want to talk too much shit. But I have never seen a group of people use the phrase "living rent free" in your head, unironically, as much as I have from Fire Coalition the last couple of weeks. Bro, come on, man. No, that ain't gonna do it.
It's cute. I mean, it's cute.
Not good, man.
And I mean, this was what I wanted to. This was one of the things I was showing. Where the hell was it? Where did I put it? This is how everybody feels right now about all the Fire stuff. It's like Horde and Fire posting me, please stop. Everyone else is like, please stop.
Yeah.
That's kind of where we are in this whole thing. But anyway, so what has happened so far in the war? Well, let me tell you. So, as of right now, the best information that we have is threefold. First of all, one, they've basically spent the last 6 days pulling back to Wicked Creek. They've almost completely abandoned Faith, Tenerife, and Ole Mist. They haven't been taking fights. They lost their first Keep Star earlier today, about 15 hours ago. It was uncontested. They pulled the rigs, as you can see. So they obviously were expecting this thing to die. And then they lost their second Keep Star pretty soon after that. Oops. Oh, look.
Oh, no.
No, dude, where's my Keep Star style? Mercenary Coalition sends its regards.
Your skill has increased.
Because, yeah.
Yeah, I would
whoops. Anyway, so that's the end of that. And my understanding is, at least as of right now, there have been some discussions amongst the autocrats with Constantine about how this war ends. And I've been hearing a lot of rumors from people that this war may be coming to a relatively quick end, with Fire making an about-face
is that so?
and making the brave choice to head up north somewhere. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening, and maybe next week on the show we can go into a whole bunch of detail about what's happening, or what is not happening in the war. Well, in any event,
I will say this.
That's what's going on.
To Fire Coalition, if you do decide you want to move, I've got a lovely C5 that I could rent to you right now, with great crabbing and plenty of great planets, and you could probably fit most of Fire Coalition in there. I think you get a couple farms, you'd be fine. You'd be good to go. Test out some new doctrines, give it a whirl.
In other brief news, I just want to go through this little bit of news up because I did say Brave, and that made me start thinking about Brave. We did see some big news over the last month where Brave is basically moving. They're merging in. They're creating a new coalition with Volta B2, I believe is what they're calling it, and they're moving. They're not moving. They are still keeping Pureblind, but they are taking over space in Fade. So I just wanted to highlight this because I think this is an interesting step here.
Cool.
So Jinx and the gang have put this out. As you may have heard, Brave is gaining the region of Fade, and they'll be living in the Keep Star and C4C.
Your skill has
They're
increased.
They're going to stay in Pureblind, but their main staging will be moved to C-Tech 4 within the next 3 months. And they're going to call themselves, what was the Greater Trash Coalition is now becoming B2.
Your skill has increased.
And they will control basically the northwest of the map, as far as I can tell. And I'm assuming that they're going to continue their scrapping with Fraternity and Winter Coast. So that's a little bit of an interesting
stand for.
I don't know. I assume Blob and Brave, which would make sense to me. But yeah. I should probably. I saw Jinx over the weekend at the DC meet. I probably should have asked him what B2 stood for.
If it's
Bacon Squared, is that it? Is it Bacon Squared?
Is it Bacon Squared? That's not too bad. If it was going to be Blob, Volta, and Brave, BBB would be very good. I would be down with BBB.
B2 or not B2. Definitely B Squared. I like B Squared.
B Squared is good. I like B Squared.
There you go.
Cool.
Anyway.
So
that's what's going
Your skill has
with
increased.
our boys. Yeah, where is B1, right?
Yeah.
Right. So where's B1? So that's what's going on with our boys in Brave. Now, we got some CCP news. So we're going to go ahead and pierce the corporate veil. We're going to talk a little about CCP stuff, and then I'll see if Frank is around. So I'm going to push the button to our little cut screen, and then we're going to talk about CCP.
Let's do it. Which cutscene is this? Ooh. Very nice.
Yeah. All right. So.
Good graphics.
We have our producer's letter from Uprising to New Conquests that they released. This was, I want to say, on January 6th of 2023, talking about a whole bunch of stuff, including, they included a roadmap, if I can, there at the bottom here, that of what CCP is working on. The first quarter of 2023, they are going to be rolling out what they are calling direct enlistment. What is direct enlistment, Frisk? Well, we had been calling this the Allegiance system. This is the way for people who are not in a faction warfare corporation to participate in faction warfare and join in and get points and be able to get LP and do a bunch of other stuff.
Your skill has increased.
They're also throwing in a new campaign as part of this narrative arc that they're doing on faction warfare for quarter number 1. They are doing the Lunar New Year celebration, which starts, by the way, tomorrow. Lunar New Year, the year of the rabbit. I hope all of our Chinese friends are going to be celebrating the new Lunar New Year. And we're also finally seeing, after a year, since the vaunted, very welcomed announcement at FanFest of the EVE and Excel integration. We're going to see the beta rolling out in first quarter.
Yeah, it's almost a parody, which is fun. The idea of spreadsheets literally being in space, but yeah, I mean, I think this blog, this letter was not too bad. Rattati wrote this, didn't he?
Yes, that's why I understand.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really easy thing to look at and feel like this is a whole lot of nothing burger, you know. And I feel like this is they intentionally do it that way. A lot of this is, you know, much more about trying to, you know, give people not really a heads up on the specifics, but just be like, this is the direction that we're heading in, which I understand why they do that. I understand why they are sketchy on the details. And I think the thing that most people don't really realize about CCP, I certainly did not realize about CCP as a company until I got behind the corporate veil, is how much things change between, you know, the time when something is announced, the time, you know, just before something releases, the time when something releases. You know, there's you know, consider most of CCP's projects to be these kind of nebulous, you know, systems that take shape the closer you get towards the release, right? So CCP has in the past been criticized by me as well, just so we're all on the same page, for not being very specific in a lot of the details that they give out. I don't hate it as much as I used to, and I'm not going to sit here and like slob the knob or anything. Like, it's not, you know, I do wish they would, you know, spread this information out a little bit better and be a little bit more proactive about getting this information out to the community. But at the same time, like, you know, they sometimes you just don't know what it's going to look like. I mean, they have a general idea. They have some, you know, they know what they would prefer it to look like. But if they promise one thing and get something completely different, I mean, it's going to be,
your skill has
they're going to
increased.
get backlash for that, and they hate that, and I, you know, I understand it. And that being said, I still think this one did a pretty good job of giving people a taste, letting them know there are going to be more expansions coming, which I think is great. People like the last expansion a lot, you know, and now that CCP is back on an expansion model, I think that gives people a consistent thing to look forward to every quarter, which I know was missing over the last couple of years. So it's easy to look at this and feel like this is just more CCP baiting out subs by promising things they may or may not deliver on. I can't sit here and tell you how to live your life. Sometimes they pan out, sometimes they don't. But I would say that the stuff that is coming, the stuff that we're looking at this year, I feel pretty strongly about it. Getting this direct enlistment or direct enrollment. I think direct enlistment, right?
Enlistment is what they're calling it.
Enlistment, right? What we were calling allegiances. They're going to deliver on this. I feel pretty confident about that. And it was maybe a little bit later than we had wanted on the CSM because we went over this over and over again, and the community as a whole has talked about it over and over again. But the fact that we get it, maybe it's not as timely as we would have wanted it to. I still think CCP is at least keeping up with most of the promises they've made over the last couple of months.
And I think, as we move forward into the rest of the year, we have 2 more expansions that they're talking about, one in second quarter, one in fourth quarter. We've got 20th anniversary of EVE in the second quarter, where we will have hit 20 years, 2003 to 2023. You've got FanFest in September. In the fall, you've got the Alliance Tournament. So there's stuff they got set up throughout the rest of the year. So, we're going to see some other changes. But interestingly enough, this was not the biggest news CCP put out, I think, during the month of January, even though we probably would have thought it would have been. The biggest news is we got problems in China again.
Yeah, man.
So here on the screen, I'm pulling this up. This was patch notes that went out on the 19th of
your skill has
January.
increased.
that simplified Chinese is now a language option on TQ, and starting the Lunar New Year festival, which obviously is a big deal in China.
Love that.
But what did they do the day before? Well, the day before, they put this little gem in the patch notes, added access restrictions to Tranquility from mainland China. Now, I mean, listen, we understand when you're dealing with the Chinese government that it's very difficult. They are extremely strict about a lot of things. There's a reason why there is a Serenity server that NetEase runs for CCP, largely because the Chinese government does not want regular Chinese people playing with other folks from around the world because we might taint them with our democracy. And at the end of the day, they do their best to make sure that the folks can't do that. Now, there are ways around this. NetEase sells a game booster, they call it, which is essentially just a VPN that lets you get around some of this stuff. And I think it's routed through Hong Kong, so it makes its way and lets people play the game regardless. But VPNs are illegal in China, and anytime you use one to play a video game, you're taking a risk that you're going to get in trouble. And getting in trouble can be a big deal. So the fact that they added restrictions to TQ from mainland China when a significant number of mainland Chinese people play this game, Fraternity in particular, the group that used to be Angry, Army of Mangoes, folks in Dracaris, there are a lot of folks that play in China through various means, legal and illegal, according to the Chinese law, to play on TQ. And it's like a bad thing for us to be shutting down the game for those folks, especially when we can't keep the numbers up on Tranquility as it is.
Yeah.
Not a good...
I mean, no, it's not, Brisk. And honest to God, like, I do feel like CCP is put in a difficult position here, and I don't
Your
know.
skill has increased.
To be bluntly honest, they are
very
stuck
hard
between trying to do the right thing for their players and one of the most restrictive regimes on the planet.
Yeah. My hope is that they will continue to do everything that they can to make EVE as accessible as possible to as many people as possible. It's not just, making the game more fun to play. It's not just making the game more enjoyable for the players. It's also making sure everybody has the opportunity to play the game if they want to. And they've done a lot of work over the last couple of years on accessibility. We had the Spanish localization last year, which was great. I was able to work with CCP Swift and put him in contact with some folks in my region of space to work on that localization, which was extremely, great for them. The simplified Chinese localization is awesome. And I'm glad that they're doing that work to get this kind of thing done.
Me
and
too.
It is, like everything else with CCP, the branding of this is just not stellar. The fact that it almost would have been less on the nose if they'd done it on the exact same day. If they had waited just a little bit longer to put up the restrictions, they could have had the simplified Chinese, the Lunar New Year announcement, and also the restrictions on TQ, which
all at the same time.
All at the same time, and it's, I don't know, it is one of those things where it feels a lot like one step forward, two steps back. But right now, and again, I don't think any of us are experts on the best way the CCP should be dealing with the CCP. In this case, there's going to be a lot of speculation over the next couple of months, and a lot of speculation happening right now. Everybody's got an opinion on this. I've spoken to a couple people. I spoke to just the other day. I spoke to Alaska, who was the CEO and founder of War and Wormhole. There's a pretty big Chinese group in Wormhole
Very
space.
big. Yep.
Also was the founder of Esports Utopia, who people will probably have remembered from many different
Your skill has increased
over the last couple of years. And it's putting everybody in a tight spot. I mean, everybody who lives on the mainland is in a tight spot. And that is unfortunate, and I hope CCP will continue to try and do the right thing here. For those players and for that community as a whole.
Your skill has increased.
I agree.
Tough.
I mean, the bottom line is, in even 2023, I mean, like in even 2022 and 2021, we can't afford to be hemorrhaging players. No. We just can't. You know, we're finally on an uptick, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, in the next couple of weeks when we start seeing more of the numbers coming in for January.
Your skill has increased.
The Faction Warfare update seems to have done its job. We have gotten more people interested in the game. People are coming back to EVE. Whether or not this war in the southwest or southeast is really going to bring people back, I doubt it'll last that much longer, like I said. So the chances are that that's going to be a major drive is relatively low. The rest of these changes, you know, depending on where they are, could have impacts, positive or negative. We don't know. But the bottom line is we can't afford to lose people just because, you know, we decide to make it harder for them to play the game just because we're trying to, you know, comply with something that is obviously, you know, recognized or at least honored in the breach in terms of the rules up there. Now, my understanding, at least when I talked to some of the Chinese players, was this isn't a huge deal for them. It is for some. It's not a huge deal for everybody because they're used to this. They've been getting around the rules to play EVE for a while, you know. But at the end of the day, you don't want to be in a position where, you know, people are getting in trouble in real life and going to jail and things like that because they're trying to play a video game. And nobody should be forced to make that choice, whether they want to keep playing a game or, you know, end up in prison. That's not okay. So let's hope that it doesn't come to that.
That being said, shout out to all the homies in mainland China who are scripting the fucking government's rules to play EVE Online.
Damn, Skippy, you keep it going.
Love that. Very cool.
Fight the power. All right. So we're kind of at the end of that segment. We got a couple minutes left in the show. We'll probably go a little longer.
Reverb
It's been 4 months since you guys had a show, or 4 weeks since you guys had a show, so we might go a little bit long tonight.
Your skill has increased.
Would you like to meet Frank? Have you met Frank before? I think you might have met Frank once.
I have been, listen, I've always ever scripted, we're like two ships passing in the night. Oftentimes Frank will appear just before I come on, and then by the time I get here, he's gone. And I've never had the distinct pleasure of interacting with Mr. Frank specifically. Right. So this
let me
is
go
a big
find his ass and get him in here, because he has a lot to talk about in regards to a lot of the propaganda that we've been seeing in the war. So let me go grab Frank. We're going to do a war update with Fountain Frank, and we will be right back.
It just doesn't jibe. It doesn't jibe with me, the whole army thing mixed with the Curious George thing. But anyways. Buying every cucumber on the Steam market. Oh no. Can see what Ashterothi has to say. That's cool. Let's take a liking to this video.
All right, today we are here to answer the question, is EVE Online worth playing in 2023? Now,
yes, if.
A little bit of
no,
a spoiler.
but.
Your skill has increased.
I have been playing EVE since 2010, so I guess there might be some bias there, and that's the intent of the video. So, all clickbait aside, I'm just going to start out by saying that what I'm really going to tell you about today is why you should check out EVE Online this year, now, when you're watching this, whatever it is. So, let's begin. The first thing I want to do is really talk about what EVE Online even is. So what is EVE Online? Let's start with their explanation from their video, EVE Online official gameplay trailer.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time.
All right, that's it. So EVE Online is the world's largest sci-fi universe as a free-to-play MMO. So let's talk about that a little bit. EVE Online itself, the game, the actual game, is a free-to-play game in the fact that you can play the game for as long as you want for free, no matter what. However, there is a premium account version that costs $20 US a month.
$25.
Basically, most people end up doing.
$25.
That play the game for a long period of time. Some people like to say that the alpha or free-to-play version of it is the trial version. It can very well be argued that alpha clones or free-to-play clones have access to a lot more of EVE than most people would probably think about. Most of the different types of ships, it's just mostly they're focused on combat.
Your skill has increased.
Sort of skills and orientation as opposed to like industry or utility or any of those kinds of things. So it is free to play, but you might as well just consider that if you're going to be playing this game long term, you're going to want 1 or 2 accounts that are subscribed to every month. Now, the good news is that you can actually pay for your in-game time, your Omega account, your premium time, with
your skill has
in-game
increased.
currency, sort of. Some people like to do like RMT in a lot of things, right, where you buy gold in order to get power or whatever. In EVE, RMT is considered incredibly bad. However, you are allowed to buy game time and premium currency and then turn that around and sell it on the in-game market. So as a free player, if you make enough ISK per month, the in-game currency, you can actually pay for your account using in-game currency by purchasing that game time from other players who have chosen to buy that game time to sell in order for them to have their own currency to do things. There's other games that have kind of adopted this mentality, but EVE Online has been doing it longer than pretty much anybody else, and the market and open market nature of EVE Online makes it particularly good at managing this kind of system. While not everybody's going to be able to do that, and it does take a bit of effort, especially for a new player to be able to make enough money to get Omega, the honest truth is that an alpha could spend upwards of 5 to 6 months perfectly fine and not actually run into any real problems, not actually even see a difference between an alpha and Omega, besides the fact that a paid account will train twice as fast. Actually, that leads us into the next topic, which is skills and why it is good to start now rather than tomorrow. It is always better to start EVE earlier than later. No matter when you start EVE, if you enjoy it and you get into it, you will say, man, I wish I got into this game earlier. One of the biggest reasons why is because skills are trained over time. The management of the game, both free-to-play and paid-for accounts, are managed through skills. Skills can both unlock abilities, like for instance, this Mimitar battlecruiser skill would allow me to fly these new ships, depending on which tier I'm in, or what level of the skill I've trained. And then there are other skills that simply just make things better, right? Like for instance, this gunnery skill, motion prediction, well, actually it does unlock weapons too, but what this does is it gives me an increase in my ability for my turrets to be able to hit things, right? So there are skills that are designed to unlock things, there are skills that are designed to just make things better, and then there's a combination of both. A lot of the skills that make things better also happen to unlock things at certain tiers. The point is that these skills train over time. You can't just kill a bunch of monsters in order to level up in EVE Online. The skill training trains up over time. So the sooner you begin, the sooner you start to collect these skills, the sooner you can get a lot of that basic training done in order to jump into the more advanced things. So this is one of the reasons why an alpha clone can get by so long for so well, because even if they went Omega, they still wouldn't be able to use any of that premium stuff right away because it's still not trained. They now have the option to train it if they wanted to, But it's not like getting a paid account just gives you everything for free, right? Well, or gives you everything right away. The really big thing that Omega will do for you in the early days is double your training queue. But as you're still trying to discover the universe around you and learn the mechanics of the game, I recommend don't even sweating it. You've got plenty of things to train. You've got plenty of things to do while you're still learning a game as an early point. But the earlier you get into it, the sooner you're going to be able to get into the game, into its higher levels and all that kind of stuff. That said, this naturally leads itself to a concern by a lot of people, which is this game is a 20-year-old game. How am I ever going to catch up in a world, especially in a world where the skilled queue is trained over time? How am I going to be able to catch up? There's somebody with 20 years of training over me. Well, there's two things that make that different. One, having a lot of skill points doesn't necessarily make you better past a certain point at any given thing. This character that has 100 million skill points, which is like almost a decade of training, probably, or like half a decade of training, she might not be able to fly a frigate any better than a new player with only a month or two in the game, if that new player specialized their skills in flying frigates. And the reason why is because
your skill has increased.
Task can only have skills that are applied to that task apply to it, right? So if I'm flying a frigate, then all my mining skills don't matter, all my battleship skills don't matter,
your skill has increased.
Skills don't matter, all my PI skills don't matter. None of that matters. It's actually totally doable for a newer player to catch up based on specific roles. It's just about specialization. And then as you gain more experience, what you do is you don't necessarily get more powerful at the thing that you're trying to do. That caps out at a certain point. It's just you begin to collect more, you
177, yeah.
The things that you have
177.
access to, which as an alpha, you can actually use a buddy code to get 1 million SP for free, which is like 30 to 40 days of training for an alpha clone, half that for an omega. You can get that for free using the buddy code, which you can get mine down below. And you can do this for every single account. So you could actually train up multiple alpha clones and set them into training multiple different things. You get up to 5 million skill points training passively as a free-to-play account for free. That's why it's like 5 to 7 months of training or whatever. So you could like try out all different kinds of things and put
and log in 5 accounts every day.
Omega,
no thanks.
You can go Omega, right? You can only have one of the alphas logged in, but once you have characters go Omega, you can have as many Omegas logged in as you want. All right. So on top of that, though, you can now get skill points for login rewards and
your skill has increased.
Right? About every month or so, there is almost every month of the year, there's some sort of event. And those events have login rewards that often come with a ton of skill points, and they also have skill boosters, these accelerators. So the last one that we just did was the Winter Nexus event.
Your skill has increased.
These brain freeze accelerators. What these do is they just increase your attributes, which increase your training. I'm not going to go too deep into what that means at this point, but suffice it to say, what these basically do is this basic one will increase your training speed by roughly 20%, whereas the potent one is, almost 40% additional training speed for that period of time. So using this, you can get additional skill points. You can get skill points every day, or nearly every day, for killing NPCs, for a thing called skills per kill. So, and finally, there is also a new air career program, which we'll talk about a little bit more in a little bit. But the cool thing about the air career program is that there are rewards for skill points throughout the air career program. So you can complete these tasks to gain skill points up to 400,000 from there, plus another 525,000 skill points total. So over almost 500,000 just for doing the new player career program. So there's lots of really good ways for you to do catching up. Also, back in 2016, they introduced a concept called the skill injector. So what people can do now is they can buy extractors off the market and then pull out part of their brain and make a skill injector, which they can sell on the market. And you can buy that skill injector and plug it into your head to get free skill points. So all of these different methods allow you, as a new player, to jump in and get involved, catch up, and be as impactful as anyone else in the game. Within a couple of months, you'll be indistinguishable from most of the other players of the game. Because while there are some pretty experienced players, the vast majority of players aren't. It's not like you're always going to be running into like 10-year-old players with massive wallets or whatever like that. Depending on what you choose to do and where you choose to go and how you choose to interact with EVE, you can have just as much, if not a bigger impact on the game and on the sandbox as anyone else right away as a new player. Because the most important thing is that the things that it takes to be successful to EVE Online has nothing to do with skill points. Nothing. All of this stuff with skill points, that's just kind of like how you get to use certain ships and all that stuff. But ultimately, it's about you. It's about how well you know the system. It's about how well you know how to pilot. It's about how well you understand the market. It's about how well you can manage people, either enemies or allies. And those skills are the skills that will make you succeed or fail in EVE Online. The ISK and the skill points are just a means to that end. You know, keep that in mind. Especially as a new player, your #1 goal should not necessarily be about accumulating ISK at the very beginning, right? That's the same. That would be the equivalent of like somebody joining World of Warcraft and immediately trying to farm gold at level 10, right? Like you're not grown up yet. Learn the game, and you will get the most out of the game. Which brings me to the next point, which is that the negative things that you may have heard about EVE Online are largely not true. And I know that that may sound, I don't know, loaded or whatever, but this is really true. There are, EVE Online, as I said, is like a 20-year-old game, and so it has a reputation that it's built up. Some people like to say spreadsheets in space. Some people like to say psychopath simulator. Like it's got these reputations through these stories. But the truth of the matter is that a lot of things have changed, and there's a lot more to EVE than what is talked about on the surface. Now, admittedly, the spreadsheets in space side of things has kind of remained true insofar as there's a lot of management in the game. There's a lot of moving pieces. And in fact, I would argue that there's probably more complexity in moving pieces now than there has been before. That said, the tools in-game and out-of-game have also been made significantly better to help compensate for that. However, when it comes to the psychopath simulator accusation, things are a little bit different. While it is true that EVE as a sandbox allows players to basically do whatever to one another within the context of the sandbox, in recent years we've definitely seen a shift away from the kind of things that would get EVE Online the most negative publicity publicly, right? We've seen a lot of more cultural both from the player's point of view, shifts in culture of what is acceptable.
Your skill has increased.
Changes in CCP's policies about harassment and whatnot that are designed to both preserve the essence of the game, but also get rid of some of the more toxic side of things. And then also a lot of things that they've done to help make the game clearer. Honestly, let's be honest, a lot of the older players back in the day would rely on the obtuse nature of EVE Online to get over on newer players, right? The less understandable EVE Online is, the more likelihood that you are to make a mistake, the more likelihood
He's got a point
that
there.
someone else can capitalize on that mistake.
He's a master at it,
to
kind of.
punish you, take your money, kill your ship, whatever. So
always been a believer in this dude. I think his IQ's off the chart.
Game over time,
I would say,
has made it so that
very, very, very smart man.
Those kinds of things have become less and
I've never had a
less
problem believing anything he said, because I think he probably
So,
basically
yeah,
factually
there's
bases
also
all of it.
the accusation that the game is too overwhelming to play.
Right? And I
oh
always
my God,
struggle with
EVE
that,
Online,
too.
such an interesting.
It's not overwhelming.
game
It's
to read
just like,
about. But I could never.
It's so
play.
many stages before you're
As
having
I said
fun.
Earlier, the sooner you start training, the better. Training works passively even when you're offline, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you play the game for an hour a day, an hour a week, or 10 hours a day. You're still going to be training skills. And in fact, I actually recommend, especially in the early days, having breaks from the game, right? Because if you're sitting there watching your skill queue tick down the whole time, you're going to be chomping at the bit and feel super anxious. But if you take a week off, just focus on something else at some point, you're going to come back and be like, oh my God, all those things that I wanted to train are now trained. Yay! Whatever. So, don't sweat it too much, especially in the early days. It's totally cool to be casual. It's totally cool to be an alpha. You have no monthly sub. You have nothing, no monkey on your back. You can just poke at it a couple of hours a week or however often you can. For years, my activity in the game fluctuated from active every single day for multiple hours a day to not playing the game for a month at a time. But as long as your skill queue is still going, then you come back and you've made progress and you feel good and, you can keep going. So the game itself actually does not require as much time and energy to play as people like to say it does.
Your skill has increased.
It does have a tendency to suck you in. It does have a tendency to kind of expand, to consume all available space. But that's your time management, right? The thing about Eve is that it's not necessarily a game in the same classic way that a lot of other video games are. It's not something that you just work on.
Your skill has increased.
Master, beat, and move on. It's a hobby. It's like a train set. It's the kind of thing that in 6 years you drag your friend over to be like, see, look at this cool thing, and then they don't understand it at all. The thing is that Eve will take up as much of your time as you let it. But if you don't at least have a character in the world, you're not making progress. Now, recently, there has been some more poignant concerns. Many of you might have already played Eve before. Maybe you've quit the game because you felt that it was too hard to understand, or the people are too mean. Well, guess what? CCP has done a lot to make those things better for you. There's a lot more to engage with outside of just the null blocks or, the bigger stuff. There's actual direction and things for newer players to do, which we'll talk about in a few seconds. But maybe you've been hearing more recently, or maybe you've quit more recently, in the last 2 to 3 years. Well, the thing is that there's been something going on that
your
is known
skill
as
has
scarcity.
Increased.
Scarcity scared a lot of people, right? And rightfully so. Scarcity was a period in time in which CCP acknowledged the fact that our economy was going out of control. There were some things that we have just accepted as normal within EVE Online that were making the game worse. And so CCP spent about 2 or 3 years systematically going through the game.
I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Fixing those systems. Some of them were deep core systems. And a lot of those changes were extremely unpopular. Why? Because people relied on those broken systems to make their fortunes. And then on top of that, there was what was known as scarcity, where CCP effectively cut off most of the faucets for major supplies to building equipment and ships, especially the largest, most powerful ships in the game, capitals and super capitals. So for 2 or 3 years, a lot of the things that people had become comfortable with had been disrupted, and people were largely upset by that. But let's look at the actual impact of that, okay? First of all, this is the reason why this had to happen. This is why this happened. Ready? This is a graph that's known as the reign of the Rorqual. As you can see here, prior to 2017, you see a fairly lower level of production and mining and all that sort of stuff. And then you see this massive, massive spike in mining and production. Not only is it making it so that equipment that isn't the Rorqual, the Rorqual, by the way, is like the most expensive, biggest, largest mining platform in the entire game. So it went from being a sidelined, off-grid ship that is designed to support a mining fleet to being one of the best miners in the game. And when this change happened, as you can see, it vastly changed how much resources were being extracted and how many expensive big things were being built. And so the things that were big and scary and rare before became more and more commonplace.
Your skill has increased.
And CCP determined that this needed to end. That the reign of the Rorqual, we cannot survive in an economy that's running this hot, this long, with this much resources pouring into it. So they began the shortage phase. And no one likes to have their wallet, tightened. Nobody likes to have their belt tightened. And so this made a lot of people upset. So this is a graph of login data for the last, since 2019. This dip right here was a moment called blackout, where basically they made nullsec much more dangerous, null security space, where a lot of the higher ISK earners hang out. And so as you can see, it caused a big suppression on the numbers, and this was seen as kind of a very low point. But you can see as scarcity goes on, that previous low point becomes more and more the norm. And we see bigger and bigger doom and glooming as time goes on during this time, as the numbers go down, the velocity of ISK goes down. You can see that the player base is kind of getting to the end of their wits when it comes to a lot of these changes. However, you can also see at the very end this big uptick, and that's the latest expansion. That is the Uprising expansion, and that's what we're here today to talk about, really. You can see that this has created a recovery, but it's also not enough. A lot of people have come back, a lot of people are having fun, but not enough. Not enough people. So that's why we're talking about this sort of stuff today. If you come down here and look at the new characters being made, we can see another clear picture.
Your skill has increased.
These charts go up and down, but we actually don't see as big of a spike of new accounts being made as part of Uprising. I think a lot of returning players are coming in, and they're enjoying themselves, but we're not seeing a whole ton of newer players coming in because of this. So what I'm saying here is that if you are a newer player, or if you've been out of the game for a long time, now is definitely the time to be looking at this kind of stuff. There's plenty of opportunity and not a whole ton of people coming in to access it yet. But I think that that's going to get better over time. CCP has indicated that there's even more cool stuff to come. The doom and glooming was definitely kind of legit for a while, but a lot of the old doomsayers have now started to turn around, and I'm seeing videos talking about how Eve's comeback. This universe, this sci-fi game that's almost 20 years old, is seeing a second life. That this gambit that CCP had done to reboot the game has effectively been successful, and it's worth checking out. It is a good opportunity to introduce who I am, if you're still watching this. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and I run an organization known as the Convocation of Empyreans. The Convocation of Empyreans are here to maximize engagement with EVE Online, and they're here to help you out with getting involved. We are also recruiting and open to having people come and check us out, so you can always come and hang out on our Discord. You can join our alliance. We help out with faction warfare. We are on the side of the Galente Federation, and we provide ships and tools, everything that you need in order to be successful and learn how to play. And then once you've learned your place in EVE Online, you can decide to either stay and continue to help us with our efforts, or move on, where we have plenty of groups that we have close friendships with, that you can find a good home among the stars. So feel free to come and check us out. Also, as I alluded to earlier, make sure to use the buddy code, which again you can get down below, in order to get your 1 million free SP. If you do that, absolutely feel free, well, and even if you don't do that, feel free to reach out to me personally, Ashtarothi in game, Eve Mail, or on Discord. Ask me questions, hit me up, whatever. I'd be happy to help you maximize your engagement.
Your skill has increased.
All that said, what are the 3 reasons why you should play EVE Online in 2023? The first big reason why you should play EVE Online,
your skill has increased,
is that it's beautiful and mysterious. EVE Online's visuals continue to be updated. You can look around. This does not appear to be a 10-year-old game, or sorry, a 20-year-old game. They're constantly working on the visuals. They're constantly making new effects, adding in things. Most recently, they've added in a thing called heraldry, which allows you to add corporation and alliance logos to your ship. I don't happen to own one with this particular ship, but you know, you can get that with all kinds of different ships right now, and they're adding in even more heraldry as time goes on, so even more ship customizations and whatnot. It's just their art team is consistently just super dedicated and continually working to improve the graphics and the audio and everything, just the experience of EVE Online. So it's just aesthetically a really, really good game to just kind of chill out in, you know, honestly. It's great for exploration, and they've recently added in a whole bunch of new cosmic phenomena. That's as an example of the sort of stuff they did. And I've made actually a really short video that showcases some of that, so we'll look at some of that right now. Now all of this is kind of sped up, by the way, but like that's what's called the Eve Gate right there. This is the Court of the Elements, I believe, and this is Deep Cosmos. More Court of the Elements.
Your skill has increased.
This is the Pool of Radiance, and back to the, yeah, there's the Pool of Radiance. There's back to the Eve Gate.
Beautiful.
And
it is one of the best looking games ever made. It's definitely got that realism. It's
like I said,
its own little weird
always
sim world.
putting in new and cool
beautiful,
visuals, increasing, you know, working on updating the game and making sure that it is not treated as a 20-year-old game. And I think that that's my biggest point. It's not just about the visuals. It's about the fact that what the visuals show us is CCP's commitment to continually improving EVE Online. So this isn't just a 20-year-old game. It also is, in very many ways, a very modern game. So that's number one. Point number two, EVE Online is a sandbox. It is an open universe where you can travel anywhere. The rules are few, and the opportunities are plenty, and the roles are infinite. One of the things I like to say about EVE Online is that EVE Online is one of the only true MMORPGs, really only true RPGs in modern gaming space. RPG, role-playing game. The idea is that you are taking on a role, a character within a fantastical universe, fantasy, sci-fi, whatever. But in a lot of other MMOs, your role is more of like
your skill has increased,
right? My role is I'm a tank, or I'm a DPS, or I'm a healer. That's the role I play in that sense. But those are like mechanical combat, not freeform. What's your role in the universe? EVE Online is much more towards
your skill has increased.
Who you are in the game is defined by you. You can be whatever you want to be. A combat pilot. You can be an industrialist. You can be a warlord.
Your skill has increased.
You can be a politician. You can be an artist if you want. However, if you want to do it in EVE, you actually have to do it. If I'm in World of Warcraft and I want to be a tank, and I want to be a righteous paladin, what do I have to do?
Get some leveling. Get some leveling and get to learn the class.
I have to select Paladin, the class.
Get some leveling and learn the class.
I'm now a righteous Paladin. In EVE Online, if you want to be a military leader, you better be ready to actually lead people into combat. You want to be a politician? You can be, but you better be willing to go out there and get them votes. You want to be an industrialist? You absolutely can be. But you know what? You're going to have to be focused on supply lines, management, personnel, finances, all that kind of stuff. There are people who have literally gone on to make actual Fortune 500 companies based on the knowledge and experience that they've done in EVE Online. So in that sense, EVE Online is not just like a game with like challenges that you do, like a lot of other MMOs. It literally is an alternative universe that you can test and experience and work on real life skills, be it communication, leadership, management, you know, finance, market, all those kinds of things. These are real skills that you can put to application in EVE Online and develop for real world use. It's one of the reasons why I stick with EVE Online. all these years, is that, like, I wanted to get better at video editing and communication and leadership and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, doing that in the real world is expensive and risky. In EVE Online, you can mess it up and whatever, man, you just try it again. And that's one of the things I truly, truly love about EVE, is that you do get to actually take on a role within this sci-fi sandbox. In relationship to that, one thing that's really important about EVE that makes this all work is that EVE Online takes place in what's called one single shard.
Your skill has increased.
A phrase that goes back all the way back to the old Ultima Online days. But the idea is that, like, most MMOs have multiple servers that are like exact copies of themselves. You join a server, and if somebody else is on another server, you could be in the exact same location and still not see each other because you're actually on two different versions of the same thing. EVE has one server. Technically, it has more than one. One is specific for China or whatever. But other than that, 90% of us all play on the one server, Tranquility. And therefore,
he seems to really need to explain
that
this.
changes the ways things work. Between that and the permanent nature of loss and gain in EVE Online, we build a reputation. If you want to, you could come and say hi to me right now. You don't have to worry about what server I'm on. You know what server I'm on. If you wanted to come and kill me right now, you could. There's consequences to that. You'd have to be able to deal with it and, you know, go through all the essence. If you wanted to give me a bunch of ISK right now, you could totally do that. There's nothing stopping you because we're all in the same universe. You can read about some crazy thing that happened in EVE Online and then go there and talk to the people that were involved and experience it for yourself. And that is something that is unique, I believe, in MMO kind of worlds, that there is this one living, shared history of players that are so intense and so, I guess, important, critical, whatever you want to call it, that not only has EVE Online been entered into the Museum of Art for the ongoing living sci-fi universe aspect of it, but not one, but two two history books. These are real history books written by a real person about the real history of the fictional universe of EVE Online. In other words, what this does is it chronicles the players and their stories of the first about 10 years of EVE Online in these two stories. And they are incredible books. It's an incredible story. You get to learn a lot about human nature, about propaganda, about information, about all sorts of cool stuff in these books. This is the kind of thing that non-EVE players are able to read or experience and enjoy. And you, as an EVE Online player, get to participate in that. You do what you do in EVE, knowing that if you do it right, someday your name is going to literally be in a book
skill has increased.
Talking about what happened in this goddamn game. That is huge to me. It's huge. And what this has done is it's allowed us to create our own culture. We've got, you know, like a lot of MMOs have this too, but, you know, given the fact that EVE has this long story, we have our own music, we have art, we've got our own, vocabulary about things.
I love pumping
really
like 500 damage into the snob.
Culture and
it's actually
community
really fun.
That you can come and take part in. And while a lot of us are very nasty to each other in game, if I ever get an opportunity to take advantage of a situation, I probably will. In real life, a lot of EVE players are actually incredibly solid people. You know, we've raised tons of money for various charities. EVE gatherings are always a big deal. Like, the thing is that EVE is a very niche thing. It allows us to become very connected to other EVE players. Especially since, as I said, we're all living in one universe. So, you know, if you go to an EVE meet, you're like, you don't meet people from all different servers. You're like, oh, shit.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, man, I saw you here. Oh, you do this? I'm going to go and try that out tomorrow. You know, whatever, right? Like, there really is a sense that we're all in it together.
Your skill has
and while
increased.
There are some bad faith actors, and there are, you know, there is toxicity in the game. for sure, and within the community. Because of the fact that there is this, like, living history and we're all in it together, while it's not perfect,
your skill has increased.
Does get mitigated some, right? In the fact that you can make choices about how you influence the sandbox yourself and what parts of the sandbox you allow to influence you with your choices. While there is definitely some toxicity within some groups, I can speak at least for the Convocation of Empyreans. I am very, very proud of the culture that we have grown in learning and understanding and having good communication and debates and discussions about everything from EVE Online concepts to real world politics, right? Like we've had conversations within our group that are not something that you would expect to be able to talk about in public company, a lot of things, right? Like politics and religion and all that kind of stuff. But we've built a close bond together. EVE Online likes to say it's a friendship machine. The strain of the pressures from outside causes groups within the game to become very close friends, trusting and building real life bonds and friendships. As well as real-life betrayals, which is always fun. That's a big piece of it. However, that's not even the end of it. Beyond all of the player stuff, there's also a rich and living universe that is taking place as well. This is the EVE Universe Portal. The EVE Universe Portal has just all kinds of different lore. Not only does it have a bunch of the basic lore that helps teach you about the different empires and all that kind of stuff. This is the sort of stuff that you would expect with a normal, like, MMO or really any video game with a backstory or whatever. But there's also, like, for instance, here's the world map. And the thing I want to bring to attention here, the thing I mostly want to bring to attention here is the day system. Now, YC124 is basically 2020, right? So we have December 8th, December 5th, November 22nd, November 21st, November 11th, November 9th. These are all things happening, right? There's constantly a story going on. There are new things happening in game all the time. There are things being discovered in space all the time. There are new things that are being found by players, that are being done by players, and that are relating to these different empires all the time. And now with Uprising and the faction warfare changes, the boundaries, the lines between the universe and its ongoing story and the players and their ongoing story is beginning to meld even further than before. So, you know, the EVE story doesn't necessarily get as much love as a lot of other games by the player base, but from the actual game's point of view, the lore is incredibly rich. There is just an untold amount. If you want to know how deep the rabbit hole goes, you should just go check out any of my lore videos and realize that, like, none of them do anything more than scratch the surface at any given time. So there's just an unimaginable amount of lore and story to unravel. There's mysteries to uncover. There are secrets and puzzles that have been in this game for over a decade that I don't think any current player understands. There are things to discover today that no one's ever figured out. And there are new things being put into the game all the time. We just recently had a faction campaign, and we're coming up on another one, and these things can change the game in pretty fundamental levels. CCP has only ramped this up over the last couple of months with fundamental changes to the game and its territory progressively happening, which is pretty cool. That's point 2. The third reason to check out EVE Online and play it today is it's got deep and broad mechanical gameplay. It has a myriad of sub-games and mini-games that is, it's not a game itself, it's more like a clubhouse that's full of games. It's got a satisfying nerdy experience. It's got a junkie experience, grindy experience, social experience, min-maxing, completion, teamwork, subterfuge, stealth, bad actors, good actors, socialites, all that kind of stuff. It's got it all, but it somehow manages to do it without becoming too overwhelming if you do it right.
All right, sounds good to me.
So there's this concept called complexity versus depth. Complexity is the amount of information that you must have in your mind at any given time in order to make good decisions within the game. And depth is the total design space that is available within the game, right? So the key here is that within EVE Online, the amount of complexity, the amount of knowledge, the amount of experience, the amount
Sorry guys, got a phone call.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
better. That's easy. Should just wait. Why would you do it at 8:50? You tell me. Yeah, he's got a point.
Of skill that you need to do any given thing is relatively low. If you're looking at any given one task in Eve, it can usually be explained pretty easily. You know, it's fairly rudimentary. The complexity comes and the depth comes from what I call the rabbit hole, right? It's not very wide. There's not a lot at any given time that you need to know, but it's deep. It's endlessly deep. One thing leads to the other, which leads to the other. You know, if you just want to know how to mine, mining is very simple. But as soon as you start asking questions like, well, where does this ore go? What do minerals get used for? What other ore is there? You know, all these kinds of things. One thing leads to another, and next thing you know, you've had vertigo, you vomit, and you pass out, right? Like, there is just so much to this game, but any given piece of it is relatively accessible, which is pretty cool. Another thing that is important, that actually was pointed out to me as being important, is that unlike other free-to-play games, EVE Online actually has relatively few currencies. EVE Online actually survived the transition to free-to-play significantly better than a lot of other games did, because it already had a lot to it that was just good for, or that worked with the free-to-play concept in the first place. 2-month-old player destroying a 9-year-old player, that is actually not that unusual. I mean, assuming that if the 9-year-old player doesn't know really that much what he's doing, which, trust me, there's definitely ignorant 9-year-old players, and the 2-year-old player, or 2-month-old player knew what they were doing, they could easily do it. It's more about the relative understanding of the mechanics of the game at that time and having the correct tool for the job. Going back to what I was saying, there's very few currencies. There's not a whole bunch of like secondary currencies. There is ISK, there's Plex, there's loyalty points, which you earn for different corporations by doing missions with them. There's Paragon points, which you earn for, which is how you get heraldry. But it isn't like we have these runaway currencies happening all the time, where they're trying to like make it so that you can no longer keep track of how much things are worth. It is a very common kind of skeezy tactic of free-to-play kind of games, and EVE more or less doesn't have that. It has the one premium currency, Plex, and that's used for pretty much all of the premium purchases in the game, and then you have your normal currency of ISK, and then there are some other secondary things that are for those specific jobs, right? Like I said, like loyalty points, for example, for doing missions or faction warfare. It keeps it pretty simple, right? In fact, I can even open up my wallet right now and show you. I have four types of currencies. I have ISK, I have Plex, I have LP, and I have Evermarks. And that's it. Also, the industry systems has recently been redone. So, you know, there's layers of complexity from a very simple, get the minerals and the blueprint and rub it together and get the thing, all the way up to the super complex, where you have these chain where blueprints are being researched to make more advanced blueprints, invented in order to make more advanced research stuff. And then, you know, rare minerals are being mined from goo or from moons and then used in reactions by different people in order to build the parts, to build the advanced stuff. Like, it gets really, really complicated for the most advanced stuff and really, really simple for the simple stuff. And one of the things that they've done is that they've actually put in kind of this stepping stone. There's a simplified version of the more complex stuff that you can get into when you get into like faction ships, battleships, and capital ships. So there's all kinds of opportunities for industrialists, which reminds me to point out that everything in the game is built by players. The ships that you fly, the bullets that you shoot, all of that stuff is built or recovered by players. It's not like any of it's necessarily like made for free or anything like that. Like, ships are built by the players. The economy is a real economy, and you get to participate in it, and that's pretty cool. Likewise, ship fitting, right? Ship fitting is very, very interesting and complex. I actually have a long 6-hour video that goes, 6-hour pair of videos that goes into this sort of stuff. But not only do you have like over 500 kinds of ships, but every ship has their own setups with high slots for like weapons and stuff, mid slots, and low slots for different kind of defensive systems, offensive systems, e-war, whatever. You get to tweak and modify and play with these kinds of ships, with different modules even having different variations. Just the amount of variation in the idea of ship fitting alone is just astronomical. You will never get done with it. There are people that this is all they do, is just play around with ship fitting concepts. You know, there's endless opportunities there. And then even once you have your ship, there's all different kinds of content to deal with, right? There's solo content. There's small gang, like anywhere from 5 to 30 people, all the way up to large gang combat with hundreds, if not thousands of players all working together in order to kill the enemy team most of the time. And then if that isn't up for you, there's even smaller mini games, right? Exploration, interesting hacking and scanning mini game in order to help you make money. Planetary interaction allows you to extract resources from planets in order to build things. Project Discovery is citizen science, allowing players to participate in various different projects of citizen science for in-game rewards, doing real things, including mapping the human genome, detecting exoplanets, and now detecting cellular changes, trying to do research into COVID-19. Right? These are all things that we have done or do through Project Discovery. So there's all kinds of crazy little opportunities for people off to the side as well. So, great, lots to do. But now is the best time to do it. Why? Because CCP has spent the last 3 years making this game better for you, the new player. Sometimes at the expense of us experienced players, which is one of the reasons why you've probably heard people being upset about it if you have. But for new players, it's been fantastic. When you first join the game, there will be a kind of a tutorial that you go through, which gives you some of the basics with your flight navigator aura. But then from there, you get to participate in the career agents, which are basically going to teach you the basics of all of the different types of gameplay that you can do in the game, industry and all that sort of stuff. But then, this is the really cool part. This is the Air Career Program, okay? So the Air Career Program breaks the game into 4 different roles. You've got the Enforcer, which is more PvE, the
Your
Explorer,
skill has increased.
the Industrialist, and Soldier of Fortune, which is more PvP focused, right? And each of these things have different tasks. Everything from doing the career agents, which are the tutorial missions, to other things that are related to that thing. So I've got, you know, security missions, Abyssal Dead Space, all kinds of different opportunities. This shows you where to go and what to do for all kinds of ideas of how to get into the game, right? Like if I want to get into Abyssal Dead Space, it shows here and it brings up a thing that allows me to find in the agency all of the information about Abyssal Dead Space. So there's never been more tools to give you direction and guidance as a new player in EVE Online. You can easily play this game for a month, especially if you're playing it fairly casually, without ever running out of this like directed content, as long as you're willing to engage with it. And there's all kinds of different ideas about what to do, and it's all pretty simple to stuff. And you get, as I mentioned earlier, tons of free skill points and skins and other cool things for your ships as part of this project. So, and the other thing is that you don't even need to deal with this. You know, if you find your own place, if you join a group, if you join an nullsec block, if you know what you're wanting to do, you can immediately just jump into whatever it is that you want to do. But now there is this direction and guidance and help for people doing the career agents and the career program. And most recently, they revamped Faction Warfare, which is the best place for new players to get PvP experience. It is the best place. It is the only place, really, to get real PvE.
I love you.
Like
I'm
real
just
income.
black mazing along.
PvP activities. So Faction Warfare is a great place for a player that is willing to get into some fights and wants to get the more active side of EVE Online. You can get into it right away, and it allows newer players to kind of have an edge in a way on, or at least not an edge, but gives them tools that allows them to kind of even the battlefield with more experienced players. I've just recently created a whole video that explains Faction Warfare, how to get into it, and how to get involved, and why you should. So you should check that out if you're interested. But my point is that CCP are not only making big renovations to the game, but in general they are focusing on making the game more accessible to players without making it easier. In fact, in several ways, they've made the game more challenging, like with the industry changes and with the market changes. They've made it so that it can't be used for just like brainless money-making as much anymore. There is more complexity, but again, there's more guidance, there's more help, and because of the fact that there is challenge and it is competitive, for those people who are willing to take on that challenge, the rewards are often great. And on top of all of that, there are loads of resources. In-game, we have the Rookie Chat, which is pretty cool and is staffed by ISD and other players that are willing to help people out. In the agency, there's this help section. And in the help section, there are tons of videos inside of the app. I especially like the scanning ones, because scanning skills are one of those things that are very hard to like explain, but way better to like show visually. The tutorial videos are there. In addition to that, there are community fittings now, especially for a newer player that are looking for fits. You can go into the holes and fits section of your fitting window and then click on this third button for community fittings. And now we can see, like, there are all kinds of cool ideas. There's, you know, here are some basic abyssal ships for the SOE Epic Arc, which are like part of one of the first things that newer players are kind of directed towards participating in. There are decent starter PvP setups. Well, actually, there's a PvE setup, but like, if I go to the frigates especially, I think, yeah, Soldier of Fortune. So here's a decent PvP setup for a new player. All this stuff is designed for newer players. All of these things were vetted by the community, and there's some pretty good fits in that. So you can always check it out and start to get an idea of how to fit a ship. Not necessarily in-game, but there is also the EVE Academy, a website that CCP has been maintaining that goes over all sorts of instructional stuff. So same thing, right? You've got the 4 different roles, Enforcer, Industrialist, Explorer, Industrialist, Enforcer, Soldier of Fortune. If you click on any of these, then you've got breakdowns, you've got videos, you've got types of things that you'll deal with as that role, all kinds of really, really great information. This was a combination of CCP and players working together with information and guidance for people with videos, etc. And a lot of these videos are, of course, the videos that are available inside of the client as well. So those are kind of the official tools. But on top of that, we also have tons of other tools, right? One of the ones I'd like to recommend is EVE University. EVE University has, for as long as I've been playing the game, faithfully been maintaining a wiki that keeps track of almost everything, right? Like EVE University has a pretty good in-game presence as well, but like if I go here, I can go and look up anything. So I can look up Tristan, and here's the page on the Tristan. And so I can see, like, here's all the specs about it. Here's the details. Here's some stuff about tactics, all that kind of stuff. If I find a specific CED site, like a specific site I want to do. All right, let's say I find a Serpentis gas processing site while I'm doing exploration, right? Well, I can look it up here, and it'll tell me exactly what kind of things I'm going to expect, what sort of things I should use. And maybe there'll even be a guidance, or if it leads to anywhere, like an escalation or something like that, that'll be here too. Pretty much every site in the game you can find here with some basic guidance and whatnot. And then on top of that, you can look up mechanics. Like, let's say I want to know more about how implants work. I can look up the implant section. And look, here's every implant and charts and how to do it. There's a list of all of the implants, divided by slot and by type and by everything. Just huge amounts of resources. Next, we have EVE Workbench. EVE Workbench is a place to share and find fits. Now, not everything on here is like the perfect, but when I'm looking for a fit, this is usually where I go to start, right? I'll look for here, and I'll look for something that seems to make pretty good sense, and then you can go here and export it, copy it here, and then paste it into the client. Come back to the client, open up my fitting window, go to this little cheeseburger menu, and go import from clipboard, simulate. Boom, there's that fit. There's the fit that was on the EVE Workbench a few seconds ago. Now it's in game. And I can see what my stats are with it. And I can see if I want to improve it all. And then I can just hit buy all if I wanted to do it. And it'll give me a breakdown of the price and all that kind of stuff. Really cool stuff. Next, I wanted to show you .LAN. .LAN is your #1 go-to spot for navigation in EVE. It's got maps of every single space in the solar system, including the war zones and all of the different regions and everything like that. So if this is the website that everyone kind of goes to for information about what the status of the universe in EVE Online, where the sovereignty is, what's going on in faction warfare, etc. Now, Aderon.org, my group, we maintain our own faction warfare map, aderon.org/fw/map, where we show specifically the faction warfare systems and their current status, right? However, that actually reminds me that there is a new website. So this website is pretty cool. It shows a kill log and it shows historical information. But also, CCP has recently come out with their own version of this. So now you can check on the Faction Warfare Warzone from anywhere. Both in this version, which gives information such as advantage and such, which is really nice, and also our map, which keeps track of like whether or not systems are going up or down. So lots of really good information, tactical information there. And of course, finally, I wanted to show off the fact that the Convocation of Empyreans, we maintain our own wiki along with a bunch of tools and resources for people. So here we've got essential third-party tools, PIFA for building fits, Jave Assets for managing your assets in stuff, EveMon for managing your character, skills plans and stuff like that, and PELD, which is a live damage meter, which you can see down below. All kinds of stuff there. Plus we've got infographics. Here's all of the different damage types of the different pirates, which is useful. We've got the different ships and their threat profiles, all the different weapon systems and their ammo and their relative, visual representations, and all of the new boosters from all of the login rewards and stuff like that. We've got all sorts of stuff. Websites with all kinds of other resources for anything you might want. Obviously, we've got EVE Uni, and EVE Workbench should be here too, but we also have Pochvin and whatnot. And then, of course, YouTubers, including myself, and Twitch streamers. There are just tons of people that are more than happy to teach you how to play the game. And while I do caution people to not necessarily let people tell you what is important or what you should be doing in EVE Online, having people teach you how to do what you want to do in EVE Online is critical. There are good YouTubers and good Twitch streamers for almost any kind of play style you could possibly think of in EVE. There's somebody who wants to show you how to do it. So, and that's assuming that you don't find a group or whatever that can do it for you. So there's plenty of opportunities to get into EVE, and I hope I've showed you that there's plenty of reason to get into EVE Online. Get started and make sure that 2023, YC 125 as we like to call it, is your year to get started, to get restarted, to dive deeper into, and to learn more about the game. This is the year to do it. If you haven't been into the lore, maybe now's the time to start learning about the universe. If you've been on the sidelines, now's the time to get your character and start checking it out. If you've been gone for a while, if you left because you were mad at scarcity, now's the time to come back and enjoy yourself. EVE Online is better than it has ever been, and it is only getting better and quickly. So get involved, get in early now, so that way when the more cooler stuff happens, you'll be able to be trained up, you'll be able to get these opportunities, and you won't be like all these people that I talked to today that lament at the fact that they weren't playing back when invasions were happening, or back when the Offending disaster was happening. You know,
Your
these
skill has
moments in
increased.
history that we get to participate in as active players. You know, I was there when Jamil was destroyed. I was there when Chakade fired at Tanis. I was there when the Dredge attacked.
Your skill has increased.
And I look forward to seeing you. So in conclusion, now is absolutely the best time to play EVE Online. You should be bold and daring and get out there and learn from failure. Don't be afraid. Don't worry too much about ifs or whatever. Fly cheap ships, go out there and do silly things and have fun doing it. Use a buddy code like the one down below or anyone else's for 1 million free SP on every single account that you make. You can even make a whole bank of accounts and then get them all trained in like what's called the Magic 14, which are a bunch of skills that are useful no matter what. And then you will have a bunch of blank clones that are ready to go for whatever you want within a few months. The buddy code is very valuable, and even if you already have an account, you can now use the buddy code, sign in if you've never used it before, and get your million free SP even today. If you've been gone and you're coming back, make sure to get them million free SP as well. And then of course, my final piece of advice for those who are trying to get into the game, join the Convocation of Empyreans. We'd be happy to have you. As I said, we're here to maximize player engagement with EVE Online. We're here to help you get involved in EVE, and we're also here to help you learn and love EVE. And you know what? If in the end you find out that you want to go do something like wormholes and nullsec or something else like that, we have plenty of resources to get you hooked up with a good group that will bring you in and take good care of you. So that's about it. That is my story, and that's why you should play EVE Online and how you should play, how you can best get into EVE Online quickly and easily. I would like to thank my patrons and other supporters for making all of this possible, making this stream possible, making these videos possible with your wonderful support. I especially would like to thank AR, Alone Gardner, Alera, Andrew, Balea.
Thank you, Ashrafi, for the extra content for my stream. I would like to sub to your channel. Come on, man.
Your skill has increased.
233 bitch. Yeah. Satisfying.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Indeed I am. Indeed I am. number 9.
Your skill has increased.
Open my lemonade.
Now open it on camera, make it real loud. Let's have a listen.
I don't know if that will be loud.
Go on. Oh, it's pathetic.
Your skill has increased.
The term voice regeneration is a tired and overused cliche that I'm nonetheless going to use to describe Billy West, a man who voiced basically every cartoon character you remember from your childhood.
Your skill has increased.
Oddly, despite being described as one of the most adaptable voices in the business, Billy West's most famous role is basically him speaking normally, which was all part of an ingenious plan to make sure he never got replaced. So we should clarify before we continue, you're not feeling very well today, are you, Nisha?
Well, it's nothing new that I feel sick again.
But you're not feeling so. We'll apologise for that now, in case like you've got those, like, well, you got a Phoebe Buffet, like, sultry voice going on, like, oh yes, Car, thank you very much.
Smelly cat, smelly cat.
The thing is, though, people, when they're sick, they go one of two ways. They either get that, or they get, mine was nasty. So, we'll let the audience decide which one you're sounding like today, but, yeah, let's continue.
Okay, so what role are we specifically talking about today?
Well, it should be fairly obvious from the title and the thumbnail, but we're talking about Philip J. Fry, a hapless, time-displaced delivery boy.
Hello, pizza delivery for, icy wiener.
Who, like, you know, goes on a series of adventures alongside an eclectic cast of characters, some of whom Billy West also voiced. And would you like to take a guess at which characters Billy West voiced from, like, you know, the main cast?
Didn't he voice the Professor?
Yes, he also voiced the Professor, so, like, you know, a relative of Fry. But, oddly enough, he also voices Zoidberg, which I think highlights, like, you know, just the range of his voice. That he voices Fry, basically Old Man Fry, and then Zoidberg. He also, as well, voices Zap Brannigan. Like, he's the velour fog himself, Zap Brannigan. And I only found this out when I think Billy West was on a TV show, and they got him to read out Donald Trump tweets in Zap Brannigan's voice.
That is amazing.
They sound just exactly like the kind of shit Zap Brannigan would say.
Sorry, losers and haters, but my IQ is one of the highest. You all know it.
I just like how he can't pronounce words. Like, he can't pronounce champagne.
No, he does pronounce it like champagne. He pronounces it exactly right. I say champagne because of Zap Brannigan, which I think shows the power television can have, like, you know, to influence society and culture as a whole.
You want the rest of the champagne?
No, and it's pronounced champagne.
Oh, God, no!
Right, so we mentioned Zap Brannigan briefly, so let's get into it. Rather than say who our favourite character is, it's probably one of the main cast. So let's go for favourite character who appears in only a handful of episodes, or maybe even one episode. Because if you say favourite character, it's going to be Bender, or it's going to be Fry, or it's going to be one of them. So who's your favourite character who doesn't get as much play as the other ones? I'm going to go for Mom. Because I fucking love Mom, and how, like, as the series progressed, she just got more and more evil. Because in addition to having some of the best lines, she has some of the best moments, like on Mom Appreciation Day, on Mother's Day, when you get, like, the giant robot, like, this comes from Mom! And he's giving, like, the toy, or the card, or something like that. It's like, oh, man, that's so good.
I really like Calculon.
But who the fuck doesn't like Calculon? He's the greatest acting bot of his generation.
It also reminds me of the other, like, side character that you occasionally see, who always shouts when Calculon's around and goes, yay, Calculon's back!
Your skill has increased.
Calculon's back!
Oh, man,
I was getting to that as well. It's like best, like just like running gag from a cartoon as well, because there's so many in Futurama. I think one that I didn't notice till it was pointed out to me is that, you know, the episode where they come, like, mum's sons come in and go, oh yeah, we're owl exterminators, and they dump a lot of owls on the floor. If you watch the series back, you'll notice that there are just owls everywhere, and they're like, and they come out of little holes in the ground like rats do. And they kept that joke going on throughout the entire fucking series.
My favourite is when there's that owl stuck in the spider's web. I can't remember which episode it is, but it's just...
I just like that bit as well, where it's just the guy's like, we're owl exterminators. Okay, then exterminate this owl. And it's just a screeching owl on their forehead. The thing I like about Futurama, though, is that the little throwaway gags will get referenced in later episodes or even become part of the lore. Well, like Bender says, Bending's my middle name.
Yeah.
And now his official name is Bender Bending Rodriguez. And that is 4 years old. And they show pictures of him, oh, he's me on my first birthday. And it's just him fully built, smoking a cigar. So I think, like, Bender just being Bender is, like, one of the greatest things in that show. Like, my absolute favourite gag of all time from that show is just like, oh, I don't know what the lead up to it is, but it's something like, I'm going to go out on my own. And it smash cuts to him in court. And it's like, we are sentenced to 300 days community service, and it zooms out, and it's just him in a pimp suit. It's like, damn anti-pimping laws.
And then is that the way he storms out?
Yeah,
and he says,
we love you, Bender. So you know it, baby.
So, baby, I know it.
You know, baby. Shit, baby, I know it.
Bender, honey, we love you.
Shut up, baby, I know it.
Yeah,
Anyway,
baby, I know it.
Because like, Billy West did not voice Bender. That was, I think, John DiMaggio, I think it was. Like, according to, like, you know, the producers of Futurama, Billy West actually auditioned for every male voice on the show. When like, they put out a casting call and obviously got the role of Fry, Zach Brannigan, Farnsworth, Zoidberg, and a handful of others. But after like, you know, a couple of weeks, and he got a call saying, oh, you can still be Zoidberg, but we're passing you over for Fry in lieu of someone you know from your Mad TV days, Charlie Slatter.
I just find it a bit weird that he auditioned to do so many voices.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit presumptuous that he went in an audition for every single character on the show. And so we should establish that Billy West is like no ordinary voice actor and is in fact regarded by many as the finest voice actor of this generation in terms of his versatility. And like the best example of that is when they made Space Jam. Unfortunately, the voice of Bugs Bunny, Mel Blanc, had passed away. And there was only one person they thought of to replace him, and that was Billy West. And by all accounts, he did a phenomenal job. If anyone was wondering why replacing Mel Blanc is such a big deal, I should just tell you that his nickname in the industry was the Man of 1,000 Voices, and Billy West has been described as a natural successor to Blanc, which I'm not sure how he feels about that, because Mel Blanc is basically, he's unapproachable when it comes to, like, you know, voice acting, but it's a pretty fucking big compliment. Like, Mel Blanc, as we've talked about before, we're going to talk about it again, like, is responsible for what a lot of voice actors believe is the greatest feat of voice acting ever, and that is when it's Bugs Bunny talking to Daffy Duck, and Daffy Duck puts on Bugs Bunny's voice, and Bugs Bunny puts on Daffy Duck's voice, and then Mel Blanc did that in one take. So he talks to himself as two different characters, putting on each other's voices, and they swap between them flawlessly.
Just a darn minute. Where do you get that duck feeding stuff? Says so, right over there on that sign. You're so smart.
So bringing it back to Billy West.
Once again, yes.
You mentioned earlier that he was replaced by a guy called Charlie Slatter.
Yeah, he wasn't replaced by him, but he got like passed over for the role. Like the producer said, we think this guy's better suited for the role. But oddly enough, I think still gave the role of Farnsworth to West. And the story goes that producers like started shuffling things around and decided that Slatter maybe wasn't the voice they were after, and they called up West and offered him the part again. And according to him, in like an interview with NPR when he came in, he decided purposely to make the voice of Fry his own regular speaking voice, like from when he was about 25 years old.
Is there like a particular reason why he chose to do his voice from when he was 25 years old?
Yes, because according to West, like, you know, a voice actor by trade and probably one of the best in the business at the moment, he said that, well, copying a character is difficult, but a skilled voice artist can do it. However, copying just a regular person's speaking voice is very difficult, because most people tend to exaggerate some parts of it, and it becomes slightly like, you know, a caricature of what it once was. So what I did is I deliberately made the voice of Fry basically my own speaking voice when I was a little bit younger, because then I couldn't be replaced.
Well, that idea is pretty genius.
It is, but I don't think he needed to do that because, like, he's so good. Why would you not just keep him on board? But I appreciate how, you know, the Hustle are doing it. And the thing is, like, if they replace West for the voice of Fry, they'd also have to replace, like, Zoidberg, Farnsworth, and Zach Brannigan. Because presumably if they didn't want him to read for Fry, they wanted him to read for anybody else. It reminds me a lot of the Simpsons cast, where every couple of years, they all just threaten to quit unless they get more money. And they have to get given more money because who the fuck are you going to get in to replace this cast of The Simpsons? They've been voicing it for like 25 years at this point. Something similar, I think, with Harry Shearer a couple of years. I think he voices Mr. Burns. And he was saying, like, I want to go and be in TV shows and do all the voiceover work. And like, apparently their contract is quite strict in the sense that you're not allowed to go do other gigs when you're working for The Simpsons. He's like, well, I want to go do other stuff. And they threatened to fire him. And they said, we've got enough, like, voice clips of Mr. Burns. We basically cobble it all together. And, like, eventually, they're going to have so many of those voice clips, they can just do that. And just, like, you know, program, like, an AI that becomes The Simpsons. And in that way, The Simpsons will last forever, whereas Futurama ended on a high note.
Your skill has increased.
So we've talked about Futurama quite a bit today, so let's move away from that, but try and stay on topic a little bit. Just talk about voice acting in, like, you know, cartoons. Because, like, there are
your
some
skill
voices
has
out there
increased.
that I fucking love. And I'm going to start with my favourite, and that has to be Mr. Chris Sabat as Vegeta from Dragon Ball. God damn, do I love me some Chris Sabat. And, like, and he's one of the people, like, if they replace Vegeta, I'd be fucking pissed. Because he's just so perfect in the role, and I love now that as the show's gone on, he's really settled into the role. And he's gone from just being like, you know, a crazy villain who screams and fire blades out of his fist, like, you know, a family man. And I think my favourite line, like, Chris ever did as Vegeta is when he's having a conversation with Whis in, like, a filler episode. And he's like, what are you doing, Whis? Hanging out with my wife, huh? And Bulma's like, no, leave him alone. He goes, yeah, whatever, babe. And it's like, oh, man, you'd never expect to hear that.
You can at least pretend.
Yeah, sure, fine, baby. Spirit's here.
There's that episode where Goku appears in, like,
Bulma's bedroom. He appears in Bulma's bedroom. He's like, Kakarot, what are you doing, my wife? And it's like, I can't imagine anyone else replacing him in that role. And you can tell he's got comfortable in it, because now they can do lines like that. Is there any, like, voices from, like, you know, cartoons or stuff like that you really, really like?
Wait
or
so
think
long.
can't replace?
I really like Mole Man from Simpsons.
Oh, Mole Man's so good. Mole Man is up there with greatest side characters in just, like, fictional fucking history. So what is your favourite Mole Man line? Mine has to be, welcome to Mole Man in the morning. Good Mole Man to you all.
Good Mole Man to you all.
Your skill has
Mole
increased.
Man in the morning. Good Mole Man to you.
Can't remember specific, like, lines, but there's that one where I think he crashes slowly into a tree.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, not again.
He, like, sets on fire or something.
There's the other one where he, like, picks up the thing on the floor and says, latex condo. Boy, I sure love to live in one of those.
He replaces Bart.
Yeah, oh no.
Homer's just like kissing him on the head and he's like, cowabunga, dude.
It's just like kissing a peanut. Oh man, like, if we're going to stick with voices in The Simpsons, I think the most, like, inimitable one, it has to be, like, Fat Tony. Because I found out, like, the guy who does that voice is, like, the guy from Criminal Minds. Like, he's an actual proper actor who I forget the name of, but they bring him in every now and again and just make him do that shit.
He doesn't do the voice of the robot mafia. I forgot his
He
name.
might do, I don't know. I do love those, like the Robot Don.
That's it, yeah.
Like the Robot Don and the Robot Devil. Robot Devil is fucking up there as well. I love that guy. He's so good.
So when they go to hell and he gets hit by that violin, he's like, ah!
He's the scream, innit, that does it.
Oh, sorry.
I also quite like the voice of Leela, because that is Katie Sagal, I forget how to pronounce her name, and she's got a big break as, I think it's My Wife and Kids, or something like the one with Al Bundy. And they reference that, though, in an episode where she goes to, like, perfectly her home planet, and they give her, like, the Peggy hairstyle, and they come in and go, Al, and they make her do it again. But we know you hate this role, because it's, like, all you're known for, like, but fuck it, go do it again.
Your skill has increased.
When she fights,
Yeah! That's a Tommy Oliver-esque, like, fighting scream right there. It's again, inimitable. You couldn't get anyone else in to do that. But I love the idea that they had to record them all separate. It's like with Homer Simpson. You'd think after like 30 seasons they'd just reuse the dough, but they don't. They make Dan Castanella do it every single time.
Sick. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, and I am back, baby. How's it going, guys? We are, in fact, back. It has been a 4-day weekend, unprovoked. Sorry. No, on Friday, it was my fault.
Your skill has increased.
I slept through my alarm, and my son had to stay home from school. And then he actually got sick a little bit he got a migraine on Sunday, and then he of course had school off yesterday.
Your skill has increased.
So we're back, and I'm sorry I didn't get to do my stream on Friday, but here we are. We got it now. What's up? So today I want to cover two basic things. I want to first cover the Red Stargazer event that is starting in 2 days, and I also want to cover what I call the Since You've Been Gone, where I have a list right here of all of the different major things that have changed in the game in the last decade or so. All of the major systems that you may need to know about as a person who once played this game and now are coming back now that scarcity's over, or uprising is happening, or faction warfare is good again, or whatever it is that's bringing you back to Eve now, which I know there's a lot of you. I wanted to make this video so that way you don't get caught with your pants down. Alright, so that's the two goals for today. But before we do that, please indulge me a little opportunity to brag just a little tiny bit. Yesterday was fucking fun. Oh no, I swore within the first 5 minutes of the video. We're all gonna get demonetized. Ah! Alright. So, the state has been getting it in their head that they're winning now, just because they took a few systems the other day. Never mind the fact that it took them several months to push these systems up to a point where they were vulnerable to be attacked. Yeah, I love the Marshal chilling in the back, right? But like, okay, they take a couple systems, and that feels good for them, and everybody's like, oh my god, why is Calmill always winning? Well, let's look at this, okay? First of all, when the war zone first started, when Uprising happened, this whole area was just totally chewed up. We had like 5 or 6 systems at most, right? So finally they managed to take, what is it, Hazmajala, Sujarento, I think Pine, and the big one was Oix, okay? Of those 4, the only ones that we were actually fighting over was Oix, right? And it took them, as they even admitted, 6 months to take Oix. Finally, the other ones, though, Suj, Haz, and all these, if you notice, actually doesn't change the war zone at all, right? Hazmi was a Galente front line, and now it's a Caldari front line. The only thing that's different is that Hysteria is not a front line anymore. Like, there's a couple of extra command outposts, but the front lines did not move with any of those victories, which I think is really important, right? You know, taking Pine doesn't do anything if Nisua is already there, because Oin is still a front line. We just need to defend Oin. So this comes down to yesterday, where Naga and Oin and a few others were starting to get pushed up. Naga was at 56% when we started, and we decided that that wasn't acceptable. And so me and a bunch of our friends started getting together, and we fleeted down in Naga all day yesterday, and woo-wee! Let me tell you, like, you want to talk about faction warfare being alive, let me show you this. This is my brag. Ready? Here's my kill board from yesterday, all right? This is just yesterday. Ready?
Ooh, I'm about to be 38. Not bad.
We have
5 levels.
Brutix Navy issues. We have Ferox Navy issues. We've got Algoses. We've got a Hyperion. We've got all kinds of silly things that were out there. I lost a VNI, a couple of Catalyst Navy issues. It was a good time, all told. And in the end, we managed to bring down that system by almost 20% by the time we were done, which, as far as contested values goes, is monumental. I really appreciate everybody who was willing, who came out yesterday. And let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Hey, thank you for that, Pew Pew. So, if you want to get in on this, I had 40 kills yesterday by itself. If you want to get in on this, then you need to join Aderon Robotics and the Convocation of Empyreans. We are defending the southern war zone against the growing Caldari threat. The Gal Mill has really started to come together, and this whole rumor about how Cal Mill is winning. Let's look at the numbers, okay? Let's just look at the numbers real quick. And I know this might sound like propaganda or that shit, and maybe it is, but you know what? I am so sick and tired of, like, when the PCU goes up, not a beep. If the PCO goes down by even a tick, everybody freaks out that Eve is done. If we take 10 systems from the Caldari, barely a peep. Nothing but excuses. They take 3 systems, the Caldari is winning. Like, I don't like it. So here we go. Let's look at whether or not the Caldari are winning. Okay? So let's look at the statistics really quick. The Galente have 42,000 people, while the Caldari have 51,000 people. So the Caldari are almost about a quarter more people than the Galente. This has universally always been true, because Galente people voluntarily get locked out of JITA, which ends up, for better or worse, whether or not it's a real problem or not, does stop people from joining the Galente and encourages people, including especially alliances like, say, a certain Nullsec alliance whose mascot is a dinosaur, decides that, you know, faction warfare is a great place to make money, but they don't want to get locked out from JITA, so of course they join Caldari. So Caldari has this huge number of people. But let's look at this. Kills yesterday. They had 326 kills. We have 516 kills. About 30% more kills for a quarter less of the people. Kills last week, same thing.
I'm on the same fed as him. I care about this.
Caldari,
I'm in the same fed on my ult anyway.
Victory points. Yeah. Victory points is how much progress they've made, right? This is where the winning comes in. The Caldari got 99,000, the Galente got 95,000. You might be like, oh my god, that's actually, you know, 99,000 is more than 95,000. But think about it, once again, a quarter of the people, and almost a 30% death, and almost even victory points. You think that's the Caldari winning?
No.
Okay. All right. Enjoy your narrative.
No.
I'm going to enjoy killing some squids. So that is where we're at with the war zone. It is red hot right now.
Yeah.
And we are having a lot of fun. So kills versus playing the objective. A battle as old as video games. Exactly. And oh my god, the people that are saying like, oh, Warzone control has no point anymore. Dude, Warzone control has no point anymore? I don't need a fucking tier. I don't need my ISK to go up to own the systems, to want to own the systems. You know why I fight? You know why I fight? I really like the color green, and I don't like the color blue. So I want this map to have more green and less blue, and I don't care how much ISK I make doing it. I'm willing to spend ISK to make it happen, because this is war. That's what this is all about. So if you think that this has no point because over 1 million ISK per minute is too little for you, and Warzone control doesn't have a point, then enjoy. I will be having fun and killing everybody who comes in, along with my friends. So Do what you want with that, I guess. All right. I had something else to talk about. Oh yeah, red. Let's talk about. Let's get a little bit more serious. That was just my that was my fun for the day. I appreciate the indulgence. Caldari are better than the Amar. That's possible. I don't really judge those two. All right. So we found out from CCP that with the Chinese localization, there's going to be like a Chinese New Year celebration. For those of you who don't know, because you don't play Final Fantasy XIV, this is the year of the rabbit. Okay, so everything's kind of rabbit themed. Now, I had thought that this could be a live event, and it very well could. There's still some small hints that this could actually be like a thing to do in space. However, I kind of want to temper everybody's expectations, okay? So, first and foremost, we have, oh shoot, I messed this up a little bit. Hobo Leaf. Where is it? No! Oh yeah, this is, hold on. Give me a second. Open image in new tab. Oh, fuck. Alright, fine, whatever. This is the splash screen for the login campaign for this upcoming event, okay? So here's where things get kind of curious and where I don't quite know where it's going to go, all right? So we have two different kinds of skins that were put into the game, and so we're going to have to see what we think about that, all right? Because we don't know where they're going to come from, but I have some suspicions. So first things first, we have utilities, notepad. What happened? Where'd it go? Gosh darn it. I had them all here. I promise. I did my prep work. Whatever. Serenity. And you'll see why I called it Serenity in a minute. Okay, so these are the new skins that were added into the game to Tranquility today, and they kind of try to hide it from us a little bit, by ensuring that they have, hold on a second. Yeah. They patched it to both Tranquility and Singularity at the same time. So it doesn't show up in the diff. You have to actually look at each individual patch to see that the difference actually happened. So a little bit sneaky, but probably, I don't know, I can't necessarily say that it's purposeful. But let's look at these, okay? The description of the skin says, Archer spiritualism takes many forms. Archer is a Caldari group and influences many aspects of their culture, but aside from the monastic orders of the Artura, Sacio 3, it rarely approaches the level of organized religion. The Stargazers are an example of a particular form of popular Archer spiritualism that eschews supernatural revelation in favor of philosophy that aims to understand the world through observation and contemplation of the stars. Using visionary interpretations based on a kind of as above, so below thinking, the Stargazers emphasize awareness of the surrounding universe and understanding of the living world beyond itself. Some seasons are traditionally considered more prosperous, or propitious than others for viewing certain types of stars. The season that falls in early of YC year, which can be shifted around relative to
5
the
levels,
standard
not
calendar,
bad.
is called the Season of Red Stargazing, which is the name of the event that we saw in the strings the other day, and considered a proper time for viewing red-color stars. The season is also one of many festivals, although the Red Stargazing Festival is particularly popular. So the question that I have is this going to
Your
be
skill has increased.
or is this going to be just like a login?
Oh, how I love Black Mage. I won't lie. I like that part of it where it's like, you're
First
done,
and foremost,
you're out, you're done,
digging
you're
this.
home. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I
You
can
get
get addicted
this
to
cool
that.
bunny hologram on it.
You get very used to that. Yeah. So this was good. It was a good party. Not enough loot. But hey. I'm not there yet, but yeah. Cool. I can't even go for like another one. I can. Ooh, I have bat fangs. Nice. Yeah, bat fangs and beetle jaws and stuff. Hey, a little bit of loot. That's cool. And beetle shells and stuff. Ooh. 7 beetle shells. That might be quite a bit of money, actually. I don't know. Let's see what they're worth. You sell those for, oh, not too much. 700. Maybe I'll just vendor. What about that? There's some money. That's cool. Hey, let's get some money off this XP party. That's huge. I'll take it. I know Beetlejuice better. Yeah, there we go. 501, 665. Actually, it probably went 606, 699. Yeah, probably 699. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Vendor all the rest of that, I think, except for this. I don't know. What are you, yeah, like, what? Shells will vendor for pretty good. Go see what the duty free pays. That's the chocobos. I always get turned around in here because it's really one and the same. I think they should have done different colored doors. Oh, no, no, no. Don't do anything like that. No. Yeah, I mean, like, that's close to age. I'm not going to screw with the time to post at all. I'll just take what I can get. Sorry. I'm not posting 21 items at 50 gold a piece. I'm not doing that. You know, I have better things to do with my time. Like more video games. Okay, so now what? More money, definitely, because that's going to be a factor. I believe I may shut my stream down here for the night. It's been 10 hours, that's pretty long. Hey, 2400, that's a little bit helpful, yeah. Hey, catfish sold, that's good. Hey, for 300, oh, not bad. Yeah, buy all my catfish, please, like all of it. Tell me you bought all my catfish, that'd be very good. That'd be unexpected income. Yeah, oh, hey, maybe all the alts sold theirs, I don't know. Yeah, like, buy the catfish for 300, screw selling it for 100. Get me a good bid for that, that's like 5k a trip or something, that's not that bad. Starts that up, you know, get like 15k an hour or something. It's not amazing, but it starts that up. Start to get like, you know, a little bit more. I gotta worry about fucking scrolls, man. I know a couple of these are gonna be really nasty, like Warp 2. Cool, yeah, yeah, we're good here. This was good. I got a lot done here. It's good. I believe I am going to bow out here, guys. Unfortunately, I have a bit of recording I must do, and I must eat dinner, and I would like to go see my family for a bit. So I'm going to take a sanity break here, and come back tomorrow fresh and do a whole nother, 10 to 12 hour session of Final Fantasy XI again, and get Black Mage to like 42. Maybe I'm sitting at 37 right now. That's very good. I could pretty much stop right here, actually. I mean, I pretty much can stop right here. Buy the scrolls I could even just sell the scrolls that I bought and just stop right here and just run White Mage tomorrow all the way to 75. I mean, I don't know, I liked doing this, but I know that I won't probably, I don't know, it's nice having a 37 Black Mage because it can kill all the low level stuff fairly well, so I can definitely use it to my advantage. Like, I can go get Kazan keys no problem now, probably one-shot those birds and all those orcs and stuff that drop the key. I don't know, I don't have Sneak or Invis yet, which is kind of annoying. I mean, that's kind of restrictive in a way. I definitely could use better. Hey, what's up, Tara? I was just about to stop my stream, and people are coming in now. I have like 5 viewers. It's good to see some steady viewership here today. I'm very happy. I suppose I could give my Rust secret away and do some recording, but I don't know. I also don't know if my settings will let me do that. I don't know if I can just jump in from a stream into I don't know. I don't know. The upkeep I don't think is actually much of a problem for me. I think it would be all I need to do is load my furnaces, I guess. That's fine by me, I guess. Yeah, I believe I will just pay my upkeep. I don't know. It's debatable. I could just run a whole nother party. It's very early in the evening. Could push some other stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of torn because I definitely got some Final Fantasy viewership today. I don't want to leave it like that. I don't want just to leave it, But I do have a bit of recording I wanted to do, like pretty late. I think, yeah. I think I want like another 8-hour session here. So it would behoove me to take a break here, I believe. Yes, I believe I'm no good for much longer anyways here, so I believe I'm going to stop my stream, guys, because I was planning to do some recording today here at 2 p.m., but instead I got in like a 6-hour party, so I'm going to now flip my schedule around and stop here at 10 hours, as we can see here. Pretty good stream, the best I've ever had. This is the most steady viewership I've ever seen. I want to thank the people who are here with me. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, and I hate to screw out on prime time like this, but I do have a bit of work to do, follow up on a video and stuff that I don't want to get behind on because it is time sensitive in terms of what day it is and such. So, thank you so much for the support. As always, I am not an affiliate, nor will I ever be an affiliate of YouTube or Twitch, I don't think. I mean, I might take affiliateship if they really offered a very good package and they were very nice to me, but I'm very wary of contracts, so if you ever wish to, you can always come to skycat.live and click on the nice smiley little cat face there for donate, and or if you just want to see my details or see me in no pressure, it's okay. You can always catch me here. Just my warning to my new people here who don't know me, I really want to thank you today, and I really could use a follow if you should be in the mood. It is free, and if not, I understand. Could use a like sub, and then also in the early days of the, I am what they call a multi-variety streamer. So I do have quite a bit of different games that I play, and a lot of that requires upkeep across different games and such. So in the early days of the month, I do some Rust recording on a game called Rust. So then that is actually this time frame here for a couple of days here, and so and we have something cooking here with my clan. So I'm just like kind of hopping around, and unfortunately I can't finish out the night on Final Fantasy without kind of neglecting my duties there, where I lose my push kind of. I lose the work that I've already invested. So I'm definitely gonna go do that and finish out filming tonight and put another bit of work in on a video. But then so that'll put me offline tonight, unfortunately, because I don't wish to do both. One of them is well, it's like sort of like security sensitive a little bit, and then the other one is other part is I will be doing the same, I believe, tomorrow night, but I will be on tomorrow for like 10 hours, something like that in the morning. I'll get on and I'll level maybe Black Mage, although I don't know. I could go for another sitting of Black Mage and get in an even higher level, because it would benefit me to be able to do certain BCNMs, I would say. I don't know what Black Mage can do. Maybe Petrifying Pair, I think, or something. I mean, there's a few, like UO. I think Black Mage is actually not too bad on UO. You can just Elemental Seal Bind, and it pretty much makes the fight lull, and then just chain nuke down the other targets and stuff. But I don't know. We'll see where it goes. I don't know if I want to invest much more time in the Black Mage, because I know where it caps at, which is Dyna for relics, and I don't think that's kind of my path at all. So we'll see about that. But so I won't always be ditching out on you guys on prime time, like weekends like this. I'm not very happy that I'm actually doing this. I wouldn't normally leave like a stream crowd like this for a recording normally. So I guess I will just, because I don't care that much, I can put I will continue to play Final Fantasy XI here, and I don't know what that's going to mean. I guess I'll post scrolls. No, I'll keep the scrolls, and I'll go looking for group here in a few minutes. No, I mean I have to come down to earth here and take a break here. It's unfortunate. I have family stuff I have to do and all this stupid shit. I actually do have to take a break. So I hate to be banding around the bush about it, but I hate losing viewership. But I mean, this is kind of the job. Certain times you have to kind of like adhere to a schedule if you wish this to be your job, and this is one of those times. It's kind of annoying. So, and it hit me kind of by surprise, this party that went this long. I did not think that was going to happen. So, anyways, I will be back here tomorrow, roughly at about 10 p.m. Sorry, 10 a.m. Yeah, it should be about 10 a.m. I think, like between 10 and 12 PST, and I will be on all evening and all night. And each day it'll be a little bit less of a recording schedule and stuff, so it will be easier. Yeah, I believe that's everything we got here. Thank you so much for your time. I love you guys, and thanks for sitting on my channel today. It means a lot to me.